even up until Icebox, kung lalabas man yan, feeling ko si Wits, harbor pick lahat eh.
Yeah. You know what? This is gonna be really interesting for the side of NAOS. They never picked Lotus.
I was gonna say that, yeah.
They never picked Lotus. And for the side of NCG, panalo sila dun sa pinakaunang game nila dito sa Lotus. So ano ba yung kaya nila ilabas dito? Maglalabas ba tayo ng harbor? Like what you've said, NAOS lang talaga ang nag-harbor dito. And halos NAOS lang din talaga ang nag-a-adapt sa meta ng international level.
May sumubok pero hindi nag-succeed.
Oo.
So far, sina Wits at ang NAOS crew pa lang ang tuluyang nakakapagpakita sa atin sa Pilipinas na kaya talaga ng harbor
Miss
to.
ko na yung split.
Hindi pa rin binibigay. Nag-cast na ba kayo ng split so far?
Sa lock-in.
Wala pa rin dito sa PH. Baka naman, mga players.
Ayaw nila na maliit na map eh. Maliit. Pas tayo dyan.
Ano kasi, alam mo naman dito sa atin, firepower, barilan
Yeah.
ang gusto, tutukan. Kailangan kung sino unang makaka-headshot, siya yung mas magaling. Medyo, ano na yun eh, parang regional trait na natin yun dito.
Actually, maganda dito. Kahit anong mangyari sa Decider, Icebox or Ascent, 100% win rate doon ng NAOS. Kahit anong mangyari siya dito. EFAS sila, EFAS.
Sinasabi ko eh. Tapos, kung iisipin nga natin din, si Wits pa lang yung pinag-uusapan natin, ha? Wala pa si Ja.
Actually, labas mo sa jet.
Labas pa si Ja sa group chat. Ngayon, isasali ko na siya. Wala pa si Ja doon. So, I'm quite curious to see kung ipipick niya ba this time? Kasi lumalabas pa rin yung chamber from him eh.
Yeah.
Diba? From time to time. So, I'm curious to see kung lalabas din ba. But I would say Jet is a good option for these maps too.
And yun nga, di ba, yung lahat din talaga ng mga players ng NAOS dito, sobrang diverse nga nila na sobrang dami nilang pwedeng ilagay sa mapa na to. Of course, I mean, si Ja, pwede mag-jet, pwede siya mag-astra, pwede siyang kung ano mang agent
anong
na
mood niya
mapili,
for
kung
the
anong
day.
mood niya. Kung okay, maganda mood ko, mag-jet
challenge.
tayo ngayon. Parang ngayon, I mean, Icebox, of course, Ja with the jet, why not?
Yun nga medyo concerning na bakit iniwan nilang nakabukas tong icebox. Hindi naman kagandahan yung track record dito ng NCG. Oo, medyo pumapalag sila, pero sa lahat ng team na pwede mo pang testingan ng strategy nyo sa icebox, NAOS pa talaga?
Hay nako, guys, taga nyo sa bato. Itong araw na to, lilibre ko kayo ng kahit anong gusto nyo, basta worth 200 lang.
Saka
Sali ba
gamitan
ako
nyo
dun?
ng grab only.
Kasali ba ako doon?
Oo, kasama.
Oy.
Pati yung nasa kabila. 2-0 itong magiging score nila dito. Pero alam ko mamaya pa naman yung prediction natin. Hindi ko pa sasabihin kung anong team.
Kaninong direction papunta?
Kanino nga ba? But this map pick is very, very concerning, especially para sa side ng Nacague. And I really do hope they perform so good because this is gonna be an exciting matchup or actually an explosive one in case.
Nung last time na nagkita tong dalawang teams na to, nung first week pa ng VCT, no? So, January pa yun.
Regular season.
So, after more than a month of preparation, for sure naman siguro na fix na ng NAOS yung pearl nila.
Dapat lang.
Yeah.
Dapat lang. Hindi kasi kung tutuusin mo, kung dati lagi ang iniisip natin, baka nagtatago pa sila ng mga pocket strats. Hindi lumpia hindi lumpia.
Ay, sorry.
Pocket strats.
Sorry.
Oo. Parang nasa playoffs na tayo. Magtatago ka pa ba? Ito na yung time na ipakita mo talaga kung anong kayang ibuga ng team nyo. Pero mapabalik lang tayo. Medyo may prediction na kanina si Taylor. Sabihin mo na, sino ba yung 2-0 na yan?
2-0 NAOS. Wala eh. You saw the maps as well. And I feel like for today, baka mamaya may ligo buff ang Nacague, di ba? Malay mo, naligo ulit sila today. Hindi mo alam mangyayari. Pero
Hindi katulad ni Vil na last week pa.
Last week pa. Kasi
yung next niya.
Kasi baka sipunin kasi ako.
Ubuin kasi siya eh.
Pero for my prediction naman, of course, din ako sa pick ulit ng NAOS. Siyempre, well, dito naman sa Pearl pick na to, kahit SR Nacague ang pumili niya, they're really confident pa rin playing this map, knowing na they picked this map 3 times already, so they're not gonna pick a map na alam nilang dehado sila. Sila. So, dito ngayon nakatapat na nila ang pwede nating sabihin na one of their rivalries nga dito sa VCT kasi ito sila natuwan nila to eh, di ba? Natuwan nila to. So, if ever na mananalo sila dito, tapos Lotus pa, 2-0 siguro.
Ay, 2-0. In favor of?
Lakers.
Ay, iba pala yun. Sorry.
Naos, syempre.
Ayan, nililinaw ko lang.
Si Direk Natarante, sabi niya, Lakers.
Lalabas dito sa baba natin, may
Bigla mo pa
Lakers.
si Lebron dyan sa
Pero, nako, ito na naman tayo sa panel curse ata natin. Kasi ako rin, naniniwala ako na naos to eh.
Kahapon wala tayong panel curse, di ba lahat tayo nag-predict?
Nagpare-pareho kayo ng prediction kahapon, no?
Nagcast
Yung
pala tayo
unang
ng second
series.
game. Oo, tama.
Tama,
Panalo.
lahat prediction.
So, nagcast ka ng second game, di ba nga overtime?
May mga bagay na hindi na natin i-bring up.
Wala.
Yun na yun.
Andyan na yan. Kung nakafollow kayo kay Bill sa Facebook niya, makikita niyo yung kanyang panibagong overtime na meme. I-share nyo na. Pero yun nga, sabi ko, ako for naos din ako dito. Naniniwala ako na kung makukuha man itong NCG ang Pearl, dahil alam naman natin medyo lamang sila dyan, history is gonna repeat itself and Naos is gonna take the next 2 games after that.
I actually
Walang Lakers?
believe that as well. Walang Lakers, guys. Sad, lungkot, pighati. Pero ganun yung mangyayari actually, Laika. Nacague really needs to take game number 1 because if not, it's over.
It's over. It's not over till it's over dahil mag-uumpisa pa lang tayo.
time.
Oh, it's time to pass it to our casters. So magkikita-kita ulit tayo mamaya dito sa The Panel. Pero for now, casters, take it away.
We'll definitely take it away, take it far, far away. And as, you know, the VCT slogan, become relentless, NCG do have to embody that. They're going to go up against NAOS Esports here. Definitely a juggernaut in the PH scene. My name is Asra. With me now is Raf, and we'll be your casters for this best of 3 series in the upper bracket.
And it's definitely going to be a best of 3. I mean, pardon me. My goodness, I have to clear my throat for that. I'm getting a little too excited, but with everything that the panel has mentioned, there's definite traits that NAOS have really mulled over, especially with, I think it was Vil or was it Taylor who mentioned how they did have an early stumble. And sometimes stumbling early is the best thing for some of these teams because you avoid being complacent and you start refining your approach to the game. And that's exactly what we've seen from them. And you did say that this could be a classic in the making because if NCG continue what they did yesterday against Game Up, of course, this is a team of a different caliber, but if they remain in that shape, with that confidence, and with that, I guess, cleanliness in their execution, then we could see them make NAOS bleed.
I absolutely agree, man. NCG, again, I think Taylor was the one to mention it, always on a forward trajectory, always on that elevation as they try to make things better. During the entire regular season, they were just going up and down, left and right, but they're still able to bring it back. And that's what I think makes, you know, anybody who is an NCG fan, a NCG fan. I think our agent selection is already prepped for you guys. Let's go check it out real quick. What do we have for Pearl that honestly is kind of scary between both of these teams? They did mention that NCG, this was the map that, you know, they got that game off of NAOS, but to be honest as well, NAOS, that was the, you know, the shaky NAOS. After that, they were absolutely perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
Perfect.
Well, you know, jokes aside, this is definitely their best chance of taking momentum away from NAOS and potentially expose, if not create new weaknesses. I mean, I think Pearl is probably the most inspected map of lock-in. I mean, there were so many new strategies that all of us were not very accustomed to. In any case, we see that double controller, I believe, on the side of NAOS, unless my eyes deceive me. I'm surprised they didn't pull out the Harbor because the Harbor Viper has been so increasingly popular.
Isn't it a mirror match right now?
I think so. They went for Astra Viper, which I feel like has its merits. I feel like the game is gonna have a definite slowdown with this type of lineup. I mean, yesterday we did talk about Pearl being arguably the slowest map in the game right now in terms of tempo.
Even more so than Ascent, right?
I think so.
Yeah, absolutely. Because again, there's just so many things that just kind of go into your head about how you want to go for those rotations. And even though, again, this it doesn't feel like a mirror matchup because they're trying to match against each other. It's a mirror matchup because this is how they've been playing. Is it me or am I seeing double? No.
Double of what? No, there is a slight difference. No,
I saw the
actually,
ghost
no.
of you. Yeah, a little bit of the ghost there of the map selection. You know, it's down. It's
I
down.
never said I'd stay forever. But if you guys get that, you know, you are getting up there. In any case, it is a mirror matchup with the compositions of the teams here. It's just going to be a difference of approach. And I like that NAOS take that super forward plant here. They do leave a little bit of a flank watch, but in turn they're leaving Art open if NCG take that avenue. But no, it looks like they're going to just body pile here towards A main. Zind is going to try and open it up, and what a beautiful shot, landing it onto Poppy. But it's a little too late as Patman, Maxi actually fall into this one. It gets reduced to scrap. And the pistol is going to go into the favor of NAOS convincingly. I feel like the plant position there was super unexpected. Typically, if you want to go for the pistol, you get that, I think it's at the hut plant, the default plant,
Yeah.
and then you try to flood main. Maybe have somebody in dugout and Art, but typically it's that scheme instead of having it way closer to Flower.
The thing is, they pushed all the way through Art, and then they cleared up near Sewer first before actually making any set plays on the A side. I really like this because they did push a little bit more aggressive onto the spawn. What this does, you know, not looking at the post plant, but rather the positioning that you force your opponents into is you're just going to get stuck, right? If they try to rotate outside of B alley to go back onto the B side, that's a long corridor. If someone's lurking on door and they hear you, they're going to catch your rotation off. If you try to back away on spawn, you're going to get caught at, you know, the entryway at Sewer, which is a tight corner, murder hole basically. So I really like that pinch that comes in on pistol because you just use the bodies to overwhelm. So it's a really good starting strat, and now wherever they plant the spike, it's before that they really had the most impact, at least in that pistol.
So something that I love bringing up when we watch a NAOS game or an Oasis game, and basically our top 1 and 2 teams. I don't even know who's a clear-cut number 1 here, especially with the recent performances.
If they get the rematch, we'll know.
We'll know when we get the rematch, if we get the rematch. But I love their flexibility during the early rounds. They really love to use that clock, and their understanding of the macro is just on another level in comparison to our, I would say, middle-of-the-pack type of teams. Not saying that they don't have the potential to do so, but with the support staff available to NAOS, and of course available to Oasis, they have so many of those bright minds working behind the scenes.
Was that a intentional nade or molly throw from Poppy where he got stuck on the wall?
I'm not entirely sure.
You'll see it later when he tries to activate it, but should be a quick cleanup here, as there's not really much of, you know, anything that kind of threatens anything. A flick from Maxi, not even connecting at all there. He's going to try to break all the utilities here. A slow start. Senor Carl, though, hits a couple of shots, whips it down. That is, I believe, his Bulldog here, but they can't pick it up. They can't save it. Just going to have to concede to the explosion. Right there. See, on the right.
I see it.
Stuck on the corner.
Is that supposedly to deny the Art push if he's playing super back? I mean, maybe it's just a misthrow, right?
Yeah.
We'll never know. If we see that again, then there is intention behind it. Other than that, I kind of want to reel it back as well. Again, there was not a lot of threat in that, I guess, in that round, knowing that it was the upgrade. But now, how are they going to handle the bonus? I've always championed NAOS to be one of the more active teams to really capitalize on a weaker armory. It's never really just stopping at, oh, we want to hurt their economy. We want to see how we can steal it away. There's a little bit of presence towards mid with Jaw leaving that turret, and that's going to keep the defenders wondering, probably freezing them in place up until there's going to be a hard confirm on the site. And with Maxi just being the sentinel that he is, he's going to hear at least 2 of the utilities pop, and that's going to prompt everybody on NCG to rotate in. And Maxi, he gets 1, but that's all he gets. That's a Vandal given up. That's going to be Mojer picking it up. And with Dugout already being cleared like this, Asarai, this retake is going to prove to be infinitely more difficult. There's a small guessing game if ever they try to go for Flower. But this is going to be a difficult task at hand for NCG.
The thing is, they're playing so close together. A couple of utilities giving them some openings here. NDG finds one. There's double up there onto Dugout near Flower, as you mentioned. But Ja swings perfectly to save Senor Carl. It's all down to Patman 2 versus 1. Swings. Oh, hits another. Could go for the big win. Unfortunately, Mojo denies, and that's going to be NAOS once again. 3 consecutive as these haymakers do not stop coming.
Indeed. Looking like a absolute beast, a unit of a boxer. But one thing that we've noticed in NAOS's plants is that they've really been ignoring the front of the site. It's always been a plant that's secure from dugout and just away from art. I'm not entirely sure what they want to condition in the long run, but it's a nice, refreshing look. NCG, now they're suffering a very, very weak buy here. Oh, I mean, to be honest, they didn't even play that last round bad. It's just, like I said right there, was a crossfire. There was a mini game that they had to play to take control over Flower. But they just couldn't get enough bodies to secure the trades quickly enough, even against Bulldogs.
Interestingly, even though NAOS plays, that close up, they kind of play in a line where refrags and holding angles is actually pretty plausible for them, right? In that's specific location, in those specific spots that they were just, kind of tucked themselves in. Anyways, NCG looks like they're going to go for the Hail Mary pass here of just going straight for the B site with that Viper wall, giving them a bit of coverage. There it is. Utility. One at the back of the site. Mojo's going to be up for the fight first. Swings on 2. And Patman just barely survives, but only for a couple of seconds. Try to wiggle, jiggle, and, well, whatever iggle that he wants to do to just get out of the way. It's not going to work, unfortunately.
In the end, he does end up folding, but we do have a big flank on Zind. He could line one up.
Oh, the timing for Wits.
Timing has just not been very kind, and I like that you brought it up at the beginning of the round. NAOS, despite being super compact, they don't neglect their spacing. And I think that's one of the biggest things that make our top team succeed. Again, sure, you have the power positions, but is it really a net positive when your trades are coming in late? I mean, that's the biggest crux we've seen from a lot of the teams, even in lock-in, right?
Yeah. Well, that's not a net positive at all, because it just means that there's something that's lacking in, I guess, the clearing, aspect of a team.
And other than that, again, oh, look at Ref and Asar, they're just being nerds about the game again. Obviously, right? But in any case, without any jokes, or at least for the next 5 seconds, I think routing is such an underrated thing. When you're mapping as a team, and you can really see that it's paying off for basically so many of our teams when they have proper control of what avenue they want to take to go into a site. There's no doubling up. They don't get hit by collaterals. They don't get hit by stray, I guess, any spray downs or whatsoever. And NCG, I like this timeout. Oh, isn't NCG's head coach, I believe, is 2766?
Yeah.
And
alongside Maxi, supposedly.
yeah, along Maxi. So that's a pretty crazy combination. On the side of NAOS, we have
Isn't it Amex?
Amex, right?
Yeah.
So again, this is just a big callback. These two used to be inseparable when they used to play together. So to see their minds in the form of just coaching and using their teams to, again, portray their strategies and whatever, it's a really interesting matchup. There's a lot to talk about.
Speaking of which of that, wasn't 2766 also in Sunsparks and Hashira? So that means that he also played
Exactly.
with Amex on Sunsparks and Hashira?
As I mentioned, even in the olden days, these two were inseparable. And by the hand of fate, a very cruel one, in fact, they're trying to basically strangle each other again. But now, NAOS and NCG, I don't think there's still a clear-cut advantage here. 4-0 is pretty big, but we've seen adjustments happen on the fly, and we've seen swings just flip itself over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as our great overlord Trix has reminded me in the past that Valorant, it's a game of momentum. So if NAOS, or excuse me, not NAOS, but if NCG can find that shimmer of just one round, they can string multiple. That's usually how it goes. And you know, NCG is a team that can really make that work. Zin needs to heat up absolutely here. And finding that pick onto Ja, timing is as beautiful as it can be. That calls the rotation for Singer or Carl to stop them dead in their tracks. And now frantically pushing forward here because they need to at least have a little bit more map control. NDG right now saving up. Patman, perfect re-peek on Heaven, and Papi Chula gets called right back in. There's going to be one from Wit, tries to get back into the corner, unfortunately will not work, but the quick refrag from Zin saves the day for NCG, and they'll have their first round victory.
Very dicey one though, but you did mention that one of the biggest win conditions for NCG is Zind heating up. And if not Zind, then mid. And as of recent, we've seen Patman actually go crazy. He's had many a clutch and impressive statistics in their last series. They all have to really pull through this. NAOS have just been so refined. There have been very, very little mistakes and if not weaknesses to really exploit. And you did talk about momentum. Me personally, I think Pearl is just so difficult to build any meaningful momentum on. I feel like it's the complete opposite of Icebox in that regard too, because Icebox, you can hella snowball Icebox.
I'm thinking about that too. I feel like I can see why. Because again, you can always disrupt momentum on Pearl because of just the layout of the land. And experience and history has kind of shown us that, right?
Yeah.
All right, so with that being said, that still means that NCG, or with that being said, NCG still needs to bring this back around. Zind, he only has the Blaze. He's good with it, but we know how NAOS plays around utility. They are absolutely good at reading certain situations such as this. And NCG, I'm not sure if he got caught out by the dog. Any case, there you go. Quick pull and trigger here on Art. Dog clears up onto the other side. Spots one out in the open. Patman was unaware. That is going to be a huge hit because that leaves one player, Maxi, on the site. And he's been a great anchor some of these rounds or some of these games before. But when it's the full front of NAOS, he's just going to drop down dead. In the case, 3 versus 5 here. Zin's already coming around the corner, trying to help out his Brodies all the way through spawn, while Singer Carl is going to be by himself lurking elsewhere. They do hear his snake bite. He's trying to get their attention, but yeah, there's just too much coverage right now for NAOS on the entirety of the side. Zin trying to go for hero. We'll see if that's going to be the case or if he drops down to 0. Okay, he's back into cover. Spots out one. Beautiful execution. Can he follow up though? That's a big question. Can't find anything through the pop shots on the smoke. Jaws playing close. I'm not sure if they hear each other, but Zin is taking massive damage from this ultimate, and Mid Mather is just going balls to the wall aggressive. And as Zin tries to follow up, as he tries to find any bit of just success that round, gets denied.
Denied is probably the best way to put it. It did look so good on those initial takes, but the moment NAOS realizes, oh my goodness, we're giving up so much range, we're giving up so much space, press a little bit more and let Ja work his magic. Considering that Art has been a strong point, not just for a direct take, but something that they've been using as a bit of as a conditioning tool. Thing about that round was NCG, they typically have more presence towards mid like this one. Just the one round, they decide not to do it. Now hinge it off perfectly. So that's another layer that NCG have to keep in mind, and the mental stack could be a little overwhelming. Zind gets Mojer, the spearhead has been broken. But Zind is also very, very low. If Batman can connect with him, but it doesn't seem that way. It looks like they're going to be leaning towards an anti-long retake. They'll just have to keep on guessing. As now, they seem very, very committed already. They have nobody, and I mean nobody, aside from the alarm bot and the turret to just occupy that rear flank.
I thought they were saying, but you'll have to be remiss about this flank coming in from Saint Carl. If he does find NDG, this is going to be huge. NDG's only clearing up the right side of him. And Sayer Carl with the off angle, absolutely beautiful. Unfortunately, no, hold on. He got second. Ja was supposed to be the one that fixed him up, but he had help. And unfortunately, that help turned into disaster. 3 versus 2. Not yet done. Can't pick up the weapons just yet. Holding on. They have 30 seconds. You can see Witz is clearing up the angle by himself because there's a possibility that NCG could go for the flank. They're aware that there's a couple of weapons. They're kind of exposed to the elements. And right now, there's no big ultimates. Flash not connecting. No good information for NAOS here. Needs to break the NAOS storm. That was clutch. That was absolutely necessary. That gives Ja position, moment to breathe, and moment to fight. Although he's whiffing a little bit here. He needs to push the fight here, but there's somebody right on top, but Ja is just too good. His clairvoyance is absolutely on a whole other level. 4K for Ja, and clearing up the round here for NAOS.
I feel like there was a little bit of a miscom there on the side of NCG. You saw Zin trying to find a target, trying to find a sure shot. But despite Maxi's great effort to really buy as much time as he did, and he tried to get that Nano Arm, as you mentioned, that was incredibly clutch. That was still a very, very expensive eco round. But let's look at the lead. There's so much that NAOS can give right now, and quite honestly, even with the Spectator Sharingan, we're not entirely sure what the master plan is for NAOS, nor do we know what their main point of attack is, because they have been working A in so many ways. Either it's from mid presence early like this, or just straight up taking main. Batman getting 2 for himself, but the rest of his team is just way far removed from each other to make a meaningful hold here. Maxi has made all the right calls, but there is 3 angry siege machines outside of A. He only has a single Nano Swarm here, and that's only really going to buy him a few seconds, but what does he need the Nano Swarm for when the Vandal rings true? And a massive hold on the side of NCG. NAOS, they give up yet another round.
That was a big mistake from... And all right, great recap or save of round by NCG. But I think that was a mistake that they did the double smoke on top mid, or I think the smoke on top mid, that relegator that pretty much said to NAOS, all right, they're going to go aggressive on mid here. Let's play a little bit slow, let them cook, throw out the flashes, blind them, and thankfully Maxi steps up to the plate. I was mentioning a while ago that, you know, during the tail end of the regular season, he started getting a lot more clutches here for NCG. Mentioned how for NCG they needed, if they're going to stick with Maxi, they need him to be more of an impactful player, not just the mastermind behind the plans. And it did work for a second. It did work for that time. But coming into this round, NAOS very much more prepared. And now, again, they're going to utilize the dog here. Senior Carl timing is going to be key. But he got spotted. He got spotted.
But he still gets 1, gets a 3rd, and NCG, the heroics continue, and these narrow corridors have been a catacomb. Is he going to get a 4th? Absolutely, yes. Post-mortem. And Maxi remaining tall. He's still standing after everything. And NCG, this is their best map after all. They have to make a stand here. They've, as we mentioned and as the panel mentioned, even though it was a different overall theme, sometimes it's better to stumble early so you can fix those mistakes and don't make them later on in the game and later on in your career. Basically anything, right? A little bit of life advice, apparently.
Wow.
But this was crazy. I'm not entirely sure why they didn't just spam check if they saw the initial barrel stick out of the smoke. But in any case, now they take a timeout here, a very well-placed one. I feel like that's also an underrated tool that's not utilized well enough for a lot of the teams. It's just timeouts. Just use it. If you feel like you're crumbling, if you feel like you're slipping just a little bit, take a deep breath, take a step back, and both NAOS and NCG have been very, very smart with their application of that.
I'll go the other way. I feel like our teams right now are respecting the timeouts here. We saw that yesterday with Action PH as well as Abaddon Abyss. We saw that with the other teams that we have here in the regular season. So I think we are there at that point. Again, people might wonder, timeout this, timeout that. It's really, really pivotal in getting that reset and just, you know, having that extra time to discuss things, because sometimes if it's not started the game round where you have, what is it, like 45 seconds, it's like 30, it's not enough. You want the extra minute just so that you don't have to scramble setting things up, just that you have time to talk. It's such a pivotal thing. Flash for flash, though.
Yeah. Despite the flashes being traded, people don't realize is that while the round is moving just like this, when people are still static, when you don't have access to information, you are going to be thinking what might be moving, what might be shifting, where is the weak side, all of these things. But now they take a quicker approach and they try to barrel through A. Maxi has been an absolute demon for them, but quickly exercised by Mojo here. And they do lose another body towards Art. They have nothing to confirm this with. And it doesn't check. Zin, he does get cleared out by the cabbages, but Ja, he's still too quick despite a delayed check. And now a 3v4. We still have Blades on the side of Mojo, but with a Phantom in hand, he has no need for it. Meanwhile, Senior Carl has that pit. If he can just set foot on this site, then that could be something of an X factor. But there is a crossfire here between him and Art. Beautiful smoke. Still manages to survive an extra second. It's Patman again making it happen. But the rest of NAOS, once again, the fundamental trading is just way too smooth and too quick.
No worries, Charlie.
To add to that, NCG are losing their nerve much earlier here. It might not seem like that though, but you just see the layer of where NAOS places themselves right on that post plant. Very all about having somebody else find the information first and tuck your key pieces in the site itself. One of those key pieces, Wits. Look at that. Nobody cleared him up until the very last second because they were more aware of the more standard angles, more default angles. But NAOS doesn't play by those rules. You saw how quickly they were able to just devolve the retake of NCG and dismantle it quite quickly. In any case, NAOS here, they're on a roll. 2 more rounds if they can. They're going to get 3-9. Thankfully for NCG, though, at least if they build up some steam next round, they're going to have a whole enchilada of ultimates. But Ja, his time is divine. Even if Maxi shows himself like that, the Classic's not going to have too much of a bite.
Well, again, it's an eco round, and NCG, I think their imperative here was to just flood the site with bodies and hopefully that they can take out a few guns, maybe give it back to them. They saw a little bit of success. I believe this was, what, round 4, round 5? If my memory serves me correctly. But Zind, he did invest blades here. So if he chooses to save for an op in that penultimate round, it's just not going to be available for him. In any case, he is still going to go for it. And an interesting choice considering Mid Mathers was ways away. And that is going to be a demoralizing whiff, in all honesty. I mean, it's one of those things where you would think it's a free kill, but people tend to forget when they're not directly looking at you, the hitboxes can be just so deceptive. In any case, Astra, we have
Zind op. Sorry, I was just
Zind
looking
op.
for it.
Yeah, like I mentioned, right? If he was going to go for the op anyway, would have it been smart to keep the blade so you have that sort of insurance? But in any case, we still have a lot of high impact ultimates on both sides here. We still have the lockdown on the side of Maxi. We have the Cosmic Divide on Mid Mathers, which is an uncharacteristically cold game for him. We talked about how they do love to use those one and done spots. And Zind, oh no, he gets caught by the wall. And NDG still finishes him off. And that's going to be the operator being dropped. No more value. And they can't recover it either. They are struggling. They're scrambling, Astra. And NAOS is reveling in it. Map control, map control. NCG have been bamboozled. They've been all pulled to A.
Absolutely. I will say that technically wasn't a whiff from Zind. His crosshair was in the right place, but he moved. So the
inaccuracy.
The inaccuracy hit him. There we go. Thank you. Anyways, oh, that's a big, big no-no. Anyways, back on the site, Mid Matters can make some splashes, some waves here from the back of things as he waits for his teammates. He does have his ultimate, but NDG can return in kind. They need to set something up first in terms of their ultimates. This was supposed to be the pivotal round for them because they have so much to throw, but NAOS denies them from even capitalizing on that, unfortunately. Like I mentioned, 3-9. You mentioned this yesterday, Raph, that we're not superstitious people, but 3-9 and Ray Curse
is Ray casting? No, she's not.
She's here.
I know she is.
She is.
She's casting? Oh dear.
Oh dear me.
I don't know. If I don't know, it doesn't exist. No, I'm kidding. Ignorance is bliss, apparently. But, of course, guys, knowledge check. Just to circle back on my original point, this is NCG's best map. This is supposedly where they will make a stand. But now it's just tearing them down like this. What does this mean for the rest of the series?
You know what? I don't want to forecast that far yet because NCG, they're a team that has proven themselves.
They've been incredibly gritty also.
They have been incredibly gritty, especially when, again, sometimes they start off a little bit cold, and that's where we mentioned, you know, Zind sometimes underperforms. But once he starts to get their groove, that's when we see, you know, NCG really rally back. But it's a far cry from what we want to kind of witness, especially them being against NAOS. They don't want to be in this predicament here, Raph. Any case, NCG slowly pushing to the back of the B site here, planting on default, but they have to play on the side itself because it's planted for safe, not really for B long. And NCG, is he alone? No, he does have Patman right beside him.
And another thing that we talked about, Mid is an incredibly, well, playmaking type of controller. His other counterpart just got shot in the face, but Mojer will also get that trade, so this blitz towards B is just not working out. Now so they are hitting them where it hurts, and Maxi, being the last one alive, will have to face the most barrels, and he will get executed. But now we have the double-digit lead on NAOS. Effectively, if NCG don't force this one out, then we're probably going to have round 14, I believe, to them. But to circle it back, right, mid matters for him to be fully enabled is that he loves to play around his utility, and he loves to make short bursts with whatever he has available. Now, NAOS have been playing so compact, and they have been so clean with their just general map movement. It's not giving mid matters enough time to set up for himself, and quite frankly, not for his team either. And we're seeing NCG suffer from that.
Does feel that way. I don't know, man. The mirror match was supposed to be, you know, I guess a visibility of how well NCG, you know, can deal with the setups here. But now they've had time to just basically, yeah, play proper. Look at that, man. The wall was absolutely predictable. No flashes as well from Patman, right? As they try to clear for B main, or B long if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, full contact was the play call. But full contact they get, and a bruised jaw. As NCG, with this pretty shaky armory, is already getting rattled. One more member alive. It's Mid Mathers. He has to make a miracle happen here. Like I said, he loves to make small plays out of these smokes. Does get one with Mojer. Oh my goodness! They're gonna knife him. They're not gonna knife him. They're just gonna classic. And like I said, Aster, right now, they are on a bit of a high right now. They are just playing so well. NCG haven't really discovered that skeleton key they need to unlock their playbook. But there's just so many hotspots around the map that they can't really shift their defense either. So now they've been incredibly suffocating. And NCG, they're fighting for air.
How are they supposed to breathe with no air?
We have a respiratory system.
Oh, okay.
That's right. I don't think I have to explain this to you, right?
The song, man. Don't you know the best? Jordan Sparks. All right. Hold on. Let's get back into the game first. Want to see where this takes us here because, ooh, that was a good shot. How did Senior Carl find that? Jaw is down. His weapon is exposed, and they're going to try to flush NDG from the alley here just to back away. Okay, he does get forced back. They can't pick up the weapon, which is going to be huge if they do. But of course, they still lack the proper firepower, but now they can use the numbers to their advantage. Wits. Oh, they did flash him, but I don't think they know that he's that close. In any case, does get spotted by the alarm bot, especially when Maxi is just holding the flank for the moment, for now. Zin does have the weapon, trying to wrap around. You can already see Wits and teammate already backing up onto the A side. Now that they haven't gotten the kill, there's no need to really overextend their reach on Art here.
Not at all.
Yeah, especially when, again, they just know that NCG, they have the numbers, but they don't have the utility.
30 seconds left.
I'm still trying to figure out what NCG want to do here. They have set foot towards Art, but look at NAOS. They know that there's a little bit of contact towards B-Long, but they don't pull any aggro. But Wits, where did he come from? No guiding light, nothing in Papi Chulo from the shadows. Will Shang Zind. And a desperate 2v4 here. Time is running out. The spike has not been planted, and Batman has to make something happen. But nothing. They're dead in the water right now. Again, just the consequences of going for that force buy earlier, but what choice did they have, Asterai?
Yeah.
3-12. It's been brutal.
And the synchronicity, dude, from NAOS is just absolutely phenomenal at this point. It feels like when somebody makes some waves on where Wits was, they'll use him as bait, get the peek out from Papi Chulo, and NCG can't. It seems like in this first game, they can't read that far enough. They focus too heavily on the person that's right in front of them that they forget that it's still NAOS approaching from multiple directions.
Well, to be fair on the side of NCG, when you're down like this and the way they have been in the last half, sometimes you gotta try and build it up brick by brick. So maybe
that's a good point.
The bigger picture might escape them. But again, guys, this is still the first map of the series. Anything can still happen. NCG, they have made crazier comebacks. Right now with the operator peering down B-Long. Mojer looks to make some noise, and as you mentioned, make a splash. Maxi, he is tempting fate here as NDG can't even get a clean duel here. Mojer gets one. Once again, the long-range dominance being exercised. And the rest of NCG, they're still scrambling for some sort of control over the map. They do have deep rotator control, and Wits is there. But I doubt that the timing will be in favor of any of these teams. Still in a bit of a neutral state, really. But look at NAOS. They have now control over B long. So if this lurk will come through that, and maybe it's going to prove problematic.
So the answer back here from Naos is to rotate Papichulo away from the site and on the way to A main so that he can at least isolate himself from one or from multiple explosive angles. If he does have good timing, he's going to find mid matters just lurking somewhere here. And Papichulo decides to go to the other side. Senor Carl, oh, he reacts perfectly. I don't even know how he heard that or if he was just aware of it. In any case, that was massive. Wow. As well, finding wits. These slow pickoffs from NCG really thriving at this point. But of course, with all of that, Naos will have to save. Mojer does have the operator, does not want to lose it that early because it's expensive of equipment,
Was it NCG versus Action where NCG actually battled through a 0-12 or a 0-11? Something crazy like that where Pac-Man just exploded for a bunch of multi-kills. But in any case, we focus our lenses on here, and I just wanted to bring that back because NCG, they still have the potential to clutch up, and they take another round. Once again, Asarai, brick by brick, step by step, slowly try to build it up. But with Mojer still not operator and the bank of Naos being so healthy, this is still going to be a difficult task moving forward. They have to play flawless for the next 8 rounds or so.
We're gonna see the replay in just a bit. That was again huge heroics from Zin. I believe he was gravity. Well, yeah, right there in the corner. Oh, he was debuffed. That was huge. Played along near the utilities of Naos and used it against him. Against them, excuse me. Absolutely gorgeous play from Zind. Right now, as you mentioned, it's already danger o'clock here for NCG as they look on their watches. 8 rounds is what they need, as is obvious to all of us.
Ow.
Zind takes a bit of damage as well. But it's very doable here for NCG. They're starting to pick up steam. That's the most important thing right now for the challengers.
Indeed, it is important, Asarai, and I'm not sure what kind of watch you're looking at. My watch doesn't say danger o'clock. It's just, it's a humble watch.
It's okay. I am the danger.
Danger to what? Honestly, to yourself? Go wear a helmet or something. NCG, they try to barrel in towards the site, and there's just so many walls to divide their attention up. And Papichulo, once again, there is no clear line of sight for him, and they still don't know where all these defenders are coming from. And Ja, who has been an absolute monster, continues to terrorize NCG as Papichulo to get that final blow on towards Maxi. And that is going to be 4 rounds to 13. And that is going to be a quick and strong way to start the day. And it's smiles all around for the boys over Naos.
The boys in white, look at that. Absolutely, just as you mentioned, enjoying themselves. They know that they've, just performed a perfect game. Yes, there were a couple of anomalies in Thank you. In the clutches of Maxi and Senor Carl, but after that, it kind of just did not follow through.
Well, I guess anomaly is a strong word for it, right? Because we have talked about the potential of NCG to really claw it back, but with the way Naos has been playing and honestly just proving that this is such an incompatible matchup, there was no room to make individual plays on the side of NCG and just really no room for them to flourish. Normally we see Zin clutch it up many times. Whenever they're down in a hole, it's either Zin or just really anyone on the side of NCG, but statistically speaking, none of them really popped off.
Yeah, that's I think one of the biggest issues as well. It could be also stem from the fact that Naos just didn't give them the opportunity to do so. You saw how well they were able to just cut off the rotations of NCG, basically herd this NCG roster into positions where they want them to be at. And there were positions where NCG thought that, this B-long setup that we have, we could start slowly pushing up on our wall, and then Mojo's right there on the top. They did not expect that, got caught, and like you mentioned, they were kind of dry peeking a lot of the things, slow pushing abilities here, or angles here. It could work against any other team, but with Naos, you have to be as proactive as this team, even more so, to just get the catch off against them.
Proactivity is something that we need a little bit more from NCG, and that's probably another reason why they just couldn't get those heat ups going for them. They just did not have any room to really play their own game. And I like the way that you mentioned it. They were basically funneled by Naos. Naos were leading this dance all the way through.
There was no real threat level. And again, every kind of play that this team wanted to utilize, it's read so well by now. So I mentioned how, you know, there was the NCG putting out the smoke on top mid. This one is one I was mentioning. And then
Speaking of,
everybody just from now flashed and just delayed peek on mid and got a couple of kills.
speaking of mid, as in like the position of the map, there was no real meaningful control on the side of NCG.
True.
There were so many times where they would get the first 2 picks, but what did they do with this type of information? Again, nothing. But with everything going in their way, Ja is going to be delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. Once again, congratulations on a very dominating map 1. This is still a whole series, Asarai, but with the map beat the way it looked, NCG have to pick it up. For the lack of a better term, they have to pick it up.
They definitely do, because again, at least for NCG, we are at that double eliminations. They still are here in the upper bracket, so there's a chance. Chance for this team to always come back if ever they do lose this series. But who wouldn't want to stick it to NAOS, right? Who wouldn't want to beat one of the top teams right now in the Philippines?
That's also one of the, I guess, the downsides of being one of the best teams in PH. You're always going to have a target on your back, but they like to deal with their problems facing front. So it just makes it so difficult for them to honestly just lose out those duels, Asarai. But I think before we can ramble on, I think we'll be going on a quick and short break, right? Don't get distracted. Look at the beautiful...
All right, I'm looking at you anyways, guys. We're gonna, you know, look at each other while we're on the break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As Asar nearly seared a hole into me by staring at me for what, the 5 whole minutes?
I mean, I could say the same to you, man.
You know, maintain strong contact. Strong eye contact. I got a little confused there, but with confusion. Eye strong, me strong, we strong. You benched 315, I think. In any case, guys, jokes aside. Speaking of confusion, I feel like NCG's target priority was a bit of a problem in that last map. Again, they had the semblance of a little bit of control, but with that, they didn't necessarily have a nice follow-through to it. But again, this is a whole series. I was talking about it with Asar, just a little backstage, that NCG, they just go crazy in map 2. The recovery is fantastic, maybe even the best. But against NAOS, that is going to be a true testament of their perseverance, I would believe.
Yeah, and the thing is, our second map is going to be Lotus. So, again, no true information with NAOS about... I mean, I do remember NAOS going against Oasis in the tournament before regular split. I can't remember if it was VXV or...
I can't remember either, but I know which matchup you're talking about.
Yeah, Oasis won, right? If I'm not mistaken. It's like 2-1, but they won Lotus, if I'm not mistaken, or they 2-0
like
NAOS. In any case, that was a long, long time ago. That's a couple of months already down the line.
Has it been?
Yeah, it has
my
been. Last year,
goodness.
dude. So,
It's been,
and it's already March, so there is lots of time to basically concoct a new formula right now for NAOS on Lotus. We don't know how they're going to be playing this new Valorant map. What's going to be their setup? Are we going to be seeing Wits go back on maybe his Harbor? We have seen, I think it was Abaddon Abyss that utilized the Harbor before with V-Black. So could be a possibility, just, you know, throwing it out there.
Throw it out there. What did you say? Concoct some sort of potion, some chemical
Little
X. Well, wait, that's a little, you know, obviously.
Actually, it's pretty apt
because NAOS have the Powerpuff Girls on their side, so that's
Three
kind of
little
unfair,
girls.
right? That's kind of unfair on the side of NCG when you have superpowers on one end. But again, NAOS, right, we refocus our lenses here. And again, Lotus is a little bit of a mystery to us, but NAOS have shown that they have been... Are you okay?
Yes, it's flu season. Anyways, you know what? I don't have it. But you know what is good when you're not feeling too good is to buy unlimited food with Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
There you go, folks. He said it. That's his dopamine hit of the day. You can see that
when
smile.
when I hear pesos, surgical steel blades, Home Shopping Network, all that good stuff.
Buy now and get one for free. And maybe that's what NAOS is going for, the clean 2-0, because again, Lotus being a relative unknown, or at least with the data that we've had, Lotus is not that exposed to all of us, at least in the local region, right?
With the data that we have, would you say, again, for those that are just watching us right now, is Lotus heavily attacker-sided?
Well, if you think about it this way, it's a map with 3 different philosophies on how to defend on all separate sites, right? B is a little more claustrophobic, which favors a little bit more CQC. On the side of C, it's a little more elevated, so there's a little bit more verticality. A is really, really open, especially when you're going into A main. Operators are going to dominate. And you could say the same thing about, I guess, the main of C too. Is it attacker-sided? Generally, yes, because it's also a pretty recent map, so teams are still trying to figure out what's the optimal defensive composition for this. We have seen quite a bit of double controller with the single initiator. Sova being in more of a favor in comparison to Fade, interestingly enough, especially in the international scene. Sky has been seeing a little bit of love too, but I am hoping to actually see that Harbor. And in fact, I'm surprised that we're not seeing too much Harbor.
Because the thing is, right, thankfully enough, I was able to get in, with the broadcast for Lock-in Sao Paulo, because that's one of the things I kind of wanted to point it out as well, that Loud versus Fnatic finals, Loud was one of the few teams that at least I've seen in a live match actually make defensive side very, very much work. And I think it's because of the Harbor per se. Because the thing is, you want the safety of a Sage, but you don't want her other utilities. No need for the slow orb, no need for the res. If you think about it, in Lotus, you want the double controller because smokes give you better angles to clear. If you're defending, at least the attackers won't have, so many angles to just look at you and shoot at you. If you're going to retake a site, you have the Cove to be a little bit of support. There's a lot of things that I feel like the double controller with the Harbor really puts the shine in this Lotus map.
And in that vein, Loud and NAOS are very similar on the defending side because they're incredibly active. And that's fully benefiting them if they ever pick that Harbor, which is also another reason why they're so strong on Icebox. Potentially, we could see that translate here on Lotus. But I believe we are going to be jumping right into the Agent Select. No more, I guess, speculations left to the imagination, as we are actually going to see Papi Chulo on that Omen. Are we going to see the Harbor is the question. We're definitely going to see...
Probably not. On the other side, though, we do with Mid Mathers going to be picking up the Harbor here. I think this was the composition that they used against Oasis. I really have to double check that.
I like the Breach pick. Breach is incredibly obnoxious on this map, to say the least. Wits on that Sage, yet again flexing his versatility. And that is going to be potentially a different strategy NAOS might employ here. I'm trying to see how this all fits in the proverbial bigger picture. Again, it does look like there's a little more control on the side of NCG, considering they do have double controller. They're going to be a little more active in clogging up those lanes as well. So maybe orb control is going to go in their favor. That's also another plus side of Cove. And the Cove is going to be so ridiculous in post plans. But now, though, they do have a lot of jumping capability, especially with Mojer on that Neon. And the Sage is going to provide quite a bit of sustainability. But could you imagine you get caught by a slow orb, now you're going to get relay bolted, now you're going to get a fault line, and it's just on and on with all these CC abilities.
So from what you mentioned, right, NAOS's style right now feels like it's very much...
It's reactive.
Reactive, and at least it's much more... It's kind of telegraphed. Because you look at the comp, you already know what's going to be coming. At least for the side here of NCG, they have options where NAOS might not yet truly figure out what's going to be happening. And you look at this comp from NAOS and you think, are they starting on the attacking side? No, they're actually starting from the defending here. So, you know what, if you've played Lotus on rank, you might have seen Breaches just throw out the fault line at the very start on A main. There's a huge possibility that could be the starting case as well from NAOS' side. So we'll have to see how this kind of unravels as we prepare ourselves to get into that second game.
Just a small disclaimer too, ranked is just severely different from
yes,
flow play.
I was just saying it's
I know,
a possibility.
I get it. I know you're a man of the people and you're always looking out for everybody, you know?
No, I'm just trying to make it relatable as well.
Yeah. Hey, Asarai, I heard you don't play Valorant despite you being very close to Radiant. My, what an accusation. Anywho.
Oh, Gecko's also out too.
Oh,
so,
yeah, that's cool.
Oh, fun fact, guys, if you have Game Pass for PC, Echo is...
yeah, actually, you're right.
Yeah. This is for a disclaimer. For those that have it, you know, you can link up your right account. It's no harm, no foul. You can have it for free. Yeah. Just, you know, just want to show some love out there. Love you guys. Shouts to all the kings and queens.
Because we've not had the chance to replicate that comp. We have not seen a split game, but as we see NCG, they go for an explosive start. And Wits is going to fall first. The rest of the defense has collapsed on this, but wow. NCG, we talked about that imperative of them to really recover. And they're doing it so well. Ja is on the flank. He has 3 opponents to worry about. That Cove is going to provide cover from a recovering, I believe that was a senior Carl. But a crossfire is in place. What can Ja do? His turret is nowhere to be found. Not in his inventory either. He's going to go out of range. If he can isolate them, this could be doable, but nope, just too many bullets going his way, and he is going to look like Swiss cheese. NCG drawing first blood Asarai, I already like it.
That was huge, and we already see the capabilities of them just being able to reset the match, even though they got slowed by Wits' orb. The smokes as well as the Cove giving them enough coverage here, and this is again why I really do like the Harbor in this perspective. There's so many risky points of interest in Lotus altogether, and as you mentioned, right, it's basically jam-packed or really tight when you try to push on these corners. So having Cove as a bit of safety for long-range bombardment is going to be huge, and they line up. All right. Mojer, though, it gets nothing. Maxi just picks it up. Maxi, again, as I mentioned, man, you know, sometimes he does get the short end of the stick against fights, but well, when he shines, he shines.
to be fair, Asura, he has made strides. So I feel like that's a non-factor now. I mean,
I agree.
he has been keeping up with the best and if not shining above others when he really needs to. With everything being thrown out there, we are going to finally see a more proper round. SR Nacague, they go for the scaling purchase. They have a Phantom, a Bulldog, and 3 Spectres, so they might just want to play the range here. B is still going to be a hot spot for them, but this time around there's a little more resistance on the side of NAOS. They do have some pretty decent range if they want to support, but this one way is just going to keep NCG frozen for a good 30 seconds.
Also, that's why you were seeing the Omen here, because Omen has some pretty sickening one-way smokes on Lotus.
And he's incredibly mobile.
He's incredibly mobile as well. You can basically, again, the impact of a From the Shadows, steal on the spike is, I feel like, so much more impactful here compared to any other map because the rotation time here is just so much longer, even comparing it to something maybe like Haven. In any case, Pearl too, truly. Oh, wow, he even jumped up and still hit the head there. Nail in the coffin, unfortunately. Now much more prepared. They have the better firepower. And NCG's, antics from that previous round not going to come to fruition in this one. There's only 3 to remain, 3 versus 4. But they still have a lot of kumbayas to throw.
Well, the bonus, the damage is being done here. They still have an opening to work with, but Patman is so low. It doesn't help that Mathers gets caught in the crossfire. And Ja gets a big 3K, not allowing anybody to pass through. And the 4th to really get themselves going here. NCG, they still had a very, very intentional push. I think that's one of the biggest things that they were really lacking in that previous map, intention. Sure, they got the picks, but then it just seemed like they were kind of winging it from there. Again, that's just an outside perspective. And now they love to absolutely abuse those moments of hesitation.
Absolutely agree. So what's going to be the follow-up here for NCG? Again, they have the money, they have the weapons, but it's too early to tell. Now the setup once more is there. There's going to be the stun. There's going to be Mojer just running right through. I wonder if who's going to find who first. Okay, so Zin finds NDG. This is good. Leaves Mojer on island, but he does have Rubble to keep himself in contact. And look at that. He's playing the angles perfectly here. They can't really flush him out. And Mojer has just stopped the offense of NCG down to Maxi, down to Senor Carl. If Senor Carl finds a pick here, he'll have From the Shadows. But unfortunately, the refrag is too quick. Maybe, just maybe, if there wasn't an extra person there from NAOS, could have gone the other side, could have gone for the TP onto another lane or another site.
Do you think NCG had enough time to really rotate out after the initial fight? Because it seemed like they wanted to push the issue there.
They definitely did, but at least in terms of the round timer, they definitely had enough time.
They had enough time. And I'm glad that they did stick with that call. Sometimes you just have to really power through it. In any case,
That's true.
It was just Mojer just, you know what, I'm going to decide to show up. I'm going to absolutely obliterate anybody who tries to position me here. But with the Neon, that's the benefit too. It's really hard to beat her to the timing. Again, she can run while the rest of the world is walking.
Yo!
Wow.
Yo!
That's so smart, but it doesn't even save him. Senor Carl with a stinger is going to kill him, cut him down. And that's a second for him too. That's maximum value. And the range has been pretty much avoided. And now NAOS. A twist, a turn. The wrong and the worst way possible, but Zin, check your... Oh my goodness. And now suddenly the recovery begins. And it's being done so beautifully. Zin gets one more for himself. This is a clean 2v2, but Zin's ultimately the only one that's capable of taking these fights cleanly. Papi Chulo, he does have more mobility up in his sleeves. He goes for the fake. Does he just get checked? No, he doesn't. And my goodness, the mix-up pays off. And they can't even flush him out. Yet again, a glimmer of hope, Asarai, but completely extinguished.
Man, Senor Carl taking, things to his own hand here. Who knew you could have actually have gone that creative route? Of course, you can't do it every round because you need that from the shadows, but it's absolutely smart because you know that if people from the defenders push hard on out in the open, pushing up onto Rubble, there's nobody that should be left on the side itself. So all you have to do is really focus on where the head-to-head is and then just pinch. It's absolutely phenomenal. Usually, you use it from the shadows to either
it's a scout.
Scout or lurk from the other side of the map. But doing something like that, well, you know what? Creative as creative can be.
And we absolutely enjoyed.
Oh yeah, dude, that was freaking out when I saw that. It's like, oh, that's so smart. And
We've noticed.
And he hit the paranoid.
It's like, oh, he did the thing. You know, he did the thing. But now Wits.
Doing the other thing.
Yeah, Wits right now has been removed from play, so that's going to be a lot of sustainability and stopping power.
Oh God, Zin.
Away. But Zin. Oh my goodness, Zin. Oh, I thought he had enough time and stuns to really keep himself alive there, but Papi Chulo will eventually find the sneaky man. Ja has been an absolute unit, stopping everything from entering his site. And it doesn't look like it's going to change here. NCG, once again, they're kind of falling into the trap where they're hanging out outside of a site when realistically they could go for a little bit more map control. There's 40 seconds left, and they decide to do that. They take their utility and their manpower elsewhere.
The thing is, right, they couldn't really commit to the push, even though Mid-Matters used that Reckoning,
30
because
seconds
NDG, as you heard it, he countered it out with his own Rolling Thunder. In any case, you're absolutely right. They're hanging around, but they want to cut noise. They want to re-hit on the C site. But because Mojo hasn't found anybody sprinting outside of Rubble, look at where the positioning of NAOS is. They already know that this is going to be a push for NCG. So, as you mentioned a couple of rounds ago, they need to just weather the storm. They need to be able to sail through the maelstrom here, Raph. But unfortunately, their sails got shot. It got ripped open. And the storm brewing that is NAOS Esports really is just absolutely... I was trying to look for a word, and then...
I heard the pause. I'm like, oh, I'm letting him cook. I'm letting him cook.
Is the word tsunamical something? No, probably sure not.
Well,
They're basically a tidal wave, you know, a monstrous tidal wave. I'll keep it simple as that.
they're a natural disaster waiting to happen for NCG, basically.
For
They're-
NCG,
yeah.
not a natural
It's
disaster
a-
to themselves. Okay.
They're a tidal wave
Yes.
looking to wash away NCG. So
Yes.
This is why we're partners.
All
you know
right.
what I mean?
Thank you, brother. I
There's
appreciate
a lot
it.
of a lot
Back
of this and
forth.
that.
Yes.
Back and forth with Mojer. He wants
Oh,
to replicate
Zin.
the success. Can he find it? No, absolutely not. This time, even with a weaker buy, NCG find a lot of value. And this time, they even expect a lurk threat here. They have an anti-flag. They send a scout. But the forward force has been absolutely demolished by Papi Chulo, who's been working his magic this entire map.
Player standing.
And Senior Carl also has a bit of a performance for himself, too. That's a 3K for him. And now Ja, who's tasked to really recover this all on his lonesome, still has a minute to think about. This is pretty much free reign, but none of them are checking this doorway. And this could prove fatal. He hears tree being opened here, and Maxi. Oh, Maxi, he sees a shoulder. Ja, sweating just a little bit, doesn't know where Senior Carl is, but the double up, it's going to be the play. Ja, wow, what? That is a lot of courage, but he will die braver than most. Senior Carl, he saves the round for NCG.
Sarah Carl, not only is he stepping up in the second game, but if you look at the stats from the previous game as well, right, between these two teams, he was really pivotal with that as well. I think he got the most kills for NCG, especially with that clutch that he did on B Alley or B Lake, however you want to mention it, on Pearl. Any case, this is one of those ways, I guess, for defenders to really stick it to the attackers. Look at the shift of the fault line right now. They're anticipating maybe the dash in from Zind, which is going to be the case once again. But it's a 50-50, although the paranoia gives Zind way to just basically go for the quick flick. That was absolutely phenomenal for Zind here. Not yet done. Papi Chulo, he's gone to the back of the site, going for the heroics. 1 versus 5, but look at where NCG are looking at here, Raph. They want to rotate back. They want to catch the rotator off. They might... Oh, no, he's been spotted. Ja, does he have time to back away? Oh, this is going to be close. Well, it is. He does at least get back, but look at NCG. They're going at this as a herd, man. The herd mentality is strong for the Nacague roster.
Strength in numbers. As Ja, once again, facing, going against the current. If he's not careful, the river might sweep him away. Remember to enter this situation open-handed. And Ja, he is willing to take and take. Senior Carl, who's been an absolute monster, finds him and equalizes the round for NCG. They're looking so much better. And you did mention that Senior Carl has been one of the top performers. I have always talked about how he's so consistent. He's never been the one to really have hard dips.
Yeah.
And he has just been a positive pickup for literally any team that would want to get him. And SR Nacague, they are really feeling the fruits of the chemistry they have as a whole.
From duelist to initiator to controller to sentinel as well. Senior Carl plays the Sage,
Oh, yeah.
Sage. So the flex player of any team, right? He can do a lot of things with really good impact. Anyways, NCG, they did the play a while ago that embodies my favorite movie with the Caesar character. You know, apes together strong.
Wow, you're very vague. I wonder what movie that is. I wonder what planet he's discovered that. But my goodness, the stun is here in Mojer.
No way.
He is going to keep feeding himself with all these kills. The Cove is going to keep them a little safe. Senior Carl responds, but the reply is a little too short. And Mojer short-circuiting everybody. And once again, Asra, as you've mentioned, sometimes the very basics is the best. What are you doing? He's trying to hit him with the finger gun.
Electric fingers. But that was really strong. Again, they got conditioned, man, to think that the fault line difficulties would always just be outside of A main.
That's true.
And look at this. They did not anticipate that. They got a little bit closer, got a bit of information, and the pinch came in. It felt like it was Bandit at first, and you would look at it from that perspective, but not really. All right, this is once again the fight. Zin repositions, tries to go up on Rubble, but Mojer's just too fast. Oh my god, Mojer just feels like he is unstoppable here. The follow-up from NDG, the dynamic duo. You know what, Mojer? If you can hold him off on that angle, I will throw out my Aftershock and we'll get 2 kills. That's what he says. Basically, bro, we got this. Let them cook. It's going to be good. These guys feel like they're gassed.
And all along the western front, they lined up and they will receive. My goodness. NCG, the moment that they found some sort of platform to really springboard themselves to success. NAOS love to play the spoiler. And they're going to be just delayed a little bit more with this wall in the way. Patman has found some way of getting around it. Meanwhile, NAOS, they're not overly eager to take any unwarranted space, but that is going to allow NCG to take control of Rubble. So now with 40 seconds left on the clock, they do have the, I guess, the initiative for taking the A side, but NDJ, who's been fantastic, still has fault line, still has a flash, a pair in fact. It could be just the wrench in NCG's problems.
This
Oh
high
my
tide is
goodness.
about to drop. Yeah, NDG was counting it. Yeah, he knows. Anyways, that just signals that there's need to be some sort of push right here and right now.
Wow! Come on!
The thing is, he was 1 to 2 steps a little bit late.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? Just even that marginal, the small margin of error is already a big no-no. Granted, though, Mid-Matters was looking at the A side itself because he was curious, or rather aware, cautious of anybody that's going to be playing on that specific location. But still, look at this, though. They got trapped. They didn't see nothing. Again, Mojo was just keeping them in track there, and they just absolutely bodied NCG. And, you know, with that, you call the timeout.
You know, those were all very valid points, but the thing that's really stuck on me was, wow, Asar, and I apologize for doing this to you.
Yes.
But small mistakes get punished hard at the top 0.01% of play. Wow. It's like we're watching a pro game. In any case, guys, NCG, they have a lot of momentum still to work with. Senior Carl has been fantastic. We have been championing him for the last few rounds or so, and it is warranted. Meanwhile, what we do expect from them is to be a little more in unison with Mid-Mathers. Honestly, because sometimes it feels like the Coves have not really found maximum value. And with everything being said, it is definitely easier said than done. I think that's what I was trying to allude to. With NCG, they do have the lockdown on Maxi, so they can strong arm potentially a site. Wits does have a Resurrect, so they do have a freebie. NDG's 1 away from a Rolling Thunder, so that could be a bit of a problem later on in the round.
Well, let's see how this is going to transpire here. Senior Carl just getting a bit of that information, using the fake TP just for a little bit of that contact. Maxi. Well, I mean, he was ambitious. If he hit that jumping sheriff shot, right, headshot on Wits, that could have been something.
It would have been cool if it worked.
Would have been cool. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Oh dear. But C has been a bane for NCG. They have not been able to pierce the site, not even once. And that Cove is actually going to give a little bit of respite for Ja to do his bidding, and will. And he will impose on NCG. The weaker weapons do not help them
One
out here.
enemy remaining.
Senior Carl, who's
Spike
been a
down, C.
firecracker, needs to explode one more time just to keep himself afloat. And once again, the superior weaponry will prevail.
Last
I'm
round in
honestly
the
really interested why they would have chosen to go C. Again, maybe the options were B. Maybe they've just run out of that allowance to repeatedly hit the same site.
In any case, Senior Carl was just outside of A site, make some noise, and get that information. At least, I think the reason as well why they wanted to go for C possibly could have because the fault line was already used outside A main. It could be as simple as that. They just did not want to get hit by the crowd control. They're okay fighting against the mollies if they can use Zind to full potential, possibly. But, I mean, again, it's not the be-all, end-all. In any case, last round, as we already know, setups are there. Ultimates are good on the side of NCG. This is where it's good. But, but again, ooh, Ja's an operator. Best operator in the Philippines. And he can back away because he has wits to slow down the pace with his orbs. That's absolutely huge. Reckoning going to be utilized here. They need to break the ultimate. NDG, the Rolling Thunder. There it is. Rock and roll. No follow-ups. At least they have the huge CC to delay the push, delay the plant of NCG even more.
That is true. Delay is all you need, but there's really nothing stopping them
no.
now. Mid Mathers getting caught at the open. And wow is all we can say is they pull the wool over the eyes of NCG. And Zind, he'll be the last member to be executed. What an impressive half on both sides. Once again, NCG, they've recovered
Switching
beautifully.
sides.
There is a lot more intention and there's a lot more refinement in their approach. But now they're still a step ahead.
That was a good combo. Aftershock and Paranoia once you know that your opponent's going to run away for dear life so that they can't try to dodge, shoot, or fight anybody that's, you know, basically trying to catch them off in the open.
You know what that combo is called when you get caught by it? I love this game. That's exactly the only thing you can say. I love this game.
I thought it was like internal screaming, yeah, like that.
Once again, my sarcasm has gone over your head.
Okay. No, I understood that it's, you know.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're not very subtle. Internal screaming. Yes, Asar, that's exactly what I was referring to.
That wasn't supposed to be a turtle scream. That was supposed to be like a high-pitched scream, but I can't do it because
I think you're imagining the cap. I think I know which meme that one is exactly, but
yeah.
with all the forms of media being thrown at us, a lot of information is going to be gathered by Ja to just find Zind. Having a casual stroll here, trying to take aggressive space for them and possibly open up the rotations for his team. But he had to deal with the other side of the coin here. Maxi will take an isolated duel, but he chooses not to do so. That slow orb is going to be one of those
Spike
things that
planted.
will just irritate NCG even more. The spike has been planted, and if this is the mount plant, then that's in itself incredibly difficult.
Absolutely. I mean, they do have, you know, mid Mathers, but at this point, not going to be too much up for grabs there. NDG just swinging for it, running for the hills. Senior Carl does pick up 2. Unfortunately, that's as good as it's going to get for NCG on their second half pistol. There is a possibility to save because there's a lot more buffer rounds for NCG, but it's not as big if it was, you know, as even,
Well,
obviously.
honestly, they cannot just go for things that'll keep them afloat. Even they need that hard positive here, especially when they're playing from behind. We did talk about this map being, and I agreed to it, that this is going to be fairly attacker-sided. So they have everything in their favor now, whether it be the proverbial advantage or the imagined advantage. But NDG, I'm tired of supporting. Decides to swing, finds one, another will fall in a bit of a domino effect, really. The Sheriffs, they can still do some serious damage up close and personal. But with NAOS dominating the longer angle here, this is going to make them second guess in mid Mathers. Literally walking on thin ice here. And that's exactly why you don't want to do that. So incredibly dangerous, but sometimes you have to risk it all. And it just did not pay off. Senior Carl. Oh man, what can you really do?
Planted.
Some gamble that he had to try to do, but you know, at the end, it just did not pay off as you mentioned. Senior Carl, if you can at least play close enough, he has one tap headshot lethality, and you know that he can hit that kind of, you know, shot. But Roger just started to bump up once that spike
immediately getting into danger zone territory. 10-4 NAOS. They're in their bonus, and all of them have Bulldogs. Just to point it out. This is... Because the thing is, NCG bought pistols that last round. And we go back to what we mentioned about the EV.
Yeah.
They're not going to have full shields, which means that Bulldog's efficiency here goes much, much higher.
And Bulldog scalability over Spectre is generally better anyway.
Absolutely.
It's very similar with the Guardian. I wish people would pick it up a little more. But that's just a me thing. And a lot of utility being thrown out towards main again. Now, despite being on the attacker side, will emphasize control over Rubble. And in turn, pressuring the entirety of NCG to really make a move here. And Zind getting caught out on the box there. No response. Not in position to trade. Batman holding on, holding strong. Doesn't get more than 2, but a pair is enough to equalize things. NDG and the rest of the gang. Maxi taking a bit of a voracious bite that broke all of his teeth in that nano swarm. Will pay the price yet again. Senior Carl Mid-Mathers, they do have 2 Vandals, Asarai, so I'm curious what they can pull out of their hat.
They've doubled up, though. They have all of their smokes. They also have the Cove. So this is going to be huge. They can try to utilize this. There it is, the follow-up in the Cove. Senior Carl holding on. It's good. And Mid-Mathers able to utilize that as well. No Aftershock. No, never mind. There is an Aftershock lineup.
At the very
I was about
moment.
to mention, it doesn't seem like there should be an Aftershock lineup, but there is. The fault line, Mid-Mathers has to hit this one-hit headshot or else succumb to NDG. And even though, again, we see the heroics, the just absolute dominance that is Senior Carl, it hasn't translated well overall in this series, in this game against NAOS.
It really hasn't. It is a nice consolation prize to have, but as you mentioned, it's a little lost in translation here. The rest of the team potentially demoralized from that Pearl game. Like I mentioned, the intangibles of this game is insane.
Yeah.
And just to quote Trix again, it's about momentum. I would want to quote Fluffy again, but man, we have been ribbing on that guy for quite a bit. We love him. As much as we love this game that's happening, Zind still unwavering, undeterred. Oh, but still will have a similar effect, Asarai. Maxi with the set Guardian looks to hold this down for his team. He will get stunned. Bounces up, can't land the first shot, and Mojer is going to comply. NCG once again operating on the back foot with weaker weapons. And not a lot of utility to give out. A sneaky Mid-Mathers is here, though. He hasn't been discovered, can't get the kill, but he will fall. 2 wits. And my goodness, this res has not been used, not once.
There's no need for it. They just clean up house. And, I mean, if there's any truly a dark day, a rainy day here, a rainy round for NAOS, that's when they can fully utilize that. Man, Maxi just unlucky with the positioning. Gets stunned. Can't really utilize the Guardian anymore. Oh, it's a huge blow. And it's looking much, much cleaner for NAOS here. What was the other one? 13-4? This is looking to be the same thing as well.
Oh, man. That is tough. You know, NCG, they were the ones to give this type of dominance. Now they're receiving it. They are handling it a little better as Zind gets one, but the trades on Mojer is just a little too quick for his liking. And now they are looking to bring the hammer down yet again. They look to land that final blow. Only a single body advantage on the side of NAOS, but it looks like the positions. They've already trapped NCG in a bit of a stalemate here. No lurking whatsoever, Asarai. They do have Senior Carl with a From the Shadows, but what can that really do? NDG and Mojer have beautiful ultimates to combo if ever they need to.
Yeah,
that's looking real dire.
It's going to be more used for quick information. Maybe flank, I'm not entirely sure. The one and done positioning there from Patman does get the pick onto Ja. 2 versus 3. All right, Maxi and Senior Carl by themselves. There is the quick double up from Senior Carl. He's going to be joining Maxi in just a bit. Going in for the pinch on the other side. Huge first pick for Maxi here. It's not yet done. 2 versus 2. Senior Carl isolates with a couple of the smokes. Mojer doesn't know. Oh, now they know. Papichulo's pick was absolutely pivotal. He does use the paranoia to keep Senior Carl a little bit more honest. Maxi can't fight the other one, and this could be bad. 1 versus 1. Smoke onto Spike, the swing, and Senior Carl is too good, too quick, and he prolongs the lifeline here of NCG.
They are grasping at straws, Aserai, but they found the right one. NAOS, they have to pretty much hold on to this lead. Again, playing ahead is as much of a skill as playing from behind. NCG, once again, a demand from their fans and from themselves to play perfectly. This is not a joke of a lead. Very, very possible, Aserai. But yeah, pivotal first pick here by Maxi. Couldn't get the second kill, but just provided enough space for the Red Hot Senior Carl to really flourish.
Okay. There's the setup again. NCG have thrown out their utilities right now just to counter out NAOS, just in case it was going to be a more massive A main push. I mean, that's not really the case here. Just a little bit of noise done. Okay, let's wait a little bit to see what NAOS wants to employ. It's going to be a quick shot on to C. There's the follow-up. Maxi could be exposed.
Huh?
They're not able to clear him, or they're not really willing to clear him. They're just going to clear the site itself, plant the spike. Ja out in the open. No, just going to go for a safe. NDG finds Maxi, though. Pathman Smoke about to dissipate. That's going to expose Wits if their timing is good. Zin opens up door. Papachulo a little bit too early, or rather too quick on that paranoia of his, but still the numbers are equal. 3 versus 3. Not yet done.
Equality might not come to pass here as Wit still has that resurrection. So he is going to have a bit of a bonus here. And Mojer's up and running. Mid Mathers, who's had a bit of a struggle game here. This is where he has to redeem himself. And is it time for redemption? He gets one. He still has to clear one corner. Nearly aligns the crosshair onto the skull of Wits. But Wits is far too hard of a target to kill. And now it's a clean 2-0 over NCG.
Now's the time, or was it all the time for NAOS here?
Seems like it.
Seems like it. They got delayed a couple of rounds in the second game, but the dominance is undeniable. NAOS just absolutely bodying NCG at this point. NCG, they got a lot of, I think, good individual rounds is the way to go about it. Those fights on Rubble were looking a little bit 50-50, but then Mojer just got more adjusted to it. Zin couldn't keep up, unfortunately, and they started losing that. So NCG had to go the other direction, but then the other direction also has NDG with a Rolling Thunder. So what can you really do against that?
I feel like we haven't talked about Ja enough. I mean, Ja has just been an absolute wall that has been virtually impossible for NCG to really conquer. I mean, they've tried everything. They've tried a combination of things, but Ja's reactions to all the stimuli that's been thrown his way has been absolutely perfect. And we are going to be jumping right into the numbers, Aserai.
Yeah, let's check out the numbers real quick here. Senior Carl at 25 kills. Really?
Yes.
That doesn't feel like it. From like the 5-13 rounds, he just absolutely blew up. Unfortunately, like I mentioned, it just didn't really result into the round wins altogether here for Nacague.
It really did not, and that is just a bitter pill to swallow for all the NCG fans. And honestly, it hurts for us to explain too, because we've had such high hopes for NCG going into the official circuit, but they have been very, very, I guess, moody with the way they would perform. Other days they would dominate and look like a top team, but then there are days where they just get dismantled and they really don't pull through in the long run. And this is it, man. This is a tilter of a round for NCG too. Mojer was just too much to handle.
Look at that too. They're trying to just encapsulate this fight, but fortunately, no. Zin was here. That was super awkward because he couldn't really find meaningful space and unfortunately gets picked off. This was one of the highlights for Zin. Absolutely just gorgeous spray transfer that led to the round win, if I'm not mistaken. But they were more losses than dubs in the approaches to the round. I mean, not just looking at, obviously the 13-5, all right? Not just looking at that, but the initial firefights as well.
Yeah.
Really felt like it swing almost always exclusively for NAOS side.
We talk about the pivotal first contact a lot.
True.
And I feel like this is a great example of how to really get distracted by Wit's beauty. Oh my goodness.
I was doing this a while ago too.
Yeah, but you know, that's Wits.
That's Wits. That's
delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, Aserai.
I can't deliver the win, but Wits can, as you mentioned, with Grab Unlimited.
He just looks so happy in this photo. Every single thought that I had escaped me after this. But again, trying to recenter the first point of contact that every single time NAOS would either lose one or win one, the clarity was just there. Oh, we lost one. Let's back up. Let's try to play for trades. Oh, we still have an advantage on the utility shuffle. And just to identify which tools you can have has been an absolute strength for them. Can we say the same thing about NCG? As you mentioned, it has been a little sporadic for them and a little more individualistic. So maybe they're going to have enough time to really go over it, as they do have, I believe, the lower bracket to really thrive into.
And to be fair, this is the first time that they're facing NAOS on Lotus.
Oh, that is true.
So with that being said, there is a whole different, again, like case to open against NAOS because of the way that they approach, because of the way they fight. So with all that being said, it does feel, you know, that they really have so much to go for. But they have the lower brackets. We're going to go to the panel now to discuss things even further.
Uy, Magi!
Sorry. Binuksan ko na yung ano ko yung invisible cloak ko.
Sabay-sabay tayo.
Sabay-sabay tayo.
Wow! Ayun nga pala sa inyo. Kami nga pala ang tapanin.
Sige,
Hindi ikaw yung host. Hindi ikaw yung
una yung trabaho ko. Ako na lang mag-a-analyze.
Hindi, what if it's today's swap day?
Oo, swap muna.
Bill, sige, simulan mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome nga pala sa VCTPH. Of course, ako nga pala si Vil. Kasama ko ngayon si Miss Eliza Taylor, syempre, si Miss Likeable ngayon, ang ating host for the day. Pero syempre, bago naman tayo ngayon kasi ako yung lalaki, di ba? Women's Day ngayon.
Exactly.
yes.
So ako na, itabi nyo guys, ako na ang bahala. Nakita nga natin na 2-0 yung scoreline dito nga sa side ng NAOS Esports. And of course, for the side of SR Nacague, iba na yung naging pwesto kasi back then, nagtapat sila 2-1 yung scoreline in favor of NAOS Esports. Pero ngayon, nilabas nila yung Lotus. Ano ba ang masasabi mo dyan, Eliza Taylor?
Diyos ko, nagkabaliktad na talaga ng ganapan. At saka, kakaiba talaga makita mong gumigiling si Asuray, di ba?
Oo, isa pa nga.
Isa pa nga. Ayun na, kuha mo. Abangan nyo yung mga behind the scene namin para makita nyo yung mga pinagagawa ni Asuray dito. Pero, going back to the game itself, we can really say, di ba bago nga tayo nagsimula ng game natin o ng series natin, kapag hindi nakuha ng Nacague, itong first map natin dito, hirap talaga sila. 2-0 talaga yung magiging score. But what's surprising for me, actually, is that ang sinasabi ko kanina, Laika, papakita ng ano dito ni Wits, Harbor. Pero baliktad yung nangyari.
Oo. Si ano pa nga, si Mid Matters pa yung nagpakita ng harbor kanina. Ako, ang
Ayan, oh.
analyst natin ngayon.
Ano bang analysis mo?
Hindi, ang analysis ko kanina, lalong-lalo na dito sa Pearl, makikita mo etong side ng NCG, reliant lang sila dun sa mga panahon na may magpa-pop off.
Yeah.
Kailan lang ba sila nakakuha dito ng mga rounds? Kapag si Senior Carl, nakakuha siya ng mga spray transfer niya. Pero for the most part, wala eh. Ang laki talaga nung gap natin dito. Ang ganda nung pinapakita ng NAOS Esports.
Kumbaga, ang gusto mo sabihin, parang
Yes, Mr. Host.
nakikita natin ngayon parang disconnected sila dun sa game number 1, game number 2. If ever gonna compare yung playstyle ngayon ng SR Nacague ngayon sa tsaka kahapon, ibang-iba talaga eh. Well, we can say na syempre, ito talaga yung pinakamalakas, one of the strongest team, of course, yung NAOS Esports nga. Pero before that, sobrang solid din na si Senior Carl yung pinakita natin dun sa highlights kanina. Kasi game number 1 pa lang with that Viper, kitang-kita na natin na pinipilit niyang buhatin yung team niya to victory. But it's just at the end of the day, NAOS pa rin to.
Ako. Yung game number 1 din, kung tutuusin, no, KJ Supremacy Battle, yung nangyari, makikita mo, each and every round, nagsasagutan sila ng kanya-kanyang mga clutches. Especially na magmumula kay Maxi, especially magmumula kay Ja, yung dalawang sentinels natin. And napaka-crisp ng mga aim nila. But in the end, NAOS was really a better team here on map number 1 and map number 2.
And it's no surprise na si Ja talaga yung naging MVP natin dito. Ilang beses natin siya kanina nakitang nag-pop off talaga. Mapa-clutch situation pa man yan. Or just getting those skills in earlier in the game. Iba talaga yung firepower na bit-bit na itong taong to ngayong araw. Sasabihin ko sana kanina, 8-8 buff. Pero hindi si Wits yung MVP natin talaga.
Iba yung buff niya eh.
Oh, iba. Ano yung buff niya?
Buko Juice.
Buko Juice ni
No, Madam Noel.
Ate
Lagi
Noel.
niyang binibilhan ng Buko Juice si Ja.
Matindi ang Buko Juice talaga. Kasi syempre nangangailangan si John ng Buko Juice, di ba? Binibigay yan. Para,
Tawa yung direct si Laika yung tingin niya sa atin. Seryoso talaga.
Pero totoo yun.
nga
Totoo yun. Bago,
Naniniwala ako totoo yun.
bago maglaro si Ja, magbubuko juice muna sila. Oo, ganun lang.
Breakfast of the Champions yun eh.
Breakfast of the Champions
Hindi,
yun.
naniniwala ko kasi sa inyo kasi analyst kayo, seryoso
Okay,
yung
oo.
usapan natin dito.
Totoo
Buko
yun.
Juice.
Kahit tanungin mo si Ate Noelin,
Totoo yun.
yun yung sasabihin niya.
Facts only.
Edi napakalinaw naman pala. Ay, pero ano mapalayo lang din sa conversation na yan. Etong si Mojer, napaniyon kanina sa Lotus. Ano
Yeah.
masasabi mo doon?
Which is actually one of the first times talaga natin nakikita kasi si Mojer halos talagang puro raise lang din talaga ginagamit niyan. Pero at least, diba, nag-adjust din siya, which is yun naman talaga pinakakailangan. Back then, ang side ng NAOS, nagsisimula na sila. Pero right now, here in the playoffs, it has begun already. Ito na yung time na kailangan nila mag-dominate. It's time for them to get that top spot. Tapos na tayo doon sa testing the waters. Dito na tayo ngayon sa playoffs. Ilabas na natin yung mga capabilities natin in order for them to capture it all. Now is the time!
Now is the time!
Lahat sila lumilipad!
Hindi lang yan, the mods. Now is the time.
Sumusunod lang
Oo, ganyan talaga. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, if you can't beat them, join them. At mahirap maging odd one out pag itong dalawang tayong kasama. Pero ngayon, tingnan natin kung kaya rin tayong pakisamahan. Magiging interview natin dito. I-welcome na natin mula, of course, sa NAOS Esports. Sino kaya to?
Sino kaya to?
Surprise!
Surprise!
Sir Oy! Hello!
Oy!
Kita kaya nila tayo?
Kita nyo kami?
Hello.
Nasa may lower right kami
Si
maliit.
kaibigang Mojer pala to.
Oo nga.
Yung nasa
Uy.
likod. Yung may hawak ng ano.
Si Amix yan, si
Ah, si
Amix
Amix.
yan.
Yan.
Yan yung
Kompleto.
batang luma. Batang Amix.
Uy, matanong lang kita. Ako na una, sisimulan natin tong interview na to. Congratulations, ang ganda ng entry nyo dito sa ating playoffs. Isang bagay na matagal ko nang gustong tanungin sa team nyo pero di nagkaroon ng panahon. Paano ba kayo nag-a-assemble ng inyong mga agent composition? Kasi laging bago yung mga pinapakita nyo eh.
Nagbe-base po kami sa sa tag dito. Sa mga napapanood namin na VODs.
Sa inyo or sa international?
Apa, international.
Tama
Kahit
nga
may
si
mga
Ray
iba
Ray.
pong team na hindi masyado kilala pero tinatry po namin yung comp nila which is nag-work sa amin.
Tama nga si Ray Ray, Laika, di ba? Napag-usapan nila kanina yun na yung research ng NAOS ngayon, mas matindi na. Isipin mo, ultimo si Amix, nagtitricks na sa likod. Di ba?
Hindi, pero ang alam mo, akala ko, yung DRX yung gumaya sa kanila.
Ay, DRX yung gumaya sa inyo. Mojer, kanina napansin namin na yung picks mo dito, no? Usually kasi nasa raise ka din, di ba? So, anong napag-desisyonan nyo dito? Nag-jet kayo, nag-neon kayo, time to change up na ba? Tsaka hindi rin lumabas yung harbor.
Nakadepende rin po kasi sa akin minsan kung ano yung ipipick ko sa mapa na yun.
Sa feeling, sa trip niya.
Opo, sa trip ko po. Tapos na-try
ayaw
po nilang
sumabog kayo.
partneran.
Okay. Pero yun nga, of course, ako, ang tanong ko dun sa team nyo, knowing na dalawa kayo ni NDG talaga yung talagang bata and knowing na si Wits, Papichuro, and Ja matagal nang magkakasama, paano kayo nag-adjust? Paano kayo nag-adapt dun sa team nyo na ganito, dun sa simula pa lang nung VCT?
Unang-una po medyo nahirapan kami ni Noel kasi ayun nga po, first time lang po namin sila nakasama or nakampi sa pro.
Yeah.
And yung mga and kaya po namin na-adapt yung laro nila kasi lagi po kaming yung duo-duo, binabasa po namin yung laro ng tatlo and hanggang sa masanay na lang po kami.
Inanalyze nila yung teammate
So
nila.
ano to, more on kayong dalawa
ginasa
talaga
po
yung
namin.
nag-adjust dun sa mas
Tatlo.
veterano.
Pero feeling ko talaga ganun din naman ginawa ng tatlo. For sure, nag-adjust dito sa
Yes po,
dalawa.
yes po.
Yeah.
Galing.
Tsaka, Mojer, baka may shoutouts ka. Ayan! May list,
Yan.
ilalabas nyo na yung listahan.
Ayan, okay.
Then,
O yung pang
shoutout
Monday.
sa bebe ko.
Ayan!
Sabihin mo yung pangalan ng bebe mo.
Tinilig pa! Sabihin mo! With feelings!
Tumingin ka sa camera, tapos tignan mo siya sa mata. Tawagin mo yung pangalan niya. It's time.
Jessica, I love you.
Ayan! Ayan! Yan ang gusto ko.
Nakuha mo! Kaya nga, malakas eh!
Dito kayo.
Ay, meron pa daw,
meron
gusto
pa.
gusto
Meron pa daw.
Next time daw, manalo dapat kayo para may, may
para iba
shoutout.
naman. Ayan, maraming salamat, Mojer. Marami kaming natutunan sa interview na to, sa muli nating pagkikita. Once again, ang kasama mo dito, huwag mong kakalimutan, The Panel.
Thank you, Mojer!
Thank you, Mojer. Congrats.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Ingat ka. Good
Ingat
night.
sila sa'yo!
Pag tayo talaga magkakasama no?
Parang kwentuhang tropa.
Pero at least, iba, nasagot na niya. Yun
Na-
talaga.
Yung tanong natin lahat.
Yung tanong natin. Siyempre, yung pag-a-adjust ka. Kasi mahirap naman talaga mag-adjust na gano'n. Knowing na yung tatlo doon is magkakasama ng matagal.
Totoo.
And on top of that, ang galing talaga na they managed to keep up. And,
Yeah.
di ba, ang ganda nang nangyari dito sa team na to. Pero ayan na guys, nasagot na ang ating mga nag-iinit na katanungan dito. Maraming salamat muli kay Mojer sa napaka-espesyal na interview na yun. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo, Cheska. Salamat sa panonood.
I love you. Cheska. Yun ang sabi ni Mojer.
May kasama pang hagod eh.
With feelings talaga. Sige na.
Yan na, sige na. Magbe-break muna tayo. Pagbalik natin, panibagong serye naman ang pag-uusapan natin. But once again, this has been Vil, Terror, and Likeable on the panel. We'll see you guys again after the break.
1, 2, 3.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back end. Who cares about sticking the deep the flank?
Hear him run around. He just has to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for Glab to secure the round. And again, Glab.
Hi, I'm Boogie.
Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Folex.
I'm Chase. Owen here. And we are
Game Lab Alpha.
Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin. And sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Noong una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org. And dati is, nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp, and now na nasa Game Lab Alpha na kami, is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Abaddon po kasi same po kami ng role which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition. Kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly, could find another. That he does, could find a third, not even. Yes, Micro, one of that!
Fights on back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi, and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus more on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team NAOS PH.
It's more of the NAOS core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team. Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch! NCG, what a win! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl!
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi. Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
I am Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila and sobrang naiinggit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yung last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin si Moder kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abaddon Esports kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, team. Kasi ang lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split 2 naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Ang feeling ko anong yanik sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team outside the game para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami, buong team. Kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang, ma-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Able to spot Sladden, but he's in the corner. Don't forget this play.
Nagbabalik muli ang VALORANT Challengers Philippines kung saan pa-simflex lang kami dito sa panel. Of course, kasama niyo pa rin ako ang inyong host na si Likeable, and with me now is Azuray and Raph. Yun. Excited na si Raph kasi he came all the way from Cebu to the studio to talk about Cebuanos.
Yes, absolutely, all the time. But, you know, this is a little off topic and maybe out of pocket, but if I sit up straight.
Oh my God. Direct penging apple box. Direct.
I'm just saying, guys, you know.
Pwede ba? Ayan, ganyan na lang ako upo para pantay.
That doesn't look comfortable, though.
It does not look comfortable. But that's what it is. Kasi tournament setting to, so meron talagang mga laglagan, merong mga lower bracket na nagaganap din, and dun pa lang uncomfortable na tayo. Titiisin ko talaga to, guys, just to prove a point. Pero syempre, yung mga kaganapan na nangyayari dito, dahil yan sa mga sponsors natin. So pasalamatan muna natin, of course, ang Mineski Philippines, pati ang Riot Games sa pag-organize na itong VCTPH.
And since nasa gitna ako, of course, official sponsor natin, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially...
Bakit may sumisilip? Ba't may nangongomsat ng notes?
Sorry. No, because like, he did send it to me.
Okay, I retract
listen.
my statement. The direct has already mentioned to us that you can celebrate great wins and great food and enjoy deliveries every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for free on your first month. So that 9 pesos, guys, has been cut off and has been made free. Amazing.
Okay, take 2, Raph.
Exactly. You know, Azuray being incredibly distracting and incredibly animated. It's not like we were just sitting there across the room, you know.
Yeah,
this tournament
English broadcast
is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So thank you everybody for making this possible. And what are you? He changes the notes. He's like, the 9 pesos
It's now free.
Yes, that's so hard to remember. My goodness.
I know,
But it is
right?
important though. It's
Oh, yeah.
important detail kasi yung mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, pag nag-subscribe kayo sa Grab Only, libre na. Pero ang kinalulungkot ni Azuray i-report na hindi nyo na maririnig yung pesos. Wala na. Retire na yung pesos. Libre na ngayon. Oh, add the sad face. Lagyan mo na yung notes mo.
Pero I'll do the Adam Sandler, you know, sa...
Ano yan?
Yung, am I gonna get this for free?
So, Laika, how have you been? How have you been? You know, I've thoroughly missed you in the last, what?
I missed
day?
you too. I missed you too. You know why? Because nagkaroon pa kami ng hosting duo neto ni Azuray. So, ang daming nangyari. And I understand
Nakita ko
kung saan ka nanggagaling. When you say, Azuray, shut up. Sad puppy dog eyes. Pero ito pa nga, bago pa kung saan pa mapunta tong usapan na to, bakit hindi na tayo magsimula sa pag-usap ng mga teams na to? Balita ko, ready na yung team intro natin. Ang question na lang, sino kaya ang una nating ipapakilala ngayong araw?
Why are you
Who could
looking
it be? Hindi, kasi gusto ko malaman kung Cebuano team ba or hindi. And it looks like it is time for you to discuss Abaddon Abyss. Here they are.
Listen, guys, I will happily fly anywhere else in the world, literally anywhere else, just to talk about, of course, my hometown and
Your
who is
home country.
Yes, I am the
Home
ambassador,
country of
obviously for
Cebu.
Cebu. But man, honestly, I feel like everybody who's been a fan of Abaddon is just so proud of them for even making it this far into the playoffs. Their evolution has been absolutely fantastic, and again, just to come from the open qualifiers all the way here is an achievement enough. They still look to extend that run because they did get that upset win over Action PH yesterday, and honestly, it was a true test to their, I guess, perseverance, right, Astray?
True test, as well as
Shut up.
Alam mo na nagprepare sa kanila ang Abaddon Abyss. We had that interview yesterday with V Black, and he did mention nga na they were willing to look talaga dun sa mga discrepancies nila as a team, and one of those was yung stamina nila. You saw how far they got with Action PH, and they still won that series because of knowing what their weaknesses are and doubling down on how to improve on it.
Yun nga kung babalikan natin yung series na yon, nung umabot pa lang ng game number 3, medyo naging doubtful na ako kasi nga time and time again throughout the regular season, yun yung naging characteristic na netong Abaddon Abyss na naku madali silang mapagod. Pagdating ng third game, wala na yung firepower na sobrang dominating dito sa team na to. Pero, that's the beautiful thing. They proved us wrong yesterday.
I was already about to yeah, but they won, you know. So, thinking about that too, they are coming off a pretty, I'd say, it's a pair of wins. So, that is something to look out for. Can they continue the wins over, I guess, in a series type of setting?
Saktong-sakto yan dahil medyo tough mountain to climb pa nga etong team na makakalaban nila dito again sa playoffs. Ipakilala na natin ang Oasis Gaming.
Perfect.
Ano pa ba masasabi natin para sa Oasis? The most creative, the most dominant, and the most esteemed team na kukuha ng title dito as champions of Split 1. They are virtually unstoppable, undefeated sana when unless yung na-count mo yung loss nung nila against Game of Alpha. But anything else other than that, you saw utter perfection. We saw how well they were able to integrate nga one of the newest pieces to this roster, si Georgie. And boy, do you see nga kung gaano katindi ang kanyang maturity and everything.
Yeah, he has evolved into the player that we know him as today. But Asar, I just want to go back to what you said. Oh, they're unstoppable. They haven't lost unless you count the actual one time. Yes, Asar, every team that you ignore the losses on are 100%
Exactly. And if you're an Oasis fan, you have to always just look at the wins.
Absolutely, and this is their best iteration. They arguably have the best pieces individually too, and they work really well as a team. My biggest question is, Oasis has had this notoriety of kind of floundering when they do hit the latter stages of the circuit.
Sakto yan actually, bring up ko rin yan kanina dun sa ating earlier panel with the mods na sabi ko, etong NAOS kanina, nung nag-umpisa sila dun sa regular season, it was kind of questionable, pero after nila matalo dun sa isang mga series nila, after yun, flawless na yung run nila. The opposite is to be said when it comes to Oasis Gaming. They started off really strong, pero nung natalo sila ng G-Lab, dun na parang hindi na kasing convincing even dun sa mga succeeding series nila after that. But then again, nanalo pa rin naman sila sa mga respective series na yon. It just parang gusto sana natin na mas convincing pa or mas solid pa. Tingnan natin kung ano nga bang mga mapa yung makikita natin mula sa mga teams na to. Kasi pag pinag-usapan natin yung map selection, especially on the side of Oasis Gaming, para akong nanay dito nag-aalaga ng dalawang bata ha. Going back to my point, pag pinag-usapan natin, ang ganda kasi ng mga map selection ng Oasis Gaming eh. So how are you gonna ban or pick a map against these guys knowing na yung track record nila, place them in any map, it's gonna be good?
I will say na lang dito, seryoso muna, na Abaddon Abyss, I feel like...
Bakit may disclaimer?
Kasi ginugulo mo ako
Mga anak...
Wait lang kasi, patapusin niyo muna yung point ko. Sinalagay ko sa camera. Anyways, gusto kong sabihin dito.
Bilisan mo.
Seryoso. Is Abaddon Abyss, they're gonna be looking for maps where they can have that mid-round adjustability. Nakita natin yun when they played against Action PH. We've seen that in a couple of the games that they played before, and they've took at least a map off of off of Oasis. So there is that possibility para sa nila. The only thing na gusto ko makikinig natin sa Abaddon in terms of the map veto is them just banning the most unknowns na alam natin hindi sila ganun ka-convincing, and we know that Oasis are the most convincing at. That's why you're seeing the fracture. That's why probably depending sa map selection natin in the first phase, second phase, they're probably going to be banning possibly, I'd say Haven would be one of the things that they have to kasi mid-round adaptability on Haven, I think if it's Oasis, might not be too convincing.
I think on the side of Oasis too, they've learned their lesson with GameLab, and so they take the statistically best map away from Abaddon. And Abaddon, I feel like one of their biggest challenges now is to just, you know how you can be a little starstruck, especially when you're playing against a really strong team. They just have to completely ignore the fact that they're playing against a team that's almost unstoppable, almost pretty much unkillable in a sense, and they just have to focus on their strengths right now. Them taking out the fracture, I think, is always a good sign. They've never really had the best track record with that. Asari said the same thing about their Haven yesterday, pero panalo naman sila Asari, so I don't know, man.
Sure enough, Oasis is a different team, man. So, I mean, obviously they're a different team, but the way that they played them is also as different if you compare it against Action PH. That's the thing.
Oh, this is interesting though. First pick natin, wow, ang dami nating Lotus ngayon sa second day ng ng playoffs. Oasis picks defense too. Now, very interesting yung pick nila dito kasi we have seen teams really thrive on the attack, especially pagdating sa PH scene.
Sana may split eh. Parang
ayaw talaga nila ibigay
We could be looking at split. Oasis still has an open map selection.
I also think if they don't take split, Abaddon should take split because there's really no data with that said map.
But if I add din yung sinabi ko about Abaddon loving the mid-round rotation, sorry, I just wanted to add that.
Grabe naman si Raf kung i-shutdown si Azuray.
There you go.
Babalik ko na sa inyo. Sabi nyo, ako muna. Hindi, babalik ko kasi I'm pretty sure marami kayong gustong pag-usapan dahil sa wakas, may split na tayo.
Okay, to be fair, historically, Oasis did at least, pag nakita mo yung before when Marky was yung kanilang Jet duelist, they were one of the few teams that really loves to bring out the split nga. They had a weird stint against Team Secret, but that was one of the, I don't know, tail ends of a season. So parang you don't count that too much na. In any case, this is one of the older maps talaga that Oasis was known for then.
I feel like you still kind of counted because there were a lot of outside factors.
True.
And di ba sinabi ko kanina na Oasis has this tendency to somewhat let the mind games get to them. If it's not in one map, it's gonna translate somewhere else. And as I might I remind you, split is that iconic call from you. You don't remember? Wow. Okay.
Oh wait, I can't remember.
Never mind.
Anyway, we're not gonna be seeing Ascent nor Haven, which does leave us with Icebox. So Lotus, Split at Icebox yung mga magiging mapa natin dito. I honestly, given na limited yung information natin when it comes to Split, I have no idea kung aabot tayo ng Game 3 right now.
Well, in any case, at least makikita natin to. Possibility of a double controller is always there. I think Oasis is a team that would probably utilize that. We could be looking at double duelist demand para sa Abaddon, especially that they picked up on attack. And again, I do like the split then for Abaddon, even though it is a very much unknown para sa kanila on how they perform in this particular map. Sabi ko na, mid-round rotations, mid-round slowdowns is where I feel like Abaddon really tends to shine. And Lotus and Split, at least if you look at that philosophy, tingin ko bagay sa kanila to. Of course, to an extent lang yun. But we'll see how far it goes, syempre, when we get into the match now.
Well, I feel like this is actually leaning decently on the side of Abaddon because Split, again, not a lot of data, but Lotus, if we pull it back to the map 1, I feel like this highlights one of the strengths of Abaddon, and that's their first contact. Their initial strength on those pivotal fights is something that I feel like is so incredibly hard to stop. And despite Oasis being Oasis, it can still prove to be a problem.
Actually, tinitingnan ko ngayon yung statistics, and if we're gonna talk about agent composition, we might be looking at a mirror matchup with a Harbor, Breach, and a Neon. So maraming utility na makikita talaga tayo dyan. And as we go into this, let's actually talk about our head-to-head for this specific series. Syempre, mga paborito nyo, everybody loves Nexi, and alongside him is Slatham. So, Azuray, I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts for these two. It's just that I like to use the word reliable when it comes to these head-to-heads. Pero ang pivotal kasi lagi ng mga roles ng mga players na showcase natin dito eh.
You're absolutely right. Kasi nga, Slatham is, I think, yesterday, yung hero dito ng Abaddon Abyss. When Exotic is not able to perform, Slatham was the one that just basically toiled in the rounds para ma-delay ng Abaddon Abyss yung possible na defeat nila against Action PH. And because of that, because of him and V-Black's heroics, napaka, I think, just memorable ng comeback nila.
That's true. And again, Slatham, of course, product of Cebu, he's hella cracked, man. I'm just saying, everybody from Cebu is hella cracked. But on a serious note, although their roles may differ, they have been the anchor and the glue guys of their team. So when they perform, it's an automatic everybody else does too.
Ah, yun naman pala eh. Pag merong ano eh, hindi anchor. What is the opposite of an anchor? If somebody's pulling up the team and everybody else follows, what do you call that?
He'll elevate the rest of the team. Yeah, he's basically a carrier.
Yeah, that's what it is. So yan yung something na makikita natin when it comes to momentum pag pinag-uusapan din natin yung Abaddon Abyss. So abang-abang na lang tayo dyan. Pero with that said, Raf, is your prediction leaning towards the Cebuano squad here?
Hey, just because I'm Cebu, yeah.
Enough said. Ikaw, do you agree? Kanina ka pa niya inaaway. Kanina pa siya nangengealam.
Stop taking my notes, man. Anyways, kahit man hindi ako Cebuano, I still go on the side of Abaddon Abyss because I absolutely love their story and their capability to basically bring themselves from demise to surprise.
Wow, so naisip mo lang yan?
Yes.
Ang galing mo talaga, Asuray. Kaya yan yung host natin eh.
I feel like I'm getting condescended pag ganyan yung boses mo.
You're so good.
You're doing a great job.
Stop, guys, stop. What's your prediction then?
My prediction is Oasis Gaming. Ay,
kidding.
wow.
I'm kidding.
Aawayin pa ako.
Hindi naman.
Hindi, it just goes to show, for me, Abaddon Abyss has shown a great improvement, especially dun sa yesterday series natin sa kanila, kalaban yung APH. It's just that Oasis is the more consistent team and on top of that, malayo pa yung kailangan ding habulin ng Abaddon dito.
That is true. And like yesterday, we said they have been dealt with a dead man's hand. Again, it is such a difficult trajectory upwards for them. But hey, why stop believing now?
Just because I want my prediction to go right. Let's go! With that said, guys, nako, bago pa magsapakan tong mga katabi ko dito, ipapasa ko na kayo sa casters para mapagalitan ko na tong mga anak ko dito. Casters, take it away.
A matter of grit in a matchup like this. We are back with the upper bracket here, my friend. And we already know, fighting tooth and nail, just like how Asra had to sit through that panel, it really goes to show that this is going to be one test for these two teams. I am Dax here with Black and Blue. We are together on the table this time around, my friend. And this is going to be a big one. Oasis Gaming versus Abaddon Abyss.
Well, our desk here looking pretty fine. Our desk a while ago as well, looking pretty swell, especially there. Asra, we've seen him be gone through a very difficult panel with Raf, but this time around, we see a very difficult, I think, map veto up ahead out of us. I think it's very curious first topic for us to talk about here, Dax, is the way the map veto has kind of progressed on the first maps. Actually, all three maps. Is very curious at how Oasis let this go towards, Icebox as their final decider.
It's very interesting. Them banning out one of their statistically best maps on Haven. They did that a little bit exposed though against SR Nacague at the end of the season. And perhaps they want to take this map pool in a different direction. But we start things off on Lotus. And it's honestly a good map pick here for Abaddon Abyss. We saw how Oasis faltered against Game Lab Alpha. They are a bit of an underdog right now against one of the strongest teams we've seen in the regular season. But apparently, our panels, especially Azurai and Raf, they believe in the Abaddon Abyss squadron right now.
Well, I mean, if you look at directly at our the series and the way the maps have gone, then if you're kind of considering everything else to be a very even playing field, the map veto might suggest that this could be a bit more skewed or favored towards the Abaddon Abyss side. we look at Lotus here, a map that they did win the last time versus Sky Empire quite decisively, 13-5. And Oasis, they haven't really had the best success when it comes to playing on Lotus in general. So I think it's a very curious thing that they let this thing go to waste. I mean, in terms of map veto, I think Haven could have been a really good stomping ground for them if it ever went to map 3. But Split is a big question because we have no information, no real idea on how these teams may play Split. The former Oasis squad was pretty good on Split, but moving on forward here to Lotus, it's a big question.
I mean, before we even got into this map pool, I was already touting Oasis Gaming that these guys are going to do better on Lotus. These guys are going to do better on Split because we saw them actually in previous competition right before VCT against top tier competition that they had that success, that they had a few plans, and we know especially Oasis, they have such a big coaching group right behind them, but the results, they weren't really up to stuff that what we saw them play in Lotus. Maybe it's a bit of a wild card yet again on Split, but I do have to agree with you. Sometimes the stats don't lie, and Abaddon Abyss, they do have a chance to take this series, especially against sometimes really the flippy-floppy nature of how Oasis plays.
Which is really kind of curious to say, right? That they don't have maybe the highest consistency, at least. We saw them kind of falter near the end of their run during the group stages, but I don't think that's the Oasis we're going to see today, Dax. Even though maybe the map veto might kind of suggest otherwise, I do think at the end of the day, you're going up against the favorites here to win this entire darn tournament, so let's go into it. Exotic opening up as Abaddon Abyss are on the attacking side.
Yeah, straight up to the mound. There you go with the stuns immediately. Clicks come from the Black 2, get 2 to start things off, and just a little bit of pressure yet again. Fault line to get on the way. That's the beauty of the mound. It's just cover right in front of you, but Marky, he can't assist anyone else. Both Wild Oreo and Georgie gone to the wayside. You can see though, both compositions rocking the Harbor solo controller. We've seen some omens into play. We see though, the flash here from Marky to get that takedown. He's trying to be self-sufficient, but the only thing right now we're getting are Abaddon Abyss frags. Still, Nexi tries to hold, but it's not enough. Abaddon Abyss, they won the fight earlier on, and eventually the numbers go in their favor.
They were just more ready for that fight as well, right? Taking that pressure towards that mound. We saw the stuns incoming from Marky to try and aid in on a lot of that pursuit, but look at the push here. Trapping the Oasis members while Oreo and Georgie are pretty far up close, and that's a very difficult way to try and counteract that mound push. So at least the better read here coming from Abaddon Abyss, and notice both sides, the neon is what they got.
Yeah, just more space that you can enable. They also have the Sages, and we've seen it from teams like Paper Rex. You can build your own off angles just using that barrier.
Especially when accompanied with a Harbor.
Yeah, exactly. Just make more walls, right?
Yeah.
It sometimes becomes a completely different game when you add even more.
How do you even defuse against that, right? You got so much to break.
You play the new agent and you make him you make that little what's it called?
The friend.
the plushie will defuse for you. But
the wingman.
Yeah, the wingman. But we're not on that patch yet. We are gonna see, of course, Abaddon Abyss now. With the buys, they have a Spectre. They have a few Spectres rather, a few Bulldogs as well. And Rababs keeping an eye on the back line, taking care of Georgie to start things off. I do want to point this out, Black and Blue, while we're seeing Oasis try and funnel themselves into a kill box made by Abaddon Abyss. Oasis, they have some great stats right now. This is a better stat for Abaddon Abyss. It's flawless. But Georgie, one of the highest ACSs from the regular season, one of the highest first kill ratios as well, but also one of the highest first death ratios. So keep an eye out every single time that first target does become that neon on the other side.
Well, I think it's a natural kind of result of the way he plays, right? Very aggressive. By far, I think one of the most aggressive duelists we have here in the entire VCTPH circuit. And he, while he may go down quite often, he also does buy so much space for this Oasis squad. And that's why we knew as soon as they picked him up, this is going to be a super team to look out for. So let's see how they play their gun round. They have to convert these type of rounds, and that's Savvy starting off with a great one.
Yeah, the capes do come for the super team, and Savvy 8K, he begins with a quick frag onto Exotic. Exotic also has been very explosive so far, but on a map like Lotus, early aggression can get the defense going, especially when it does tighten up. Look at the map in this scenario. Already, this B side getting pummeled by utility. Rababs trying to flush out whoever is it on the opposite end over a top mid 2. You got Nexi keeping up the pressure on B upper, and you can see for Oasis now, they're just keeping on with the pressure. Nice slide by Georgie, passing through, and it's flawlessly done by Oasis in response. Give them the guns, and they will get the glory.
Well, that's exactly the kind of round you do want. You saw Abaddon Abyss convert their anti-eco flawlessly, and Oasis returned the favor, not a problem. Ultimate, though, available here. And I know it's your favorite, Dax, is V-Black. He's got his Reckoning back, and these are the type of things that they have to utilize to swing momentum back their way, especially against a heavily, just a very difficult team in Oasis against.
I'm a little bummed out. People are playing Harbor now.
Why?
It kind of made me go from #1 Harbor in my
By
heart.
default, yeah.
By default, 1 out of 1. I'm probably like top 10 because of these guys. They're just so good at using those walls, especially. And speaking of the walls, fast lane into play. But Georgie, oh, the whiff. Unfortunate. That could have been a bit more of that dugout control, or at least the rubble rather. But then again, now Oasis losing their first fragger. Still aggressive pressure from Wild Oreo through the doorway. You also have Marky playing A site itself. But Abaddon Abyss on the rifle round, they have decided play it slow, use that pick for a later push.
Well, that pick doesn't really buy them much space here in terms of Oasis. At least since they're the ones to lose that pick, they can work towards this A site. You see that wall being placed down to try and keep the Oasis defense guessing, but it's Abaddon Abyss who want to kind of rotate off of that repositions, pull the defense towards that A site instead. And that now leaves the C site a lot more ripe for them to take. There is some utility here to stall them as soon as they come on in. That hurt should make contact. They don't have any real hard information just yet on this rotation from Abaddon Abyss, but that's going to change right now.
Yeah, Abaddon Abyss, they've been strong, especially on the executes, and with something like the Reckoning, it gives them the space to really suit up for the post plan. So this C site, absolutely theirs. They're going to be playing over onto default towards cover, actually, so they didn't need to keep site control as much as possible. No going towards the mound, have to stay in place and keep an eye out for the waterfall, especially. Here we go though. Fault line does come their way. Guiding Light's going to be there too. Wild Oreo, he gets a good start here for Oasis. There's the comb, there's the wall, and Savvy 8K trying to play Lego in the game, wherein it just all falls apart. The Jenga Tower, it will crack. The Guiding Light yet again keeping the pressure on, but Nexi on the flank. Perfect angles here for Oasis. They just come in clutch and come in crucial from the offside. And from that point on, it ties up the scoreline.
Yeah, pretty clean retake there. They had control of that CT and the waterfall coming back into it. The Abaddon Abyss weren't really able to successfully take that away and became a problem here coming in for the Abaddon Abyss post plant. So Halls taken, waterfall held, and that's a big thing that Oasis need to continue to utilize on their retakes.
I see this from time to time, especially for Abaddon Abyss. Sometimes their post plant really are in committed positions. I remember versus Action PH, there were times they were just getting stifled, especially by the flanks of the Cypher on Haven. And if they're stuck like that, they need to win those duels and fast. Oasis Gaming doing a bit of that homework and capitalizing on the opportunity, especially in how Abaddon took control of that site in the last round.
Well, looking to be another A take here towards that route, towards the rubble. They get the wall on out and just keeps them at bay for the meantime. Oasis want no further problem here towards A. They know they can play back. They have that breach on their side, on Marky. And having that breach just gives you so much more influence across the map and across different long sections of this map. And that's what they're going to try and play off of, especially knowing that, well, Abaddon Abyss, they're on the eco. They don't have to play committed.
Yeah, a single lane or a single line, really. The fault line in particular. Exactly what Oasis needs to just get their peaks going. And here we go again. Abaddon Abyss, though, playing it a bit cheeky. Slow and steady is the pace. They want to make sure that Oasis isn't playing any of these opportune angles, if ever that's the case. Nexi also just keeping an eye out. He's towards Link. Really, for Oasis right now, their default positions are just to make sure no one can cross towards the CT side. Keep an eye out on their spawn. It's just keep sentries at bay, especially. They're playing guards, basically, here, Black and Blue. And as of now, their shift continues. 30 seconds left.
Well, they got some time to work with, but the plant has to go down here right now. Luckily, we talked about them having utility for that plant, but to what extent will that even matter when Wild Oreo finds an opening pick like that? Now space is going to be much more difficult to take. He has to worry about that flank potential. He doesn't really recognize that V-Black is there, but he knows that that potential could be possible. So he's making sure to keep wary of that flank. He's got Nexi to back him up on the peak, but V-Black and Asta, they find the pick on their own. The Sheriff's doing some work here. He's being caught out in the open. Georgie's still able to win that fight out. They give away where Slavdom is, but Asta's able to hold him off.
Big opening, and now Abaddon Abyss picking up the guns. They actually steal the round away! B-side is where dreams can happen. You make those pistols come up close, they do get the value. And from that point on, Abaddon Abyss, they just played patience there perfectly, Black and Blue. And what we're seeing from Abaddon Abyss is a squad that has willed themselves to this bracket right now. They willed themselves with that clutch victory versus Sky Empire in the regular season. That clutch win against Action PH in overtime of all things in a 2-1 fashion last time around yesterday. And now you're seeing the same kind of grit from Abaddon Abyss. This is a team that has stared darkness in the face and they say, no, we are not going to get consumed by it. We will continue on our path.
They do look back and they do return that gaze. And Oasis, they're feeling the full brunt of it. They thought the anti-eco would have been theirs. We're playing it right for the meantime. Found the opening pick off a Wild Oreo as well as they took Exotic down. But really what you're seeing here in this map so far is that not a lot of the attention is put towards the duelists in terms of closing out the round. If anything, you've been seeing Georgie buy them space early, but ultimately go down. Same with Exotic on the attacking side. It really does come down to that backline that we have been seeing coming in big for either side. V Black is doing wonders here, as well as Asta. He found 2 in that round on the eco, and that really could have been one of the biggest reasons why they won the round in the first place.
I mean, V Black, and then on the other side you have Nexi. Those are some of the most stable points you have for either team, and as we now get back into the round, you can see that second line of defense is what allows Oasis Gaming to still even have a chance in these kind of rounds. They're going to change it up though. Savvy 8K, Operator now in hand. He's on that stage, but he's still quite perilous with it. Still quite lethal if he can have a good angle made. Abaddon Abyss though, they saw success a while ago by slowly creeping up towards A, towards B, and trying to keep Oasis guessing.
Well, little do they know, they completely evade where the operator is. They had that op geared up towards the mound. They're supported by Nexi, but it's a B site that they look to want to take at this moment. Nexi finds information, and where Babs is, could almost infer that there should be more with him. That's why the defense is pulled here. You can see the backup from Marky, if in case there was more manpower and pressure being applied. Exotic's been able to crawl himself up towards the door, but I'm not too sure yet if Georgie recognizes this.
This is such a disciplined game right now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised because I thought we were going to get more round 1 shenanigans right after that started that way.
Well, I guess if you're Abaddon Abyss, you know you're against Oasis and you have to play cleanly.
Yeah, but then again, Oasis, they're willing to see Abaddon Abyss do the same thing, right? But it's time to dirty up the site as we go suddenly with a flood from Abaddon Abyss. B-Black, he begins with the initiation, sets up the wall. And there's no presence whatsoever from Oasis. They're going to go for the post-plant instead. They have the Rolling Thunder. They also have the Lockdown. They begin, though, with Marky's utility. Guiding Light can get thrown over to the higher ground. We've seen Asta get some great intel and some great flashes to help them out. Lockdown also built up by Rababs instead, but Nexi finds one. Trade for trade. It's still Nexi coming up ahead. 3 absolutely going to get pressured now. And with the flash comes, it's Nexi yet again getting the takedown. Shot, though, from the operators to get the connection to V1. And already Nexi on defuse and Savvy on the kill. Oasis Gaming, they just needed that space brought to the table, and they tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, just way too difficult to try and win that situation, right? The only real chance you have there is maybe if you had it planted towards for a main instead, and you back out through the door as soon as the lockdown is placed, anticipating that lockdown, but they kind of wanted to anchor down their post plant within the tree. And this is to your point a while ago, Dax, that we saw towards that C plant a while ago, where a lot of the post plant from Abaddon Abyss are in very committed positions. And we saw that be a big problem in that specific round right prior. If they maybe backed out towards the rubble a bit, had a plant that was a bit more available for their positions towards main, then maybe something could have been done about it.
And it was the same problem against Action PH. There were rounds where it could have been cleaner for Abaddon Abyss. But then again, they did still find a way to win. Close scoreline yet again for an Abaddon Abyss game. Oasis Gaming, though, slowly but surely picking up the pace and picking up the momentum that they need to get these frags. Turret, though, gets a spot on Operator, gets a shot, and this is an interesting 1-2 step here from Oasis. Nexi on the side, playing that mount to perfection. Savvy 8K with a takedown. Here we go with the wall, keeping Nexi protected, but he wants to go again! The overclock, or rather, well, the lightning fingers, they're not going to get anything. The overdrive gets nothing, as it will just be B-Black left to his own devices. 1v3 after everything is said and done, but Oasis Gaming, they just made that mound like clay. They were able to manipulate it the way they wanted to.
Yeah, and you see just how they're able to play off of the Hunter-Killer system there. The wingman really coming in big for either side, and not the one off of Gecko I'm talking about, just each other. Able to aid each other. You see there, first kill goes towards Nexi, second towards Savvy, third goes towards Nexi, and then back and forth. And that really just shows that they're ready to trade each other out and keep each other supported. And That's one thing I think a lot of teams don't get right with the operator. They just leave him on his lonesome, but the operator is more effective and most effective, really, when supported by at least one other player. As we saw there, Savvy backing out. Nexi was there to get the trade on the cross.
Maybe they watch some Pixar movies in between. You know that one? You Got a Friend in Me?
Yeah.
That one, you know, someone's Buzz, someone's Woody, and right now you are gonna be a toy there, good sir V-Black, as you have been played with by Oasis Gaming. They let the plant happen, and they just kill him on the spot at the sensor. It will be Oasis now taking this lead.
Yeah. Return it. This opening half is pretty close by all accounts so far. Abaddon Abyss going to be in a closer position at least to maybe try and make this a lot more contestable in the second half. But the attacker's side, the favorite one here, I think they're... What are they doing?
You want to defuse that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
eventually. They're using it maybe like a small tack.
No, they had time. There's like, okay, I can fix my mouse. I can clean my keyboard.
Small tack. Let me wash my hands.
You know how hard it is to remove keycaps from a keyboard?
Oh yeah, that's why you have those like tongs.
You need the pinchy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You probably need to do that. Guys, let me fix my W key real quick. Just make sure it's all oiled up, and any oilers here in the chat, as Nexi just so clean, really.
People oil their keyboard?
I don't know, dude. I have a laptop.
You oil your laptop?
I think that will break.
Let me oil the hinge.
I think the motherboard is right under my keyboard, so I don't think I can really do that.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. But Nexi's being a big problem right now, Dax, here
What's
for
new?
this Abaddon Abyss side. I mean, he is... Frankly, I think he's the player to look out for whenever you look at Oasis.
You want me to be real right now?
He's a star.
I'm going to be real right now.
Yeah.
There are a few players that we see here in VCTPH.
Yeah.
I think they're franchise-worthy.
Yeah.
Nexi has to be one of them.
He definitely is.
The other one...
Could have been.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We
Was.
don't talk about... Well, we don't talk about that. That's a whole different Pandora's box to open.
Yeah.
I can name two right now who are waiting in the upper bracket finals.
Who?
You got Ja.
And?
You got Wits.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't talk about that one
We don't talk about that one either.
No, we talk about that one either. But
Only Bruno.
Yes, my favorite is Encanto Filipino edition.
Yeah.
Have you heard that on Spotify?
Yeah.
It's a
Bruno
banger.
Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll catch a grenade for you.
That one.
Where did we go with this one? I just wanted to say that there's some players
Silky
that are...
smooth.
Dude, I just wanted to say that there's some players that are really a
Good.
different... really good, yes.
Big words.
Okay, fine. Screw it. We go to the next round.
And there we go. Mound opening pick by Savvy once more, but Georgie looking to press the issue and go even further. He finds Rebabs.
Yeah, quick one from Oasis, and that's exactly what they want. That's exactly what they've been trying to do ever since the pistol. And here we go, active map control. If you have Mount going in favor of Oasis Gaming, Abaddon Abyss, their choices immediately limited. They are on an eco round anyway. What, you got a Ghost, you got a Frenzy, and you have a few ultimates, that's it. But as soon as Oasis gets that confidence, this is when this team looks scary.
This team certainly won at the start of the year, at the start of the season of the stage. People were touting as the favorite, and I think that still stands. But those lines, I think the contrast between them and NAOS, even though they won that head-to-head, have kind of been closed on up. So for a team like Oasis, it really comes down to having to be the #1. Anything else could be considered an understatement, or at least an underachievement in what they were set out to do this season. And I think they have information now that the B plant is going to come on in. Next he finds V-Black. They know where Slatham is as well. Won't last too long. Well, he gets a pick, but backs off ultimately.
1v3 at least. Maybe isolate those duels, but now the double stack is there. Just stepping on top of that wall, even triple stack. There's no going in there. Sure, Slatham, try your best. The 1v3. He turns around. He might have to face this head on. He knows that the eco will still be in their favor anyway. They're going to have enough for the buys. Just waiting for the exit even. Very responsible play. Oasis. Georgie's going to take the bait. Come on, Georgie. No, don't cross there. And he still wins it anyway. He knew where to look. And you can take a peek, take a bow. Oasis now with a handful of rounds.
5-3. Oasis continue that lead even further. Operator on out. Once more, still here for Zavi. He gets to save it. But the ultimates, I think that's what they have to utilize in this round. It was an anti-eco, by the way, coming from Oasis, and more like an anti-force, if anything. They had some rifles to work with, but ultimately none really to be considered a full buy. But yeah, the Reckoning, I don't see how they utilize that. They got Seekers for information, which I think is going to be a big thing, considering how Oasis have been very keen on rotating. Maybe not always at the right time, but they've been very good at retaking anyways. So that Sky ulti can be the big thing for them in this mid-round. But Savvy finds an opening pick anyways. That's a Reckoning gone.
That's huge. They have to use the Resurrection now just to make that space that they want. And keep an eye out also Oasis. They both have counter utility and counter ultimates for that one. The lockdown from Nexi has been unnecessary for so long. He hasn't needed to use it as of yet. He's just killing everyone anyway. And now Abaddon Abyss, they burn a bit more, expanding so early. Seeker is now going to be into play. There's a slide on in. But did Savvy see that coming? He repositions to get the takedown Shorty in hand, but that Seeker will consume him from the grave. Asta will take him, turning the tides now. We go to a 4v4 and finally the lockdown here from Oasis will come online. They do have space though and a bit of time for Abaddon Abyss to put that spike down. And you can see here Exotic, he's waiting by drop, just making sure that there's anyone, or no one rather, who will cross his way. The lockdown does get insane onto 1v back, so waiting here towards the main area. Oasis on the defuse, and Exotic, he's still there in position. He now gets his gun out, but next he's almost done defusing, and there you go. The round is already over. These kills unnecessary, but they will go in Oasis' favor anyway. 6-3, and it's still Oasis who get it done.
And they had the Cove there as well, so when he looked out, he wasn't going to be able to see Georgie immediately anyway. So Oasis, even though they left one small hole open, they were able to close all the other ones immediately before it to become a real big problem. So luckily here for Oasis that did not go the way that they could have honestly turned things around here if you were Abaddon Abyss. If they delayed more time and Exotic was able to get the better timing on when he peeked out from that after the lockdown, after the detain, it could have been disastrous. But fortunately, Oasis come out of it unscathed.
But truth be told, Oasis is reading Abaddon Abyss so well right now.
Yeah.
They know someone's going to be there on that side. They know someone's going to be in such a committed position, and they just completely ignore him. They're like, he's dead for a few seconds. Doesn't matter. And Exotic, he's going to try yet again his darnest to make this 8-take happen. Rabab still has already fallen in Oasis. Man advantage now. They're going to have to play a bit more of a raw retake here. Only utility, no ultimates this time.
Well, they have to go aggressive. They know they don't have the man advantage, so they have to try and make one for themselves. The pick, it doesn't go their way, but the trade is ready from Slatham. He has to win this duel against Marky, otherwise it's going to be very difficult right now. 3 of them coming from that heaven, actually all of them. We don't have any flank presence as well from Abaddon Abyss, and that's a big thing to note. Savvy finds a kill. It's all on Astos, ultimately let down 7-3, and Oasis are starting to make a run.
Yeah, they're just keeping Abaddon Abyss at bay right now, and time after time we're getting Oasis now with the hotter hands. This was just a retake with that numbers advantage. They burnt the Resurrection, sure, but they were so confident that Abaddon Abyss was willing to challenge them, and that they did. Sometimes it's the pride before the fall, and in this instance right now, you're seeing for Oasis, they're exploiting the mannerisms of Abaddon Abyss. They know that they will want to fight, and Oasis, they have the mechanics to beat Abaddon Abyss right now in their stead.
Well, Abaddon Abyss, they haven't really been putting out much of a lurk presence, if at all, on these plants. And when there's a lockdown on the opposing side, then you don't really see that. Yeah, but they're trying now on an eco round, Dax. Yeah. We haven't seen it on a full gun round where they actually get the plant. And if they were able to somehow split, that could have been big.
They tried it on pillars with Rababs, and what happened? He died.
He died.
He died. So they're going to need to win one of these lanes. On a map like Lotus, we see it also on Haven, you need to get that clash going your way, or you have to slink by, if ever. But the difference between Haven and Lotus is it gets really tight, especially towards that B side, towards that C side. Where can you go? Where can you try and flank? You use the doorway, you make all the noise in the world here, Black and Blue. So it really limits your options. If you don't win the fight, you are going to get denied the space that you want.
But they have to continue to try to do it, Dax, and I think that's the biggest thing, especially when they know the lockdown is going to be available. That's one of the biggest ways to try and dismantle a lockdown retake is have that flank presence, have somebody have to check their back at the very least, and have them not be just too comfortable to use that lockdown space. V-Black finds an opening kill here in the Wild Oreo. That's a good start, and Exotic as well follows up with a quick trade enough for Marky.
How we seen this though before, Abaddon Abyss on the lesser buy, on the eco, that's where they stand and that's where they fight. Now then, moving towards C, right behind the wall, I believe. That's going to be Marky trying to just get the off angle on. If no one peeks that way, then that can be opportunity here for Oasis. And speaking of, they're trying to make space. Nexi, sure, he's gonna die from Waterfall, but that takes the attention away from Marky, and here he comes already on the angle. But V-Black, a better flank, a better chance, and now it becomes 1v3. Savvy 8K versus the world. He's trying to play through halls. He needs a pass though real quick, and the operator giving up for a rifle instead. Tries to go for the wall bangs, but the guess is wrong. And you know who's right? It's Abaddon Abyss. Thrifty round again.
A second one here. Half of the rounds that they've won in this half have been off of the eco, so Abaddon Abyss able to use what little they got, but when they are fully stocked on up. I'd like to see a bit more of that. We finally see Rababs' lurk come in big during that round off of the waterfall from B, and I think that's what they have to try and utilize more. No lockdown here from Oasis, but they do have that Reckoning at the cusp, and they do have the Rolling Thunder, and you need that offside presence to be crucial in these type of rounds, especially knowing that they're going to use it. It's the last round anyways.
Yeah, the stark difference though, Abaddon Abyss, they got the picks. They had the numbers, and they forced Oasis to just come to the site itself. But here we go again. Georgie this time takes care of Exotic for Babs. Able to make the trade work, and something to take note for Abaddon Abyss. They're one away from the resurrection. If they can get this A main control, they might be able to bring their teammate back to life. Exactly what they're doing, keeping the wall, or rather the doorway walled off. They go for the res, and they can go again for this A take.
Yeah, they have a choice here. Do they continue on or do they pull back? The operator is still up here for Savvy. They had enough economy for that, so they have to assume that they could rebuy into that. Look at the flank coming in from Nexi. He's pushing the pillars. He knows that this is clear for the most part. Isn't sure of that mount presence, but they do have an alarm bot for it anyways. If he does go around this corner, though, the turret should alert him and the rest of Abaddon Abyss of their presence. Here comes the on out now. The Cascade going to try and push on in, forcing Savvy back. They should have the site for free.
Yeah, here we go now with Abaddon Abyss. Position again on the low ground. Sladum getting the plat going, and this is Savvy 8K. A strong beginning to take care of Asta. The lurk, especially courtesy of Nexi. He's already towards that rubble control, but up close and personal, V-Black will get the takedown. Allows the Reckoning to come online, and Exotic, we lose that as a distraction to get that takedown. Overdrive though into play, and here comes the push from Abaddon Abyss. Oasis though, the last stand is strong from Marky. He's still fragging, he's still fighting, but he can't fight the nature that is lightning. Nexi though, he's caught, he's found, and Abaddon Abyss, they got a few rounds there by the end there, black and blue.
Yeah, simply a better angle held by Rababs. But you see, these past 2 round sacks, that flank presence being the crucial part of them holding on to the post plant. Knowing that that Rolling Thunder is going to come, knowing that Reckoning could come as well. They utilize that, and look at the perfect positioning here by V-Black as well. He gets that catch off, and then he pops his own Reckoning to allow Exotic to push even further deeper towards that attacking spawn, rather defensive spawn, and it just allowed them so much more space to play with.
Yeah, something low-key also about the Reckoning. I wouldn't be surprised if you can categorize it as an initiator ult, because it gives you intel.
I think it kind of is.
Yeah, you see it in the sky. It's like, what's that pillar? Water? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'd consider it an initiator ult. Even if it didn't give you, you know, information kind of like a Rolling Thunder, it still helps you on the push. And that's a big thing to have, especially in a controller of all things.
So you're telling me Harbor and Breach should trade ults?
Maybe.
Maybe. So Breach can finally give info.
He can get something out of it.
Maybe, something. But, you know, it's like I watched it in the movie. I was in the theaters the other week. It's Avatar, The Way of the Water.
Imagine if they changed things up. Like, instead, what would happen is, I guess, Breach had more of like a earthquake, or something from down below, and then where Harbor just had a like big tidal wave, and they just swapped.
Like
Rolling Thunder,
mega cascade, basically.
like a mega cascade.
Mega cascade. Dude, that's a different Avatar series. That's like Korra. We're trying to talk about. It's not even Aang.
Let's talk about the superior one.
We don't even have Aang here right now. There's no jets. That's something I realized. There's a lot of elemental stuff in Valorant, but the elements do align here for Oasis. They do catch out Exotic, but they lose Nexi in the process. 4v4, they begin now for their 8 sake. You can see there the staircase, and of course the top side looking to be contested by Abaddon Abyss. Oasis, they've carved a path already. You do have the high tide in response from Abaddon Abyss to try and prevent that post plan from happening, and there you have it now. It's committed positions here for Oasis. V-Back up close personal with the frenzy to get that takedown. The wall's now going down. It's Wild Oreo with a find on the slalom, but it's a direct flash here from Marky, keeping them in chain, keeping them in the corner. Marky, does he know there's a second one? Now he does, as Asta charges him. But in the end, Oasis Gaming, the numbers are in their favor. 2v1, Georgie and Wild Oreo trying to go for a bit of back-to-back action, but they separate each other. The duel comes forward to Rabab's way. 10 HP, a single bullet will do him. But even better done by Rababs. The classic is all he needs. And Abaddon Abyss, they needed that one to keep alive in this round.
Who needs a single bullet axe? We can spit out 3 with a single click anyways. Abaddon Abyss, for a moment, they had the advantage there. 4v3 against the retake, against the post plant rather, but then Oasis able to equalize the odds, especially off of Wild Oreo, really taking that drop control, going his way, at least stifling here the hold by V-Black. But ultimately enough, in the 1v2, Rababs coming in big in the classic. Better than the Ghost, perhaps. It got a right click, and that's what wins him the round.
Marky probably didn't fully expect Asta to just go at it. He's just gonna go in. I got flashed anyway. I got my teammate killed. Screw it. We're trading one way or the other. And really, Abaddon Abyss. These guys are great at pistol rounds, huh?
Uh-huh.
Two
Yeah, I mean...
thrifties a while ago. This pistol now.
And another.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Did they win the opening pistol as well? They did. Opening pistol, and then the anti-eco right after. And then they won 2 thrifties in that half. So that's, what, 4 pistol rounds how they kind of won, quote-unquote.
The numbers, what do they mean here, Black and Blue? Apparently, Abaddon Abyss, they don't need the numbers in terms of the arsenal. Instead, they just need the numbers right now, holding off Oasis from that C site, and even a Trailblazer right now. There's a bunch of, I'd say, emergency utility here from Abaddon Abyss.
Yeah.
With that Sky around. Because if you compare it to Marky, he always plays that setup, right, with the breach. But there are a few times where in the middle of the clash, there's just a little green bird flying around, and it's Astas. Gets a flash, allows them to peek, allows them to push the corner, and it has helped out Abaddon Abyss in a pinch time after time.
Time after time. I know you're thinking of the bop decks.
Yep.
I can see you bopping. Oasis, though, they get the plant down. Abaddon Abyss, smartly enough here, not wanting to give up the advantage, so Rababs pulls back, but now here comes a retake. Savvy, the only player to hit the shot here in this post-plant hold of theirs with the Sheriff. They're not expected to win this, but some damage would be nicely done. Great shot here from Savvy and Nexi. 1 apiece, 2v2 now. Much more possible to win.
Still doable, and now with the Cove into play, V-Black trying to be creative. Unfortunately for Savvy, though, he doesn't take the next step to get the hell out of there. And that will be Abaddon Abyss getting a takedown, but you said it yourself, the plant being stalled, and Nexi has stole a shot, but it's not good enough to find another target. Time was bought, but it's just not enough. Abaddon Abyss tied up the scoreline here, Black and Blue.
But valiant effort by all means here coming from Oasis.
Great eco.
They're able to get the plant. Yeah, great eco by all means. They get the plant down. They get 4 kills. Could even had maybe a 5th there if they didn't have the Bulldog on their side. If maybe a Spectre is all he was equipped with. But Oasis, they have to try and convert these rounds. You can't let this lead go towards the Abaddon Abyss squad, who I think, frankly, during the final week of VCT regular season, they have been so impressive so far in how they're able to perform. They're able to barely clutch their way out into the playoffs, and now they're tied up with arguably the best team in the Philippines in the circuit.
Look, they didn't even believe us that they were in the playoffs.
What do you mean?
Remember? Because they basically found out on the broadcast that they were in, and they weren't even sure. Even though we were saying
they were just
already.
playing to be, let's just win this and see what happens.
We'll see what happens. And they were like, huh?
Really?
We're still playing? We're still going on?
Did they say that in the interview or something?
They said in some of their tweets that they
Oh,
were
really?
they're much in disbelief.
Oh.
That's for sure, that they're still here right now.
Good for them.
And same thing, so many pick'ems were ruined by Abaddon Abyss beating Action PH, a veteran squad that many know already. And if they do, the improbable here versus Oasis Gaming, it's going to get even better now. Then a slide on in from Georgie. Quick execute by Oasis. We see the chain of utility to make that takedown happen. But Savvy AK, look at the creativity yet again. Gets on top of the site, makes it a 3v3 scenario after Exotic makes the trade happen. But Oasis, they don't have the control that they want so far. The high tide in the way. And now I believe that's going to be the reckoning here for V-Black. He's been getting some quick ultimates so far. And here we go yet again. Staves off Oasis for the time being.
That was really good coming in from Georgie, though. You saw how he bypassed the slow orb and all those nano swarms with a long jump. Marky getting 2 against this bonus from Abaddon Abyss. They don't have much to fight with anyway, so that's 1. Could have found another, but at the very least, Marky gets a 3rd. So Abaddon Abyss able to do some damage, but ultimately enough. Oasis, they keep the lead so far.
Yeah, Oasis, they just pushed it with Marky. Very impressive. We saw the Reckoning forcing everyone back towards the mound area.
Look at this.
But this was even better. Slide through the slow orb. No one can push. Don't worry, you got this. Oh, V-Black.
Oh, no.
He did everything right there with having that Reckoning. He was able to just stave off Oasis from their push, but unfortunately for them, just the willingness of someone like Marky coming in from that duelist background, he's going to go in as a breach whether you like it or not.
Seemingly like they had the wrong read of where Oasis were there. I think they still assumed that they were somewhere towards the mound, like maybe towards the C-Long instead.
Well, as of now, Oasis at least, they do have the rifles at the ready. It was a decent bonus there from Abaddon Abyss. And what we get is the Rolling Thunder into play towards holes. It only bounces up the turrets. Or Abaddon Abyss, they already knew what was coming their way. Site taken here by Oasis right now. Rababs is a single kill away from that lockdown. So perhaps a chance here on the post plant here for Abaddon. Abyss, no more overcommitment, no overpeaks as of yet. Oasis, though, haven't really committed on the plant, and just because of that, Savvy gets the first kill. Finally, Oasis looking to just capitalize on it.
Yeah, Rabab's being taken on down. That's going to make things more difficult here on the anti-flank if it ever does come on in, but Exotic's able to be good for one. Savvy quick on the trade, though. Mere Guardian in his hands, but that's all he needs. He can retrieve even more. They have that res if it ever does come to pass, but I don't think they're going to need it as of the moment. 4v2, the mound plant, always difficult to dismantle. They have the high tide here up to try and kind of cut this up, but no, the spike, it's planted outside of it, going to make it more difficult to try and go for the push. The Cove plant down. V-Black not even finding the timing here as Marky way too sharp in this moment. It's all on the Slatham, and as long as he can maybe do some damage here, then good round. But I think this round is ultimately done. He can find one. He can't even find a second. Savvy with a third. And Oasis finally looking sharp as we expect.
Yeah, they're really heating up Oasis. They do lose Georgie many a time in these firefights, but someone steps up, whether it's Marky, that willingness to play aggressive on that breach, or Savvy here, building walls and building opportunities. He's a guy who's giving jobs, man. You gotta love that. Vote for Savvy. I don't know for what. Maybe your congressman in the near future. But as of now, Oasis Gaming, they are in control yet again of the game. The momentum swings back in their favor. It has to be a timeout here from Abaddon Abyss this time.
Yeah, talk things over. What can they do, Abaddon Abyss, on these rounds? Once again, I think the doors haven't really been as utilized as we see a lot on some of these splits. I think when pressured to it, Abaddon Abyss, they can try and surmount that retake with a bit of door presence. They don't even have to push out towards the mount, but merely having presence there is a big thing of why a lot of teams are pretty successful when they know they have a multi-directional and multifaceted take or retake. And we saw that be a problem with Abaddon Abyss. When they were linear on their retakes, rather on their post plants during the attacking side, a lot less successful. But when they had some flank presence, had a different avenue to try and give Oasis more to worry about, then that's when they were effective. And if they can replicate that here on the defense, then it should at least help them tenfold.
Yeah, it really goes to show right now. The adjustments absolutely necessary here, especially for Abaddon Abyss. They have 3 ultimates to work with. They don't have the best arsenal, though. Marshall perhaps or Sladom, but beyond that, Oasis, they're looking to keep the train going. And, well, while we're looking for a bit of those sound bites, maybe we can do the effects right now. Whoosh. There's no one's shooting it. They're waiting.
Wait.
Wait.
Here's the water. Whoosh, whoosh. Oh, what?
Pew, 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 pew. Ding. Yeah, you even got a stun. Boom, boom. I'm out of here. That's what Neon says, right?
Yeah, on the opposing side.
Yeah, there you go. See?
All right.
You guys don't need audio. We're the audio now.
Maybe we should call Miss Neon herself.
Yeah, of course. Can we get the voice actress on? I'll call her right now. Call a friend or call a VA.
Yeah.
Dude, if I was just that close, I would actually dare do it.
Yeah, right? Call Miss Peniel.
We've had broadcasts where we just call a friend or call a caster, or a caster starts PMing you to say something on broadcast. But here we go now. Exotic, Savvy, AK make the trades happen towards the lobby. Oasis Gaming, they were just playing it patient, but you will not. And what does Sage say?
On the what?
On the res.
On the res?
Yeah.
You will not
kill my allies.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm an ego. I don't know what to say, but V-Black still on the inside while Lori makes a trade happen. And in all honesty, Oasis Gaming, this is just a respect round to Abaddon Abyss. They know they have the better buys anyway. And Oasis, they will take advantage of that. Savvy 8K, he gets a number of those takedowns, and that's Oasis getting to double digits.
For a second there, I thought it was going to be Now Never Dies. Yeah, on the res. Quite iconic.
Now,
in this case,
that sounds like it's for the other team.
Yes, exactly.
That's for a team in the upper bracket finals.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Instead of now's the time. Now's
I
better
said noun.
Noun?
Yeah.
Noun.
Noun.
Dude, I don't know how English works. I just speak it. But
what do you mean?
This is a simile.
Yes.
You are a metaphor.
I am a verb.
I can call myself an adjective.
All right, good job.
Yes.
Abaddon Abyss, they need to start doing a better job here. Dax, they got ultimate support. Press, what's the ult?
X.
X.
Yeah, but
and win.
Truth be told, this is an interesting cascade. This separates Abaddon Abyss and Oasis, just basically partitioning the site in half. And just because of that, V-Black takes advantage. Aggressive angle here. Oasis though with the plant, and we also get the overdrive into play. Wild Ori though committed position. He finds 2 for his troubles. As not able to make the trade happen too, and it will be the resurrection here from Abaddon Abyss. While this happens, it's the wall, it's the defuse, and this is the round done and dusted. Oasis Gaming, they tried to pull off the heist, but Abaddon Abyss, they're Ocean's 5 basically. They knew what was coming, and they were able to stop it.
And the problem there, Nexi and Georgie both detained, so it was only Marky to try and help burn that wall down, and you mag dump into the wall, you're practically left with not many rounds to try and find the kill on after, so Oasis there. Unfortunate blunder. Abaddon Abyss had the ultimate advantage. We saw the plan coming from Oasis. I think very curious, as you said, that Cascade to try and kind of cut up the B site wall, but that also just gave them so much less control of the situation. And if you're able to take the entirety of the B site, maybe things could have been done differently.
Yeah, just Abaddon Abyss, very creative also on their responses. Really goes to show this squad, if you give them the fight, you will be getting it there. Timeout called by Oasis. It was a very, I'd say, substandard round for them. Losing a site that easily in terms of control, in terms of the angles, they were taken aback. And in those situations, you just have to take a little bit of a breather. Your execute's already strong. You already got a few frags along the way. But giving it up for free like that, and you mentioned that there was still the ultimates from Abaddon Abyss affecting that whole decision.
Yeah.
It needs a conversation right now.
I mean, they know that the lockdown was going to be possibly coming to play. Why not have somebody ready for that broken door flank towards the A main side, right? That's really one of the main ways that you can keep that defense guessing. But Oasis not really giving them much of a different look there. Not really have any control. Actually, in that post plant, the only thing you have to worry about there, if you do have link control anyways, is that B main. And that's not much to go off of if you're Oasis.
Yeah. Really just goes to show right now for Oasis, they have to keep things going against Abaddon Abyss. It begets respect right now. And if you lose sight of that, one of these two teams can honestly take advantage. We saw it a while ago from Abaddon Abyss. Very committed position again from Exotic. But here we have it. The stun, the aftershock, the cascade, and the kill. All the elements, they're truly the real avatars here from Oasis. They're bending it to their will, and they just bend the corner and get that takedown easily.
Yeah, there was no chance really for Exotic. Maybe if he kind of slid back towards the mound a bit, but ultimately off the pressure way too much, and they would have been ready to swing at him anyways. That was the only chance he had. Now Oasis, they have the opening pick, one they're usually pretty efficient at converting, making sure it doesn't turn into a problem. 10-8, Abaddon Abyss still have a fighting chance here. They do not have information on the rotation per se. The Guiding Light, I think they've dodged it successfully too.
Maybe so.
Oh.
There's no one on lobby.
But
so
they opened the door.
But they opened the door. It's like, okay, I'm going to sound effects again.
But now that pulls the defense here towards that A site.
And there you have it, the reckoning. Let's turn the sides and fault line. Let's go. It will be Oasis Gaming now, pitter-pattering their way towards the objective. Yet again, the waters weighed in their favor. Sladom, though, here by Waterfall. And there you have the sound now. But you also get the same soundbite. Turn the side yet again. Reckoning into play, courtesy of Abaddon Abyss this time around. And just in the chaos, it will be back be able to thrive. But suddenly, he is faced off by the Oasis gang themselves. You're not part of this clique. You're not part of this party. It's 4v2. Oasis now still playing towards the rubble area. Sight being taken away by Abaddon Abyss, but they know the numbers are still there. The post plant is strong here from Oasis, and the shots from Savvy as well as Marky are even better. Another round towards the Oasis favor.
Spike planted and no problem found. Oasis, that mound plant is so difficult to try and dismantle, and this is part of the reason why teams like to play the Sage plus Harbor composition. Gives you so much more chances of having something, up and erected towards the post plant and trying to make the defuse a bit easier. Buy them at least, a half defuse at the most. But still, when you lose the opening picks that way, it's going to be very difficult to get that retake going. And Oasis, we see there that they were so good at playing with the expectations of Abaddon Abyss. They pull their defense towards C, then they pull them back towards A, and then they hit the C side again.
Yeah, we're really seeing Abaddon Abyss have to hold off what Oasis is trying to bring towards the A site here. Tree area yet again being utilized by Abaddon Abyss for cover. But you can see the pressure is already there. The Hurley investment from the Harbor Wall just to slow down the push. Oasis Gaming happy to just play it, waiting it out. Trailblazer already making some noise towards main. But this is just the calm before the storm. We know that Oasis, they're ready for that take. They just need to make noise somewhere, pull a bit of that defense, and that's exactly what Nexy's doing. Think he saw a bit of that ponytail action? Might know the stage is right there. And Savvy 8K, oh my! The knife peek allows Savvy to actually go for the fight. A bit of a standoff, a bit of an awkward moment. Quick little reset, guy. I'm not ready. You're not ready. Sure, let's fight now. And with a flash here from Oasis, it's even better. This A site is theirs in a series of unfortunate events for Abaddon Abyss.
Luckily, Exotic's able to get a kill, even though he gives his position away there with the relay bolt. Ultimately enough, a flank is coming in here from Slatham, but he is low, and he's been given, rather, he is spotted as he shot out the alarm bot. He's going to be taken down immediately by Savvy. Rabab's good for one, but he's done. V-Black, 1v3, picks up the Phantom. They know where he is. He's checking that drop, but they have a pretty good hold on the situation. 2 towards that tree, and off of the pick. That's an ace here coming from Savvy. Do the announcer voice, Dex.
Ace!
There you go. I like how you did the YMCA hands too.
It's
the praise the sun.
No, it's a V for the penta, right? Because V for ace.
Wow, good job.
You can't spell ace without V.
Okay. I thought of it for a second. I mean, the kill feed, you're right.
Yeah, if the game says so, I say so. And here we go again. Savvy 8K building up a case to be one of the strongest contenders here, really from not just collegiate scene, but here in the pro side. 25 takedowns. I believe he has one of the highest records also in terms of most kills in the regular season. But we start off with a trade. Savvy goes down. No numbers for you. It's Nexy though, making sure that the refrag is there, and Oasis Gaming, yet again, changing up the pace. They know that Abaddon Abyss expects slow, or rather fast. They're playing slow, but the operator is the better answer for Exotic as he picks that up.
Yeah, big pick for him. Keeping Abaddon Abyss's hopes in this round alive. And Oasis, they're rotating here towards the C site. They'd like to give up the C site. They know they have util for it, and they know they've been pretty efficient on these retakes as well to retake that C site when they do give it up. So they have information now that it is a C plant, a double flank coming from Abaddon Abyss here on this post plant. And if they can successfully stop that mount from being utilized, it could be big. But you see here Oasis knowing they don't have mount control, plant here towards the CT instead, plant for a deeper angle and try and take the waterfall away, which is really smart knowing the up is on Abaddon Abyss.
Yeah, just go for the push and keep it close towards Link. The mount though might be the point of pressure that you've been talking about. And here we have it, V-Black as well as Asta in position to go for the rotation. Oasis still playing on the halls. They're just absolutely stuck here right now. A single line to draw them in. And Exotic is just a beam here to keep the numbers for the Marky. Where did that come from? 3 for him. Breaks the cove, but can't find the defeater along the way. V-Black will hold on for dear life. And the same thing applies to Abaddon Abyss.
Wow, Marky almost getting the job done there. God goodness. 12-9. And how close that could have been. A split second earlier, and Oasis could have stolen this map away in the 1v4 from Marky. They don't check him. I thought certainly he was good for 1, maybe 2 before going down, but he found the 3rd anyways. Still though, great round here for Abaddon Abyss, ultimately enough. If not for this wild spray, look at that! A triple collateral by all sense of the word. And the spray down just somehow buying him a miracle, but not enough to win the round.
Yeah, Marky trying to tell everyone to go to class, stay away from these halls. But unfortunately, with the cove in the way, those bullets don't pass through. And the same case won't be there for Oasis Gaming. Abaddon Abyss. How many times do we have to see it, especially in that series versus Action PH? They stay alive. This is grit in every sense of the word. This is the definition of 1 HP and a dream right now. And they're keeping it up to keep the game going here, Black and Blue.
And they're darn broke as well, Dax. Half armor for some of these, 100 credits left on the others. The operator pick coming in big. No one ready on a wider angle there. They have the res to get Wild Oreo back up, and that's important. It's just only a controller for the Oasis squad. They got the lockdown utilized here. I want to see a bit more, though, of that flank pressure coming from Abaddon Abyss on these rounds. Slatham finds a pick anyways on the Georgie.
Yeah, but that's going to be a detain in response. So effectively, Oasis, they can wade through the waters and go towards halls. Nice angle though by Exotic. He's staying on top towards the corner. And here he comes yet again. Gets a glimpse of Nexy. And then the wake, that's the demise. Spikes planted, but the numbers don't favor Oasis whatsoever. It's Wild Oreo versus the world. And the world will be too much to handle for it. Exotic Exotic with another one. And speaking of another one, it's another one here for Abaddon Abyss.
Another one.
And another one.
Well, they got the economy still Oasis, so they can continue buying. Actually, no matter what happens here, I think they're going to be able to have another buy, even for the final round, although not optimal for that final round of regulation. But still, Abaddon Abyss are so much more ready. And you see the half measures there, Marky. He tries to go through the wall, realizes, hey, maybe not, but not just before exposing himself just a bit through that harbor wall. And when you are tagged through it, you are slowed down just a hair, about 30%, and that's enough to kind of make things a lot more hasty or hairy when trying to back out.
Does that apply in real life too? If you're swimming, you go 30% slower.
Yeah, you have a
Where did the
nerve.
number come from? Do you actually know what the percentage is?
Of course.
Of course. Mr. Numbers himself, but stats don't lie, and Georgie is the truth. Sladom, what are you doing there with an operator, good sir? A little too ambitious.
Yeah.
For a Sage to do that of all things.
Yeah. Curious. I mean, Slavim, he's made a name for himself to be quite, I guess, reckless in those moments, but that kind of reckless Abaddon,
funny.
Get it?
Shut up.
Is exactly what this Abaddon Abyss need.
Don't be right now. I take talking privilege away from you just because of that joke. But exactly that. Look, okay, they get a pick, and Oasis isn't gonna say this is a free site. We've seen from Abaddon Abyss how they rotate.
That's I'm not too sure about. Slavim.
Well, he can't res himself, so it doesn't really matter, unfortunately. And
on the third day.
On the third day, we will rise again here with Savvy 8K, or in the 23rd round, actually. We also get the Reckoning into play from Wild Oreo. We've seen time after time that Harbor Ultimate is exactly what they need to get the site going. And speaking of, Oasis now gets the plant going here.
Yep, no real problem on that, but the Reckoning, it catches Wild Oreo out. He might get caught up by the follow-up. Asta here on the flank, and that's exactly what we needed. That door pressure, it has to come in big. 3v2, though. Oasis, they have the advantage in this post plant. They have the mount plant once more. Exotic and Rababs, it's all on them.
It's a roulette there, quickly made by Asta, but Rababs a chance, but no chance whatsoever. Nexi and Marque, a tandem towards Mound, and that's exactly what Oasis needed there at the end. They played King of the Hill, and they will be crowned victors of Lotus this time.
They finally get it done. Maybe it came a bit too long, maybe it came a bit too distant at the end of things, a bit too close as well for comfort, but ultimately enough to get the round done, and that's the important factor. Lotus hasn't been the most convincing map so far for Oasis, but they get the job done, and that's, I think, the biggest important thing. If they lost this map 1 against Abaddon Abyss in that fashion off a comeback, that would have been devastating.
We've seen the Abaddon Abyss climb their way back of these situations anyway, and what's even more interesting is we're going to move into Split next, but this is what Oasis is all about, an all-star squad with so much numbers and so much glory in their favor. There's that star power that we always love to see, and we can check out the stats right now just to point that out. Keep an eye out here for Oasis, especially Savvy there with 27 kills, but we know also Marky and Nexi.
Yeah.
They were instrumental in so many of those round victories.
Yeah, we saw Marky as well right near the end just be so huge in getting these kills multiple times over. We saw that as well in the first half on the attacking side where Marky was able to really just find a double kill out of nowhere, able to catch out with proper timing and really great intuition. A lot of these Abaddon Abyss players, and you saw that even there in that opening round of the pistol.
And this view of the highlights here and there, we also see at the very start Abaddon Abyss able to stem the tide that was Oasis, but eventually the Oasis gang, they will flourish, they will figure out where to go, what to do, and round after round, you could see that the antics that Oasis wanted to start this game off with, they could finally do it near the tail end. But Abaddon Abyss, they made sure that Oasis always had to work for it. Thrifty rounds going in favor of Abaddon Abyss. Some site takes to really watch out for, especially in the most aggressive manner. But on the onset and on the other side, I think Oasis, they done their homework. They realized, especially when in committed positions, that's where they can punish a team like Abaddon Abyss. And there were a few rounds where we saw that to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing Abaddon Abyss, able to adjust, but sometimes it just came too little, too late in the half. Like, by the time they'd be able to adjust, you'd see Oasis with a 2-3 round lead, and that would just have to force the comeback to come from Abaddon Abyss. Imagine if it was a closer game, and they were able to adjust earlier on, then this certainly could have gone into overtime, but those are bygones, and you gotta let those be bygones at the end of the day. I'm still impressed with what they were able to do, but even more impressive was Marky in this game, delivering the win here with Grab Unlimited.
I'm loving all the pictures we've seen recently.
Oh, yeah.
I like Witz's one, I like Marky's too. He's saying, now's not the time, Oasis is the time.
Wow.
It doesn't work the same way.
Is it Marky time?
But it's Marky time, apparently, and it's time to really keep an eye out on these kind of rotations. We know both Oasis and Abaddon Abyss, they do play their 6-man rotations in a pretty interesting fashion. Marky has become that Astra Plus initiator specialist, which is very different from his old Jet duelist only days.
Yeah.
And the evolution really we see here from Oasis Gaming, yet again propelling them to this victory.
And it's such a big thing, right, to have a Flex who has that mechanical capability to just frag out at any time. Let's not forget, last year he was a duelist of Oasis, so you definitely know that this man, he can show up when the calling gets tough. He almost did in that 1v4 clutch. If he had maybe a half second earlier, then maybe things could work out his way. But yeah, great job here done by Oasis. Ultimately enough at the end of things. Marky as well. Big round, a big player, big game for him.
Yeah, there was a few of those rounds. He was also in such a strong angle for a duelist. It's just like, what are you doing there? Oh, you got the kills. No problem. You can just do whatever the hell you want. And Oasis nearby the tail end. That's exactly what happened. Just every single time we'd see them in the post plant, they would just stop what Abaddon Abyss was trying to do. And it was a spectacular show. We still have split to go for, guys. This is a best of 3, and we'll be back in just a bit after this break. flower power and team power there on
Wow.
Lotus for Oasis. See where I go in there?
Okay.
But it was Oasis taking that victory over Abaddon Abyss in 13-10 fashion. Pretty close, but not enough for Abaddon Abyss to get that win. Before anything else, though, I am Dax here with Black and Blue, and it was quite an interesting game. It really picked up near the second half, though, to the point where everything was silenced.
Yeah, like it literally seems like we were all suppressed, but seemed like there was no real chance there for Oasis to kind of suppress what Abaddon Abyss were finally able to do when they did adjust. Ultimately enough, though, the counter adjustments made for Oasis were able to achieve at least the end result of winning, but it came pretty close to comfort. Split, though, I think is going to be a very different map.
Yes, come on. This is one of the first few times we've seen Split in this split of VCTPH.
Wow. You're full of wordplay.
It just writes itself, man. But truth be told, this is still a map that Oasis Gaming has been very happy to play for so very long already. Their history speaks volumes of how much they've played Split. They have played it again in competition prior to VCTPH, and it's something I was talking about. Once the shifts come to the map pool, it's going to be in favor of Oasis. It's time for them to prove it in this series.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Split is one of those maps that we were kind of touting to be one of probably the best maps of Oasis, right, coming into this stage. Even though we didn't see it within this stage, we didn't see it during the open qualifiers, we saw it outside of it, and they were pretty impressive, I think, at the end of the day. So and ever since you look at the history of Oasis, right, they were always pretty effective on it. But for you guys, what is going to be pretty effective to help you in your everyday life, especially when you want to get some food towards you, is Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. And to be fair, I tried it too, finally, like maybe a week or two ago. You kept on telling me to do it. I was like, okay, fine, Dax, I will.
Did you?
And it was pretty useful, like off the delivery fee.
Did you order through the desktop?
Not yet. Desktop, yes. Through the desktop.
We'll get you one day to
Actually, no, I was going to use a desktop, but then I was like, in spirit of Dax, I use my phone.
Okay, very good. I'm proud of you. You are now a civilized man. And
thank you.
Thank you again to Grab Unlimited for supporting stream and supporting VCTPH as well. We still have Split, though, to keep an eye out for. And really, the sample size is absolutely small in this day and age. Even though Split has had a few changes here and there, we still know it'll be more of a defender-sided map. We've also noticed that there are still some new configurations that we're getting. You can play that classic Sage comp, wherein you can put out the barrier orb and use it to basically manipulate the battlefield. We're seeing some really walls being put up by different controllers as well. And right now, I think it's all about innovation yet again. This is the playoffs. This is where you're able to crown yourself as the best team in the Philippines. So it's time for both Abaddon Abyss and Oasis Gaming to hit the books and show us what they got.
It's time. Isn't that coin Dax from something else? From someone else? Perhaps. In this case, no buffer to be needed. We should be going into the game very soon. But you guys are watching this on the English broadcast. Obviously, we're speaking in English. We are on Twitch, VALORANT_PH, or YouTube. We have a second stream there for a mirror. If you want to watch the Filipino broadcast, so with our lovely friends over on the other side, I believe right now it is their coin nickname, The Mods Casting. We got them on Facebook, so facebook.com/VALORANT Esports PH. There's also another stream on YouTube, so make sure to check out the Filipino broadcast if you want to, or if you want to stay kindly with us, then you can stay on the English broadcast right now.
Why do we need that language redirect? I'm looking at both the English and the Filipino broadcast right now. One eye to the left for English, one eye to the right for Filipino. How do I understand anything? I don't know even. But we have to understand that this is pretty much do or die for Abaddon Abyss. They need to win this map if they want to stay in the upper bracket. They still have a lower bracket just in case they do drop, but it really has been their momentum to stay alive. We've talked about time and time again that it might be a matter of endurance here for Abaddon Abyss, especially in the regular season, and they proved themselves against Action PH that they can win things like map number 3.
Yeah.
But right now, they have to force a map 3 to begin with.
I mean, that was against Action PH, no knock to them, but Oasis are the team that many were touting at the start of this stage, right? Make it all the way to the end and even finally raise the trophy. And that's going to be, what, our third... Actually, at the end of this stage, no matter who wins, it's going to be our third VCTPH winner of all time, because we've only ever had 2.
Oasis technically won.
Did they win this?
They won because they were the last one to qualify, remember, to the region. I know my history. I know Oasis technically
Yeah,
won.
into the region.
Yeah.
Did they win champs? Oh, they won. You're right.
They won.
That was the final one. That was the one.
Challengers.
This is their second.
You gotta give props to Oasis
yeah.
like that. We also gotta
Yeah.
give props to our amazing giveaway that we have right now. And of course, you can get a chance to win 790 or 1650 Valorant points powered by Grab Unlimited. All you gotta do is like and follow the Valorant Esports Philippines and Grab Food PH Facebook pages. Share the live stream with the hashtags #VCTPH, #Valorant Challengers PH, and #Grab Unlimited. And comment on the live stream which team are you rooting for. Winners will be announced every end of the playoffs broadcast day from March 7 to 12, 2023. There's a QR code down below to help you out as well. See, there's a lot of things to begin away here on the stream. A lot of action as well. And right now, I am honestly very excited to see what we're going to get here on Split. It really just feels like that clean slate. We brought back that map. We know that for a fact that, especially Oasis Gaming, they have that rich history on it. But there is still a chance for Abaddon Abyss as we get into Aegis Select. I'm going to talk about that history right now while we're getting started here, Black and Blue. So many games Oasis taking some big dubs against the competition. But there is also a really big blemish I remember way back when. They lost actually 0-13 to, I don't know if it was Blend or Team Secret itself. Yeah, there were those kind of times too. So it's a bit hit or miss here for Oasis, and looks like they're going to try to hit it with a Cypher-based composition. Same thing also for Abaddon Abyss, only one variant. You got the Raze for Georgie, you got the Jet for Exotic.
Yeah, they're both pulling out the Sky as their solo initiator, which we have seen kind of be meta even when Split was up online, during last year. So I like this composition on either side. The big difference, as you talked about, right, the Jet or the Raze, which is more effective. In my opinion, I like the Raze here. Even with the nerfs towards that Boombot, I still think that she can give so much more value in terms of the amount of space that she can buy with that nade and the amount of denial she can also apply onto the area of effect. And we see that come in big. That showstopper is something you can never count out as well, many times on over. But you also have the Omen on either side. The Cypher, as a Cypher main myself, I approve. Killjoys, no more in this side, but there are benefits to having that Killjoy. We see a lot of those B trips be a problem when it comes to on the anti-flank.
Yeah, it just really goes to show this is a map where you can bring out a bit of those vintage picks and make them work. I'm very keen though to see Skies into play right now. You can see on a map like this, it does get a bit narrow, but if you have a strong flash, you're going to get a strong initiate moving forward. And really, Oasis, Abaddon Abyss, it's really just a test besides that duelist on who can play this kind of composition better, who can really lock down these sites as much as possible. And one thing to keep an eye out is who will start on the defense. Apparently, it's Oasis. The mantle of responsibility, the ball is on their court right now. And for Oasis, they're going to want to set a good pace moving forward as Abaddon Abyss will try to play siege towards the middle of the map.
All right. Opening round up on here. Defensive side by Oasis. The usual Dax, put the wall towards mid. Keep them at bay. You smoke it off instead, and also buys a bit more time and burns a bit more, at least for the defensive side to utilize.
For now, though, Abaddon Abyss, they begin with the Trailblazer. Wild Oreo already getting with that intel, has to retreat immediately. Something to take note of. You got Drax now, and Marky still on the board. Meet Savvy 8K's the one away here for Oasis. But speaking of now, Georgie, Wild Oreo, the names for Oasis do light up. It's just single kills here for Oasis until Wild Oreo breaks that straight chain. And V-Black's the only one left. Tries to play teleportation, knows already that there's someone nearby. But Marky, he was good, he was ready. And with the Frenzy, he's able to get that takedown.
Well, while we've got a bit of time, you and I have been debating silently on this result. We've been browsing.
2021!
Yeah, I was thinking last year.
Yeah, no, but they've been a champion already.
Yeah, but then again, stage 3 during 2021, Secret weren't there because they already qualified.
Yeah, but they still won.
They still won.
Yeah, you want semantics. You can't say that they're a new champion. They were already Oasis Gaming by that point. See, I know my history.
I guess, but like, you didn't have the other team there. So there was always a question mark out of it.
You're doing Oasis dirty right now.
No, I think it's just for real.
This is how you don't get
They
a
have
jersey.
never been tested the same way.
Well, you know who's
and
getting
now
tested?
they are.
Georgie.
Now,
He gets 3.
He passes every test.
That's an A+. He flies by 2. And really, Oasis Gaming, you already know they're just going to be trying to play this as close as possible. And exactly that. Next, with a takedown that Hydra has the judge. Hydra has the judge. Well, the Trailblazers is there at least. And he has to reload. Oasis, they have a little bit of space to work with in Hydra. Oh, man. There was a chance. I almost thought it would have been a train wreck there for Oasis, but they kept it cool. They kept it calm like you, looking at all these stats, and they take the second round.
Well, I think the real point here, Dax, is that they've never been, I guess, expected to win the stage in the same way. Yes, they won stage 3, and I think they're the most expected team to win during that moment. But then again, there weren't really any teams to their same power level. Everybody else, yeah, the SB Empire at that time, who were somewhat effective, but we saw where that really went. And now they got Nexia, actually from one of those teams. But now they actually have a team that does contest with them in NAOS. And I think that's a big thing. That they're a favorite, but there's also a big challenger their way.
Did he just try to knife the bird?
Maybe.
That's a duck hunt and a half waiting to happen. But
catch it with his face.
I guess so. If you can just catch it with your raw bare hands, that's how they used to do it back in the Stone Age. And Wild Oreo, he's getting hit by a few pebbles here and there, a few pokes with the rifle. I do have to say, though, that Oasis has always been that third best team in so long. And this is their chance this year to prove that they are #1, really, in the Challengers Philippine scene. They do begin now with Abaddon Abyss and their buy round. They go for the Trailblazer, they go for the push, but Georgie hasn't cleared as of yet. And here he goes yet again. Behind him, though, there's pressure. And eventually, they make a sandwich out of him. Hydra with the pinch and the takedown. Here comes Drax, though, looking for the spray down and lets the takedown. Doesn't expect a second target right behind them. And Abaddon Abyss now moving to capitalize on those frags. It's 3v1 beyond the wall. It is Nexi. He retreats. Tries to stay in cover here by Ali. The Guiding Light, though, gets confirmation that the Cypher is still there. And the Cage, perhaps to push, perhaps to get in there. Already tagged, already slowed. And in the corner, difficult scenario here for Oasis. Abaddon Abyss, they are very effective at clearing out the mid. And this time, they make their take work.
Yeah, clean round here on the anti-bonus from Abaddon Abyss. George able to do some damage towards that male, but ultimately enough. Abaddon Abyss, they take the round. By the way, I don't think we touched upon it. Savvy 8K out, Drax in for this.
I did.
You did?
I did.
I didn't hear you.
You were busy looking at your...
willful ignorance.
You're looking at your 2021, 2022 stats. And just to add on, also same substitution here, you have Asta and Hydra together. This is one of the first times
we see them together.
I see them together. Usually they sub out for each other, which means the one who isn't
Rababs.
here is Rababs. Very good. Good job.
Yeah, wow.
You're looking at your stats so well. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
But this is what I was saying right before we started this game. These two squads, they use their 6-man rotations well, and in this instance, let's see if those fresh legs can really help out both Oasis and Abaddon Abyss moving into this map.
Yeah, we saw so many moments as well, a while ago where Savvy AK was a big part of a lot of both their defense and attack. So I'm curious to see how Oasis continue to play this split without having him. And that's kind of the risky run as Asta finds a big pick. When you have a 6-man rotation, sometimes just because of the rotation, a player that you had very hot in the previous game is taken off as Georgie finds a kill on the trade.
And speaking of the rotation, Georgie has rotated towards the ramps. Now then, the boom bot and the takedown, distraction, satchel, and even the paranoia to help on out in the pitch. Oasis keeping Georgie alive as much as possible, but in the end, it leads to a 2v2. And Wild Oreo, he has the operator in hand, ready to go for a single shot. The shot step, though.
He knows.
Keep Black over onto the other side. The second one, he just goes back. He knew that there was nothing to be done. He knew that was an operator there, and a quick little reset. A little funny there to see V-Black have to go in and out like that. But they move over to a more standard take. Wild Oreo, though, keeping an eye on ramp still. Noise being made towards this side take by Abaddon Abyss. But Wild Oreo, eventually, he gets his target. He's been tracking him. He's been hunting him and skins him immediately with that shot.
And ain't that the thing about this composition, right? About this roster here from Oasis. Didn't have Savvy for the op, but Wild Oreo is just as capable on that Sage. And Drax simply shuts Exotic down. Oasis win the gun round, extend their lead back up 2 rounds. Abaddon Abyss, not a bad round from them, though. I think kind of a mixed buy is what we're going to be expecting here. Though we see here that Oasis, they are pretty sharp and pretty up ahead. Nexi, he was taken down early, yes, but the rest of Oasis always ready to try and capitalize on the information given.
I think I have a reason why we have Oasis also playing this comp right now, or these players. Remember some of the best teams in Split way back in the day? Oasis and SB Empire.
Yeah.
Who the hell is playing right now for Oasis Gaming?
Oasis and SB Empire.
It's, we had trouble with Nexi and Draxi before.
Yep.
Why not bring them to the fold?
Yeah.
And this is basically an all-star lineup you can see on a map like this. You get this roster of Oasis right now, and you play against the Team Secret roster, and you play on Split. That's the best of one show match you can have for 2011, basically.
I wonder if Abaddon Abyss, knowing that, have kind of studied the recent performances of some of these Oasis members, namely, Nexi and Drax on that SB Empire roster. You see the classic Nexi cam here on top of the pillar, which has always been something he's always been using and utilizing from the very start. I even joked about it with Fluffy on one of the watch parties that if that was Nexi, he'd have his cam on pillar, and as they do right now, that's a very common setup that he himself has always utilized since the very inception of him playing on Split on that SB Empire roster. And those are things that Abaddon Abyss should look back to in the history to be able to utilize and read.
Brother, that isn't even homework anymore.
Yeah.
That's opening the archives. That's when you go to the library and you have to use that old projector just to read the old
The
newspaper.
thesaurus?
Yes, exactly. Thesaurus. Yeah, synonyms and whatnot, but they describe this immediately. The take from Abaddon Abyss, it begins with the Seekers. The shot rings, though, while Lawyer trying to provide a bit of cover for Drax, too. And tower taken here by Abaddon Abyss, but they're trying to go for a wraparound. Instead, bait and switch to move towards
Marky.
A. But Oasis is ready for it. Marky already marking its target. Hydra will take down Acido with the trade and with the intel. And V-Black, he misses the first shot, but not the second. Eventually, he'll get the kill. The Paranoia into play. And Abaddon Abyss doubling back to go to B. The shorty, though it's not enough. Wild Oreo will fall. It's 4v2. And Oasis, they tried to go for anticipation, but Abaddon Abyss was prepared for any kind of angle.
Yeah, they have the far advantage right now on this scrappy buy here from Abaddon Abyss. This is what you've been seeing ever since Lotus Stacks. They're so proficient at converting these type of rounds. When you don't have the best advantage towards them, Abaddon Abyss simply do not care. They're able to make things work.
Time though ticking, and really it's a difficult position here for Nexi and Georgie. Well done already by Abaddon Abyss. Can they get the job done? Again, V-Black just silently lurking, waiting for an opportunity made by the rest of the squad. And you saw Abaddon Abyss just pulled Oasis both towards the towers. Georgie, though, was ready for an exit frag, but he knows that's all he can get. Abaddon Abyss, they split up their forces, and they controlled both of the towers and all of the sites in the world. V-Black gets 3 first troubles. Nexi, a last stand here by Spawn, and he saves the operator for a rainy day, but never mind! It's a Storm Clown in the end. Asta will deny that op for the next round.
Yep. Takes it out of the rotation here, takes it out of their hands, and that's exactly what they needed to do. Abaddon Abyss, another round in a timeout forced, coming in around 6 here for Oasis. Man, these eco rounds by Abaddon Abyss are so terrifyingly potent. They're just always formidable and always a threat. You can never really get too comfy because it seems like even though they're in eco, they just play extra more disciplined and are able to play those trades a lot better. And you see a lot of their flanks come on out. And if they're able to replicate that success on their gun rounds, have that flank always be a threat, and I think they could be even better for this attacking side.
It's a bit of that wariness. I'd also say it's a bit of that creativity. They really rack their brains when they're playing that eco state. And it's no jab at how they play execute with rifles, but when you have that rifle, right, you have more confidence in playing your set plays, in playing what you practice, and also playing in the more standard way.
And just
of
peeking.
Just peeking and hard hitting the site. But here, just the way they crawl, the way they pull away the attention. When do you see both A tower and B tower be pressured like that, plus the garage lurk? It's a rare sight. It's a great call, and it's really how Abaddon Abyss is bailing themselves out of these bad situations, compounded with the fact that I remember in the last game, they won both pistols, that they really have what it takes to keep up with some of the best teams we have right now. But they have to prove it in the long run. Endurance, again, going to be a factor here for Abaddon Abyss as we go into an eco state for Oasis.
Very much so. They're utilizing a bit more of their brain instead of relying on the brawn on a lot of those eco rounds. Now Oasis are going to have to do the same. Trailblazer on out here. They find where Asta is, and that's a good opening start. The Frenzy, that's ready.
That's some big intel, and from that point on, it should be Abaddon Abyss hustling their way towards that B site where only Nexi is awaiting a Bucky in a dream. He's over at default, and if anyone can do it, it might be him. Misses the first shot, though. Can't play security guard. His badge has been stripped. Hydra with the cleanup. Abaddon Abyss now on site and ready for the 4v4 scenario. Georgie, though, has a rifle in hand.
Oh yeah, he's picked it up, and that could be crucial here. They have the plant on for Abaddon Abyss, but to retake, if they can utilize their utility properly, they don't have the paranoia anymore. Which is going to be big for that pressure and for that initiation. Georgie lets one of his blast packs loose, has another to try and buy him more space. But what ultimately can they do with mere pistols? They have a very committed post plant, one that we see be very effective for Oasis to retake against, but not in this case, not when they don't have the proper weapons to abide by. And Abaddon Abyss, they tie up the game.
Abaddon Abyss proving that they're still fighting. We saw this in the last game, Black and Blue, keeping up with Oasis, trying to just nibble at their feet, basically. And I do wonder when Abaddon Abyss can take this lead away from Oasis. There's a chance now in this round. A good start for Oasis, but in the end, the gamble for Nexi didn't really bear fruit. And you mentioned it, the gun advantage was clear. They had some great angles. This time around, Abaddon Abyss, I think you can see that they have better escape plans here on Split. They have better post-plant locations, and that's going to help them out, especially here as we go for our little favorite, the technical pause.
They have the operator.
Operator.
From the Waldorrio.
Why do you have to say it with that accent?
I know, it sounds fun.
The operator. Le operator.
Le operator.
Le operator. I wonder how they say it in other broadcasts. Right?
I know, right? Let's check into the French stream right now.
How about the Japanese one? Operator.
I mean, that's appropriate. Operator appropriate, because we are in Japan.
We're basically threading a thin line here.
Yeah,
right
we are.
Now. we are.
We are.
But it's all good. It is a bit of a time for us to chit-chat around, just enjoy what the rest of the map has to offer. So this is the interesting part. If Oasis wins this, we get NAOS versus Oasis. If not, Abaddon Abyss, again, the hype train going. Either way, it's going to be a good one because I'll be real with you. Again, Abaddon Abyss, the expectation to make for them themselves to make it this far, it wasn't really there. And every single victory, every single round we're getting here for Abaddon Abyss, it's a treat. It's a pleasure to see them keeping up with just what they're doing right now, especially as we're getting, again, another Cebu Dream Team storyline happening here at VCTPH.
If you're only being real with me now, were you lying to me before?
What?
You said, I'll be real with you.
So
no. You were lying to me in the past.
Yeah, of course.
Damn. Well, as you said,
Two truths and a lie. That's how it goes.
Oh, exactly, right? Friend of my friend. Enemy of my enemy.
Sad.
Oasis. They could make that upper final. I mean, everybody expects them to. By all means, they even are expected to win the upper final in the first place to be the first grand finalist. Yes, because they're the number ones. But that's not my prediction. I am only the reporter, not the one who makes the call.
There has been a lot of shifts of opinion recently. You know, there's
Maybe
a lot
including mine.
There's a lot of debate. There's a lot of talking. What do you mean you've always been NAOS?
What do you mean I've always been Abaddon Abyss?
Have you seen that roster?
Abaddon Abyss.
I saw a boy named Papi Chulo, and I was like, that's Black and Blues boy right there.
No, that's my daddy. That's not my boy.
Ah, okay, that's true. You can fool.
We continue on.
You guys heard that, right? Okay, you guys heard that?
The battle unfolds.
Papi Chulo is Black and Blues daddy, coated and
he is for everybody.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
No? Just me? Okay.
You guys
we'll leave it at that.
You guys have an exclusive relationship stemming from the SPE days. But we are back in the game, and we've seen this a lot from Abaddon Abyss. This is actually a real point here.
Really,
They've been playing for a lot of middle in this map. We don't see them go for the A main execute as much, the B main execute either. It's always about tower here.
And Oasis, knowing that, they push out towards that A main, towards that B main quite often, right? To try and circumvent them and try and kind of rotate around the heavy push coming from mid and also give him a bit more control. And that's why they have B main control right now as Drax finds V Black, not anticipating that deep push here. Coming in from Drax, he was always pretty potent at making sure he has those off angles, off positions, and that B main being taken away here from the Abaddon Abyss side is going to be so difficult. Paranoia connects, and now they're going to be anxious about Marky pushing on in. Abaddon Abyss, rougher time.
Oh, showstopper though, perfectly placed by Georgie. And he's doing it yet again! Can't go nuclear though, as Asta will hold it down, but unfortunately for him, Wild Warriors there too, and Oasis. It got dicey, it got spicy, but it's just another sprinkle of victory here for them again.
Well, whatever spice might be put into this, the magic factor is that Oasis, they've got some pretty hot hands on their side, and Georgie, he's one of them. Let's not forget, he is leading in the most amount of quantity of frags in this split. He has by far the most. We're not talking about kill, death, assists. We're literally talking just about
kills.
The literal amount of kills someone has been able to accomplish, and he is at the top by far.
One of the highest clutch ratios as well. I think he's in the top 3 of that. I did say a while ago he had the highest ACS. All the stats lead to Georgie. That's the thing. El Jorge, the Boracay Jet, or in this case, the Boracay Duelist playing whatever the hell they need, has been truly What?
People say Boracay Jet, but apparently he's really from Aklan, which is right beside Boracay.
I don't know my
You take the boat
geography.
from Aklan to Boracay.
I don't know. You know, I played.
But he's Boracay
Listen,
Jet
I played
anyways.
Pinoy Henyo the other day, and I could not describe Boracay in any other way besides beach.
I know. Well, I
It
know
was
the
so bad.
Oasis squad are pretty apparent about playing Henyos. Yeah. Saw that. I
Yes,
think you'd fit.
Dude, no, that was why we played it. Because we watched it and we were like, we can do that too. And it was terrible. We thought we would do better at that party.
Nope.
Our average score was 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congrats.
In the same
Those-
time frame. So shoutouts to Oasis making content that we thought we could do, but we couldn't. This is why they're the content creators.
That's why they are.
This is why they're the pros.
Uh-huh.
There you go. But enough about us.
It's not about us, it's about them.
I can't believe I just remembered that story because he said Aklan. It's like a trauma to me now. But beyond that, we're back into the game here, folks. And hey, look at this. Abaddon the Abyss is on an eco. And to no surprise, they get the first frag.
Yeah. If Georgie wasn't Georgie, then they would have gotten away with a kill there. So, Oasis, they equalize the odds at the very least. Exotic's got a Marshal. If you can find a proper angle to contest these long-range positions, then that could work out. But there aren't too many to be said or found on Split.
Is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got like A and A main. You got like B and B main. That's about it.
I love your options there, black and blue. I just looked at you and be like, sure, expound. But then again, you have to keep an eye out on how Abaddon Abyss, again, plays this as slow as possible. Crawl now towards Garage, but Oasis is ready for it this time around. Calabrus is there, though, to cover up the push. Marky navigating through the smoke, but he's already seen, or rather did not see the cross happening, but eventually the flicks are there to get 2. Didn't expect a third target, and Sladam. Resurrection online instead to make it 2v2 right now, and the Ghost Cat will win it! No freaking way, Sladam, he can't do this right now! And Asta is on the flank. Georgie versus the world in a 1v2 scenario. Goes back to the alleyway, perfect angle, and he does spot Asta, but Asta is even better on the shot. Again and again, the Thrifties come for Abaddon Abyss.
Man, that almost came down to Oasis taking it away. Anyways, if he backed out there further towards that alleyway, he was able to make sure that, you know, Asta was able to get the kill on him, then that could have certainly been a 1v2 clutch potentially, but Abaddon Abyss, they're the ones to talk about from that round. You get the opening pick coming from Hydra, the trade coming on in, and even with Marky doing his shenanigans here from the flank, the res from Sladam, and then wins with a goddamn ghost. How does that happen? He makes it work anyways.
You just gotta give a golf clap there to Abaddon Abyss again and again. Against the odds, they are here, they are fighting, and they're in the upper bracket. You can feel the hype for good reason as they do the impossible yet again. Exotic with a good start, but Georgie now says, thank you very much for the rifle. I'll take that instead. We now get a flip-flop of the scenario here, my friend. Oasis on the eco. They have a rifle in the hands of Georgie thanks to that 5-finger discount. And Abaddon Abyss, they're gonna need a more solid execute if they want to make this B-side take happen.
All right, here comes on in. That space being gained here towards the B site. They have the most of it for the part. Wild Oreo being taken on down. And Oasis, they're the ones who haven't shown much prevalence at winning these type of thrifty rounds. So Abaddon Abyss have every advantage.
It's sometimes why is Oasis losing these 30 rounds. Abaddon Abyss is just doing a better job at it, in all honesty. But this time around, the thrifty might happen for Oasis. They give a chance in 2v2, but the Seekers in the deny. Exotic with the 3K, and Hydra with the insult. It just goes in spades for Abaddon Abyss, and they finally taken the lead after such a long time.
And there it goes. The pendulum swings on back. Abaddon Abyss in the lead, in the seat, and Oasis, they're the ones struggling right now. Look at this, the judge coming on in, space being bought towards the pillar. Exotic dashes on in with a follow-up on the Omen, and that's something I think was a bit underutilized in a lot of last year, where the Omen, he can TP his way all the way to backside, one towards pillar, one towards the backside, and that gives you so much space on a B-side take.
And we've seen that so much from V-Black. He also tried to play it by Rams, the 2 teleport man. It has just been something to watch out for. Extra angles, extra opportunities made here by Abaddon Abyss. And here's a bit of the extra spice even. Abaddon Abyss is in the lead on the attacking side on the map like Split. Nexi, though, holding on site, just deciding to try and play Anchor instead. This line cannot be crossed here. Nexi making sure he's still there. But Hydra and Asta, they get the frags in response. Abaddon Abyss with the clear that they need. It's 3v2 though, and it's a heavy stack towards screens instead. Drax has the From the Shadows if he's feeling creative. maybe that can be the off angle. But speaking of the man who's been creative, making waves and making dimensional drifts happen, it's movement and shots from V-Black on the Omen. And it's a 6-4 scoreline now for Abaddon Abyss.
And that's the darkest black you're ever going to see, coming from Abaddon Abyss especially. V-Black here, coming in big on that flank. They had no idea of where he was. And just that Neural Theft bought him so much confidence in pushing that lane. You saw it as soon as the Neural Theft came in. He ran all the way up from the ramps and crawled his way towards the heaven and flanked down towards that screen. So Oasis, uncharacteristically, down here in the count against Abaddon Abyss, a team nobody really had much expectation of coming into the start of the stage in the groups.
And for Oasis, they can feel the pressure. Something to take note, Georgie's already at 17 kills. But they're still down like this. They're still not getting the rounds.
Maybe that's the crux of the problem, Dax. It's only Georgie getting these kills.
Yeah, per se. We've seen it. There are multi-kills with the judge just to keep the momentum going, winning out those 1v1s on the find on the lurk itself. It just hasn't been able to be utilized by Oasis compared to Abaddon Abyss, who take every frag that they get and make opportunity happen from it. This is a squad that understands the value of worth. And here we go again. Abaddon Abyss moving towards that A side. Nexi, though, will he be caught napping? He sees it and shoots it down. There's the kill. There's the intel. A chance here for Oasis. They might try to play a retake right now, but it's still perilous. The lesser buy is the problem.
Well, hats off to him. Buys him that information off the Neural Theft. Now they have some space to work with here on this post-plant retake. They have the Spectre here on the Marky and the Judge on the Georgie, but not much else. Some Sheriffs, though. Wild Oreo gets a trade out immediately on the Nexi. At least they burned the ultimate already, so he doesn't lose too much from that death. But against these rifles, it's going to be difficult to win on out, especially in a solo peak like that. Against two in Hydra, he removes the head off of Wild Oreo, but look, unfortunately for him, he can't grow on back. Marky, Mirror Spectre in his hands, can win despite that he does. Looking for the rest of the two. They knew information towards that ramp, but it is planted towards heaven, which is going to be super, super difficult for him to dismantle.
No. Reloads even. There's the tap, the guiding light to get confirmation. And they're just buying time by this point. Abaddon Abyss, they know they don't need to peek. Okay, upward from Hydra. Sure, why not? But Asta's there for the trade. And eventually he's going to get caught. Doesn't matter though. Abaddon Abyss, they have a lot of money. They have a lot of momentum. And they're now firmly in control of this map so far.
Yeah, the operator here being pulled out by Exotic coming into the next round. He's got blades as well, but these ecos just never too favorable. I don't think Oasis has won a single eco this entire map, this entire series even.
I can't remember, but
there might have been one.
As far as I know, it's always Abaddon Abyss. Yeah. The definition of a thrifty team here for Abaddon Abyss. And now with that big deal that they made a while ago, they have just kept up with their savings, kept up with that momentum. And they even bring out the operator here for Exotic. He's ready with the blades too. So in close quarters, he has something in a pinch. Ready now though to try and play initiation that again towards that B site. They are waiting for anyone to cross. Drax here, prepared with his old buddy pal Nexi. The chemistry between these two cannot be understated. But there's a swing. Drax gets one and Drax gets two even. Nexi was the target. And well, because of that situation, you can see that the dynamic duo, they will work off that single death. The resurrection, though, online for Abaddon Abyss. 4v4, as Oasis has already given up the site control. And from that point on, has to be the retake yet again. We get the From the Shadows. An interesting call from V-Black. He wants to play towards middle, and Marky might be waiting for him.
Yeah, they get that res online. The flank coming in from V-Black could get a catch. Potentially, we saw that flank be a very important part of that puzzle. The Guiding Light confirms their suspicions that presence is there, and now they have a bit more work to worry about. But V-Black, if he stays alive, he could be a big piece of this puzzle. He's rotated back towards that B main, and here comes on out the retake. They've got good positions to hold this up, but Marky slam them good for 4! He can find the ace, but Hydra takes it away. And Abaddon Abyss, 8-4, they end the half.
Just a slam there by the end by Sladom. Abaddon Abyss, this is the best form that we see from them in these kind of series. When the going gets tough, they get tougher. The fact that they're always a threat in the thrifty, winning out those lesser buys, have given them not only the breath of life, but also just so much of an economy to work with. And you couldn't say the same case for Oasis. They've been giving up those thrifty rounds. They go for those post-plant retakes, and it just doesn't really work out compared to a while ago where they had proper ultimates to put a stop to it. And as we see right now, Oasis is on the back foot. This was the problem we saw the first time they brought out Lotus. In theory, Oasis might be the better team, but in execution, it's Abaddon Abyss who's been finding answer again and again, and they are now on the defense.
And look at the frag distribution here from Abaddon Abyss stacks. 11-11, 10-9-8. A lot more, you know, spaced out between their members and the rest of the competition than the Oasis are, at least. And also, this is a map that we were talking about Oasis to be their map of anything from this veto. You're looking at Icebox to be the final one, and Abaddon Abyss, if it ever goes there, they're also a pretty decent team on that.
Yeah, that's my concern, right? They banned out Haven here for Oasis, which was one of their statistically best maps and one of the hardest ones for Abaddon Abyss. Their only win, I think, was against that overtime versus Action PH, and they take it away. They go for something that Abaddon Abyss is more familiar for, and that gamble is something we're going to have to watch out for if we go to our third map. But Georgie, he's the guy who's been trying to stop all of this already for the Oasis fold. 1v3, but Georgie still dares to peek it anyway. Eventually knows the odds and retreats. The guy in light for the chase, but he's going to move over into the vents instead. As Abaddon Abyss, they have to deal with the retake now. So much space made by Georgie. And cracks the timing! It is just unfortunate for him, but Georgie knows perhaps he can capitalize on the angle if ever. Nexi playing on the site. Wild Oreo's there too to get the takedown, and Wild Oreo, he needed those kills to get momentum on the site. Now it's Sladom versus the rest of the Oasis Faithful, and you have to bow down to what Georgie has done again in that round. A win here for Oasis, a much needed pistol.
I love that from almost every single member of Oasis. You saw how Georgie so handily was able to buy so much time to allow his attacking side of Oasis to really set themselves in their post-plant positions. He fended off 3 players, did not get a single kill, but he didn't need to. All he needed to do was buy time, using the Boombot to do exactly that. And then you see Nexi and Wild Oreo within that site itself. Nexi not really exposing himself much, allowing Abaddon Abyss to get within striking range of Wild Oreo. And when they did, Wild Oreo was just perfect on the timing to win the swing.
Yeah, he dared, he won, and now Oasis Gaming, they can build on that momentum. 3 Bulldogs, 2 Ghosts, and a few angles to work with, as Georgie will wait for the Trailblazer to go for the clear out. But now though, Oasis, again, they're going to reel it back first. Try to play it slow, look to see where they can find the pick here, Black and Blue.
This is a very curious, I think, second round bye here from Oasis. You don't normally see teams kind of prioritize having Bulldogs as much as possible on their side to the point that they would eco and just have pistols on some of the other players, especially a Ghost, not even Sheriff. While Mario finds a pick there towards the male. He sends him back home.
And it's such a big investment too, because, okay, sometimes you can have those Bulldog light armor buys, but this is 2 Bulldogs with full armor.
Yeah.
This is
even Nexi has full armor, and he's on a Ghost.
Yeah, this is an interesting sponsorship deal. I heard Oasis got a bunch of new sponsors, perhaps close to your heart there, Black and Blue, and close now in the sewers. It's Nexi throwing out Hydra, unfortunately, into the trash there. That's a takedown that they're looking for, 5v3 scenario. And as Georgie hops over into the other side of the site, V-Black actually wins it out versus Nexi. So that's at least a Ghost there to pick up now here for Abaddon Abyss. The problem is, Oasis is just so prepared for any kind of tower and alley pressure. Wild Oreo's already keeping an eye out. You can see the smoke sinking. Can't actually hit the hut that he wanted to try and make a one-way with. But then again, it's Wild Oreo now with a burst fire and the takedown. Another one bites the dust. It's here for Wild Oreo. And the gun disparity, too clear for Oasis. They get another one here.
Yeah, no real chance anyone could see for Abaddon Abyss to win that. But you see how even though they got, you know, Classics, a Ghost at most to work with, they all peak that same angle to potentially put 3 different threats to whoever Oasis player comes up against them there. One towards a rafter, and then all you see one towards a pillar in the CT. As soon as they peek there towards that default, there were 3 threats for them to deal with. And that's part of the reasoning why Abaddon Abyss have been so good on those thrifty rounds, right? They know what their win condition is. They know how to maximize that too.
And they also find these opportunities, angles made. An angle tried there by Sladom, but his masterpiece torn asunder by Oasis immediately. He wanted to get that orb control.
Yep.
Maybe give them a faster From the Shadows, if ever, a faster Resurrection. I've seen for V-Black, he's been very much more creative with the Omen teleports, even the ultimate compared to Drax. And it's an interesting conundrum now. It might be a priority ult here for Abaddon Abyss moving forward.
I mean, there are many ways to utilize it, right? It can be an information gathering tool, which we see a lot of times be super effective. And it comes pretty quick too, knowing it's only 7 orbs, and the Omen is typically in a fragging role to get that as well as a plant. So They can farm that early on.
It's so weird to talk about the from the shadows. Like
I know,
that.
right?
It's like Omen ult of all things. But, well, oopsies goes Georgie as Exotic was already on the other side of the tower. The exposed Hydra's position. It was so obvious the Sky was there, but it was a bait and switch for Abaddon Abyss. And again, the thinking man's game is what the defense can utilize. Oasis, though, on the site. Abaddon Abyss can play that numbers advantage for the retake if ever.
4v5. Abaddon Abyss with a man advantage, no ultimates on their side. They still got the paranoia, which could be crucial in this retake. Could be very effective if they time it right. Slow orb as well to try and neutralize a bit more of that backside presence or the elbow if they want to push it. Asta, good find he gets, and Abaddon Abyss, they crumble here. The Oasis defense, who seemingly can't hold up to the pressure and the weight they've applied. And Abaddon Abyss, that's 6-9.
Nice. Well done here by Abaddon Abyss. Again and again, we see how important tower is for them. We see how important holding down the high ground and just manipulating it to their will is effective enough. Really just goes to show, though, Oasis, a good try on the bonus. At least they got the spike planted to give everyone a bit of money to work with. But this is where they need to execute as strong as possible. They have been able to rely on Georgie to get those frags. They have the Resurrection now online. So perhaps a hard hit, throwing caution to the wind and letting Georgie fly can be an answer they can utilize here into the next round.
Well, Oasis, this is slowly slipping from their grasp. It could be going on to map number 3 if they could let this trend continue. It's going to be a bye for them, but if they lose this, that's going to be an eco after. And 10-6 is not a good scoreline you'd want on the attacking side here. On split, at the very least. Oasis, you're trying to spread out the control that they have, trying to spread out the presence. They've given mid, they've given B main. They haven't made too much noise here yet on A. But that could also pull the defense if Nexi does make some noise, as most of the defense is ready here towards his B site, and they know a heavy hit is coming on. Georgie finds 1 and 2! Exotic goes down as well! Now they can take the site!
As soon as he saw that guiding light, he knew that there were 2 coming his way. And the dash in there from Exotic, too dicey, too easy to read. And Georgie, how many times have we seen how convincing he is? And there you go, statement made by Georgie. You want to see one of the best duelists, if not the best duelist player in the Philippine nation. It's this man from a clan, ready to do it again and again. 3 down to the hand of Georgie, a wall in the way by his own teammate, just to corral Georgie back. Tell him, this fight is over. We have won thanks to you.
Good intuition to continue that spam, that spray there towards the heaven, but you see how Nexi, because of his lurk, he was also ready to secure that A site, which just allowed the rotation of Oasis to go exorbitantly fast, just immediately rotate towards event, go towards that heaven, because they knew Nexi already was towards A main anyways. And those small things, when Oasis have that confidence, especially when Georgie is performing like that, like this, like he is in this map, that's what they utilize a lot of times to continue what really they built upon.
Yeah, the backup plans were there. Georgie did not necessarily have to kill everyone. He just made everyone's life easier for the Oasis side.
He didn't even have to kill the flank on Asta, but he did.
Yeah, the second swing towards tower was convincing from Oasis too. And in theoretics, right, Georgie could have easily been traded there by someone else from Vents, but he stayed alive. He's almost ready with a showstopper, and a timeout has to be called here by Abaddon Abyss this time around. They need to find a way to stop this guy. He has 22 takedowns. He is carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders and more. And it has been a team effort here from Oasis, but some of these more convincing rounds, and in conclusion, or in effect, right, the better eco states Oasis has had for these scenarios is thanks to what this Raze has done.
I mean, he's carrying a lot of weight, but the strength of the world right now is upon him, especially with his team relying on that strength to continue on and to push further. There's one big reason why they took this man on the roster anyways in the first place. It's because of moments like this. It's a big-time player going absolutely huge. In Oasis, they have that in spades. But it's Georgie right now who's leading that charge. And the rest of the team here, they all have to follow suit. They almost have a showstopper online. They've got that res. Asta has a neural theft. In Oasis, we've seen them be in very, I guess, scary situations in terms of a disadvantage and maybe maps that we expect them not to be in. But ultimately enough, they always push through for the most part.
Yeah, just It gets close, it gets dicey, but they find ways to win here for Oasis. They just need to prove it right now. Let's say, though, the same case here for Abaddon Abyss, and that's why I said grit is going to be such a big part of this equation here, Black and Blue. It's just going to be the will to win for these two teams. Dare I say it? A relentless pursuit.
Wow.
You gotta say the word.
Non-stop.
That's non-stop action and non-stop willingness to try and get that dub. But Oasis, they're gonna change it up middle this time around, and they might be ready to try and contest B Tower if ever. Interesting to take note of, you have Asta actually watching the corner towards the ramp area. Just making sure that at least no one's gonna come through main, but Oasis has a counter play, or in this case, a counter setup. Exotic though, better shot onto the corner. Georgie already falls. We talked about how important that kill is. You have to do it twice, thanks to the res.
Luckily, they got that res. The showstopper available now for Georgie as he went down. Now they can kind of rotate here towards the A site, but this time they don't have Nexi on that lurk towards A main, so they won't have early presence there to try and secure a bit more advantageous positions. And their rotate's going to be a lot later. There's some tripwires here to try and worry about, namely just the one on the choke, and the smoke as well.
And there you have it. The smoke's going to be important here. Ramps, though, not cleared. And this is a dangerous assumption by Oasis Gaming. But Asta couldn't get the shot going. Unfortunate timing. And now, speaking of timing, Nexi's here behind enemy lines. Getting ready now to try and go for a takedown. Camera until 2. And the smoke dissipates. The life of Hydra gets snuffed out. Oasis, though, they need to get the plant going in fast. And Abaddon in position towards main to get the takedowns that they need. Exotic, though, sees them lined up for him. And from that point on, it's Abaddon Abyss who plays cleanup. Abaddon Abyss, it got very dangerous there by the tail end, but they made it work anyway.
You saw the chase there coming from Nexi. He had good timing to find Hydra as soon as the smoke dissipated, but seemingly enough, didn't look like he was ready coming around the corner on the ramps. Here's a kill. He finds that one, but Exotic, so quick in these moments. They line up for him as well. Both of them trying to take him down, but he finds them instead.
Efficiency with the bullets here, man. And timeout called by Oasis. It's just unfortunate timing there for Abaddon Abyss. It could have been worse for Oasis Gaming. There's a lot of what ifs we're seeing right now, but in the end, the result still falls in favor of Abaddon Abyss. What else can Oasis Gaming do to really support Georgie right now? Because the tip of the spear has been the sharpest tool in this shed for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah.
Can they continue relying on that, or can someone else step up right now?
I mean, it also was a very expensive round for Oasis, right? They committed so much. Showstopper denied there by the tripwire. You also saw Georgie peeking on in towards that B main, and that burnt the res because Exotic found the kill. So 2 of their highest impact ultimates here really taken offline. Nexi has got his, and maybe with that information they can do something about this round, because otherwise that's going to be potentially, you know, match point at the cusp very soon with them on an eco. Not going to be great. 7-11 is going to be a bad scoreline to be here on the attacking side. And at this point, we talked about Oasis making it happen during these tough and difficult, dicey moments, but we've yet to see that round comeback from them to really swing the momentum and pendulum back their way.
Isn't that the interesting factor, though? Georgie's performing right now in this map where he kept dying a while ago on Lotus, but the result has been flip-flopped. Really goes to show for Abaddon Abyss, it's not just one player that you have to watch out for. It's a whole squad in Abaddon Abyss. Exactly that. They just go for the triple team versus Nexi. He's not going to be stepping up or standing up after that one. Asado ready with the setup, but Marky finds his marker and his takedown. Just because of that, the stall wasn't there for Abaddon Abyss. The site now taken by Oasis.
Yeah, they have to go aggressive on these moments there. They get the Trailblazer to connect, and Georgie, he is so potent in these moments. Great help, great assist coming here from Marky. He falls back. They know they found the pick. They know they have the man advantage. They don't want to give up anymore.
They just needed the wingman to help out this raise, and Marky wanting to be the star of the show towards Ali.
Oh, no!
Abaddon Abyss from front to back. They're getting it clean up, and this B-Black playing tracers on the Wild Oreo. It's like he decided to build out or bring out the coloring book, and eventually he peppered his opposition, who was blinded, who was feared, who was dead to rights, to give convenience to Abaddon Abyss with a 7-11 scoreline.
My goodness here, Abaddon Abyss. They're the ones who seem truly relentless. A buy 4 stop by Oasis, but not the most convenient one. That's a kill. They found the kill already. I know we talked about the aggressive pushes here, but I think that was just a bit too easy to read about that alley being held. I would have liked for them to pull back more. They had the far V3. All they had to do there was play the trades, and maybe it could have worked on out if they found the kill there towards the alley, but ultimately enough, as well. You know, Drax not seemingly ready, spraying a bit overcautiously here against B Black and doesn't really find much.
They knew the repeat was coming. They already expected here. Abaddon Abyss is reading Oasis Gaming like a book, and they're happy to just get a fan sign for it too. Exotic though, prepared now, up in hand. Saw the Trailblazer coming their way, but we've seen many a time the Sky provide intel and also false senses of security to either side. So shuffle along towards A site instead. Interesting enough here for Oasis, they also have gone for the buy. So if they lose this, it's an eco state on Abaddon Abyss's match point, if ever.
You see the intuition by Exotic, though. He knows, okay, pressure's been given away. We shot the Trailblazer out. What did he shoot at? His teammate?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't think that part of the map is well bangable. I think it's a little too thick. Like a little bit.
It's
a lot.
A little bit a lot.
Yeah.
He gets damage on the Georgie here in the spam, but yeah, Exotic. He has good heads on him. You saw him fall back after Utility has been burned, knowing there wasn't much to hold up with. And here comes on to execute from Oasis. They take the site, but the post plant has been their biggest problem.
Yeah, just they take their time to make their way to the objective as well. And Abaddon Abyss given a chance to just collaborate here towards the tower itself. Exotic prepared again with the operator, but awkward time for Asta. Nexi able to get that takedown. Do we expect it yet again here for Abaddon Abyss? No sir, not this time, as Oasis has a few more angles to work with. Towards main, towards the spawn 2. And from that point on, they even go for a bit of intel. Oasis, they just need a secure round here, black and blue. And if they need to use the neural theft just to do that, they will so.
Yeah, that's a real point of it. They just need to secure this round. They know that no matter what, the 2v5 can still be losable, although it's not optimal to try and burn that neural theft. Otherwise, I would have liked to see a bit more assurance. You can tell when teams pop an ultimate like that, as Exotic gets a kill, they're a bit anxious about where they are, and they're not too comfortable about it as well. And so that grit you talked about, I'd like to see that come out here for Oasis. Know and believe they can secure a 2v5, just play it properly, and save those high-impact ultimates, especially in the final acts of the round, of the half, rather, of the map, and save it for a better round.
Wasn't that the opposite case a while ago on Lotus? So many times Oasis is like, guys, we only need the Rolling Thunder. We win this. We don't need your lockdown yet, Nexi. And the call works. This time around, Oasis, you can feel like a Silently. You can feel that the pressure is there. And the other side, Abaddon Abyss, is the one that's pretty chill about things right now. They still have the res. They still have that from the shadows that we were talking about a while ago. Also, intel can be garnered by the Cypher if ever. But this time around, Abaddon Abyss, they're throwing out the operator towards the garage area. Oasis playing those defaults. Not the heaviest hits that we expect from them. Playing it slow and steady. Chipping away at utility and the barrier orb especially as much as possible.
This has been their most common default, right? Have Nexi on that Cypher. Lurk towards that A main. The rest of the squad pressure towards B main and mid. We have been seeing some benefits of it, but we've also seen some moments where that gets heavily read here by the Abaddon Abyss squad. They have a camera that sees all the way towards across an A main. Once they pop that cyber cage, which they just did right now, allows Nexi to cross, but they also are wary if it is a fake. So you don't see the defense rotating just yet. Oh, they could collide here. The shot doesn't connect, but Hydra comes in big. Exotic follows up on the shot. That's a 3v4 now. And they don't have a res to utilize to get him back. Slatham finds Georgie as well, which is huge.
They're just finding the duels all across the map, and that extra re-peak that Abaddon Abyss was able to buy for Exotic, it pays off in dividends. Time running out for Oasis. Maybe a chance here. V-Black, though, misses the paranoia. Nexi almost got the shot on him. And Oasis Gaming, they know this round, it's going to be absolutely dire. At least, though, they are going to make their way towards the objective. Wild Orioles are scared off by the tripwire there, but there's so much now banking on Oasis to try and get the job done, and especially Nexi. He peeks and finds Exotic. The up is gone, but he doesn't expect that Asta is there. Then again, the double up is strong here from Abaddon Abyss, and the numbers, they collide and shatter the Oasis post-plant situation. Abaddon Abyss again and again. When you expect one, it's two, it's three looking at you.
That was looking very, very dicey for Oasis from the start. You didn't see much decisiveness in what they were trying to do. Mid pressure, not really heavy enough as you'd want. They send, the flank off of there on Georgie, the spear of their push. They send him solo to try and push that mid art by himself towards that male. And without the support, he just gets easily found here by Slatham. And then the rest of the B main push No real pressure, no real utility to try and dismantle that. And Oasis Gaming just looking lost in these rounds.
I think it's just dangerous assumptions. The first time I saw it was when we saw the push by Marky, and he didn't expect there were 3 people when he finally found 2. The double up towards Garage, the double up towards Screens. Only a team like Abaddon Abyss, who truly believes in their confidence in each other, can pull off plays like that. And Grit is just showing its strength right now for the Cebuana squad, looking to go the distance. They weren't supposed to be here, maybe some have said. And even them themselves, but the doubt is no longer there. The confidence is abound, and Abaddon Abyss, it's all about finishing off the job this time. The tripwire setup plus the cyber cages, no crossing, says Asta.
Like a true Sentinel would, just completely halts him in their tracks. You can see Nexi here trying to play off a bit of his own utility. Doesn't want to give away too much information that he actually is lurking here, as he commonly does. Camera spots one out, but Exotic quicker on that to confirm it. That could have been the nail.
That's a big kill, and
impact
now made by Hydra 2. Here he goes, rearing his head towards the middle, but who's next on the list? Go for those additions, go for those roll calls. Hydra and Sladon making a kill box eventually. This is Oasis falling apart at the seams, and Abaddon Abyss in the cleanest fashion of all. They keep alive, and they keep continuing in the series.
A flawless round here coming from Abaddon Abyss, and by all means, that wasn't 8-13, but I would say that was an almost flawless map as well. They're just so ahead many times on over in this game, and Oasis just seems so lost in a lot of moments and a lot less decisive than we're used to.
It just starts with those thrifties and it ends with Abaddon Abyss. Many a times we saw for Oasis their plan of action. Try to go for the retake, try to go for the angles. It doesn't pan out for them. And on the attacking side especially, as soon as their first push gets thrown away by Abaddon Abyss, Oasis is just like, what else can we do?
Yeah.
Where else can we go? In the way that they navigate themselves towards the other side of the map, that's where Abaddon Abyss is able to pick them apart bit by bit.
Yeah, the biggest problem we saw there on their attacking side was their mid-round. It just seemed so lost so many times on over. And you're talking about that, Dax. When plan A doesn't work, they need that plan B, they need that plan C, they need to have that flowchart on what to do next. It seems like that wasn't established here so far. Maybe they weren't just, I guess, preparing for split today. They left it open in the first place, and we're going to Icebox for that final map, and I'm just not too hopeful just yet.
You can't say that. They picked this map.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Why would you pick a map you're not prepared for?
I don't know.
It's
just give them something else. I mean, we haven't seen Ascent yet either.
No, isn't that the whole crux of the problem right now for Oasis? Sometimes you kind of have to ask, why are they doing this? Why are they trying to make their lives even more difficult? Perhaps.
I know someone you can ask.
He's not here right now. Shout out to Fluffy, by the way. But truth be told, in a map like this, it was pretty back and forth at the start. But where it all changed was when Abaddon Abyss was able to make those eco rounds happen. The way that they're able to take those tower controls, the way that they're able to play the wraparound. And while we have talked in spades about how effective perhaps Exotic has been with the operator and with playing the entry, I have to give it to how the Omen was played around. V-Black was so creative, especially in that first half, and it threw the Oasis defense for such a big loop.
Yeah, not just that. You know, when Oasis are on the attack as well, we talked about it many times on over, that the flanks here coming in from this defensive retake were always big. We saw that as well on the attacking side the first half here when Abaddon Abyss were on the attack, and they just were so potent at giving so many different looks and not being easily readable towards this Oasis squad. And Abaddon Abyss, they're not a team to underestimate, not by any stretch of the imagination.
So Oasis Gaming, now the problem is they are going to be going over to Icebox. This was their decision. They banned out one of their better maps, and I do wonder why they chose Icebox instead for the last map, why we're going to be getting that. And of course that answer will, or rather the question will be answered later on. But big props again to Abaddon Abyss. It was a team effort. Not just one player truly stepped on up. Everyone played their part. And that's one thing you said a while ago, Black and Blue. The kill distribution as even as possible there for Abaddon Abyss. And of course, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, it was Sladom himself. Very effective on the shots. Very effective again as a unit. And so many times we've seen for Abaddon on Mist, they make stations, whether they're either doubled up or someone else is waiting on the other side, and those pit stops, those checkpoints made by Abaddon on Abyss in both equations and both scenarios, they work out for them.
Yeah, we saw a 4K as well from Slatham earlier in the first half, and he definitely is a proper man to deliver the win here at the end of things. And we're going to the final map of this series, Icebox, a map that we haven't been too convinced as of late here by Oasis. We saw that 3-13 loss versus NAOS, who then again, to be fair, is probably the best Icebox team here in our current tournament, but it's still not a very good case to be not a good stat nor number if you're an Oasis fan.
That's the fun thing about this right now. The doubts are creeping in for Oasis, but the team many have doubted before all this. Abaddon on Abyss, every single round, every single map, the confidence is just building. It started by the end of the regular season, and it has just been such a different look here in the playoffs. With this exciting series on hand, we'll be taking a break, and when we return, it will be that decider. And we are back with the one real bang bang game of them all. It is Valorant. It is the upper bracket semifinals. And we are continuing on with Oasis Gaming versus Abaddon Abyss. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. And this is a map number 3 that, truth be told, it has been dicey of a series. But I'll be real with you. This has been pretty expected.
Yeah, and I mean, even the legends that, Oasis are, it seems like they're being shown up here just by how diverse and how mobile we are seeing this Abaddon Abyss squad to give them so many different looks, and they just seem confused in a lot of those split maps. I'm hoping that going onto Iceboxing, that they will be able to do something.
Something. Maybe nothing. If that's going to be for Abaddon Abyss. But truth be told, Abaddon Abyss have had such a track record on a map like Icebox. It has been something they've been very confident in, and it really begs the question, why would you pick this if you're Oasis Gaming, unless you have something prepared? But apparently you have something
Although,
prepared.
to be fair, they were looking pretty good, actually. Like, I remember week 1, we were looking at them versus Game Lab, and we're like, okay, pretty good, pretty okay. You're coming from Abaddon Abyss. It was a one map I think they won in that series, in that matchup versus Game Lab. And then we look on further, they started faltering on that map. As of recent, they lost versus Action PH and SR Nacague, two arguably, higher powered teams than that Puggers and Game Lab squad that we saw during the group stages. And I think that's one thing that maybe Oasis can bank on, the fact that neither of these teams have actually won their last map by far, and they were pretty big losses.
I'm just wondering what Oasis is going to bring. I'm looking at the stats right now, and if I remember correctly, they'd bring some double duelist compositions. It's such a big gamble just to rely on absolute firepower right now if you're going to play something as, I'd say, scrimmed, like Icebox, especially by the Philippine scene. And maybe that's the reason why they're bringing it out. Something new, something different, something that they have decided to prepare for. And it's a big reason, and perhaps something that they can bring out against NAOS if they do win this map number 3. But on the other side, we've been talking about why this is a good pick for Abaddon Abyss, or a good map rather, and that's where the stats don't lie. This has been such a map been played all throughout the regular season. I think they played it 4 times, and they have a 2-2-2 standing. But enough about stats. We go now into the map itself, and you can see for Oasis, it's such a change-up already. Gone is the Phoenix. Gone is the Reyna. We get the Harbor, and they too have decided to wade the waters. Same case for Abaddon Abyss, as B-Black will pick that up this time around.
I'm wondering if Wild Oreo sticks on the Viper here, and yes, he does. And this is the type of composition that I was hoping to see out coming from Oasis. They ran something pretty similar when they had Kebsy on the team, during the different tournament in December, right before the stage started. But in that case, they had the KO instead of the Jet. That was before Georgie joined the team, by the way. They had Kebs on that instead. So I do like this coming from Oasis. We see a lot of that Harbor really kind of being pioneered in the PH scene by a team like NAOS. They're staunch rivals, and now we see both teams really trying to apply that seemingly so, as you're looking at internationally. Lock in how teams were able to play Icebox. They were able to use double controller pretty effectively.
It's not just double controller, it's double wall.
You
have Viper, you have Harbor. You're gonna see a lot of nothing on the screen, that's for sure, besides the colors of blue and green. We go over to Abaddon Abyss. This is something that they ran against Action PH, them playing the Harbor, playing the KO as well. It didn't really pan out well last time around in the regular season, but perhaps this time against Oasis, that KO can come in clutch. They have the double wall, but there are ways to stop it. And as anyone who's ever played Harbor, if you're building your high tide and you get suppressed out of nowhere, it stops you from drawing. It goes in a straight line instead, and perhaps those are some of the small little nuances that Abaddon Abyss can utilize to actually try and eke out this game.
And we see that this is one of the best maps for KO. So for Abaddon Abyss, KO could be their knockout punch here versus this Oasis squad as we go to the final map of the series. Loser of this map goes down to the lower bracket. Winner goes up against NAOS in the upper bracket finals. Let's get on to it, Dax. Opening round here as the attack from Oasis go towards B.
And Oasis Gaming stepping up the pace immensely to begin this matchup. Alarmbot and the NAOS Swarm already getting triggered, so you can see Rababs, he's back on the field. He's getting pressured, and Oasis, they're getting hit hard by Rababs, who had a bit of a breather in between maps. Nexi, though, finding B-Black. Nexi with another one, and here he comes yet again. Classic Nexi with the takedowns. Wild Oreo also on the board. And from that point on, Oasis, they have so much control even towards Snowman. Only angle now of opportunity here for Abaddon Abyss will be green. They try to play the flank, but it's caught, it's found. And only Exotic now in such dire straits. He's stuck here in the middle of really whatever Oasis is trying to throw. Exotic with a takedown. There's another one. The turret, though, providing the damage. Dash on in to make it to yellow instead. Passing through, but here we go again. Confirmation now. Exotic still around, and Savvy 8K is there to catch him where he falls. A pistol one here by Oasis.
Okay, nicely done by Oasis, but I'm curious to know if that was intentional for that harbor wall to leave the default open. I know it was intentional to try and take that snowman. And I think it's very curious that that's how they decided to do it. They have the Viper wall for the default, and then further on, before the Viper wall goes down, here comes in the high tide. But they left that default open, and that was the one space that we saw Abaddon and Abyss were able to get kills from, so it could have been dangerous there in that moment. Luckily for them, able to win the gunfights out, and the Oasis to take the opening pistol.
They have so many ways to plug those leaks, though, besides the Viper and the Harbor. You also have that Jet, and it's not the longest smoke, sure, but the Cloudburst can come in clutch for a pinch, and for especially Georgie and his entry. We go now, though, into the next round. Lurk here from Nexi, as per usual. But Oasis Gaming, they just have so many ways to provide false information as much as possible. Throw the Harbor on one side, go for the Viper on the other, and here he comes, Nexi on, well, the flank, on the Lurk rather. He finds Hydra, V-Black, though, makes the trade happen. 4v4, and V-Black actually not going to pick up that rifle for now. Instead, finds the bulldog eventually. Georgie, though, will find his target, and here comes Oasis now, keeping the scoreboard lit up in their name. So many times we've seen this control here, Black and Blue, all the way till Snowman, they will navigate.
Could have been a kill there for Babs. He had it for free, practically. Now it's all on the V-Black, who's got a bulldog retrieved. Okay, he knew some good damage to this, especially knowing that Georgie and Wild Oreo, the only players with an actual gun on their side, are pretty low in HP. So finds out where Georgie is, expects Wild Oreo to be on the cross as well. I think ultimately he's going to choose to die here. He gets that kill on the Savvy, but great round ultimately by Oasis. They keep 2 Bulldogs at the very least coming into the bonus. Abaddon Abyss. I want to see how they try and counteract this. They have that KO, which we said is going to be the big thing to counteract what Oasis got.
But then again, Oasis is pacing themselves well. They set up the default Viper wall for the initial side take, and to get more map control, that's when they use the high tide. That's when they navigate towards Snowman.
Yeah.
And it really goes to show, Oasis Gaming, these guys have had late nights.
Yeah.
They stayed up watching Brazil, that's for sure. This double wall setup is so popular on the international scene, especially in that franchise versus franchise setup. And we're seeing Oasis Gaming take a page from it and utilize it well.
And we see that those double walls are so potent and so just impressive in the amount of control that they can get. You have the Viper wall on up. When it goes down, you get the Harbor wall up. When that goes down, the Viper wall's off a cooldown, so you can get it back up again.
And then the Harbor's going to get ready.
And Harbor's going to be ready soon as well, or could plug up a hole with a cascade. So there's just so much walls that you have to deal with. And Marky finds an opening pick there on towards that A site. The fact that they have the B wall on the Viper is going to apply so much pressure every round.
Yeah, we had those doubts for Oasis, but right now we're seeing a sound game plan, and those doubts might be at least less and less problematic. Eventually, Georgie! That is rare. That's a rare mistake from the man himself. Hydra will punish the mistakes made by Oasis, and now V-Black able to capitalize on that. That middle pressure could have been paramount to that A take. Could have been their success, and you said it. That should have been hit, but now it's going to be even harder for Oasis as they move towards V-Black. V-Black instead, though, with the takedown. He still pushes. He still is so willing to play aggressive here, Black and Blue.
Now, let's not forget, this is the bonus from Oasis, but could have been their round to lose. Now it is.
One enemy remaining.
Next, he finds the one off the trade, but Exotic's there quicker. And Abaddon Abyss, they take their opening round and just able to just rectify any small mishaps in that round and get the win.
Yeah, it could have been worse there for Abaddon Abyss, but they stay strong, and
look at that.
V-Black, he is just willing to weigh the deepest parts of the Oasis formation. He just went in there and took names and took command. Abaddon Abyss, they've just been a squad that's so willing to push the envelope here.
Yeah, exactly, pushing the envelope. They had the man advantage, but he pushed forwards anyways, and he still got 2 kills out of it, so I don't know what you can ask for from the man.
He's doing everything he can, but Exotic, he's getting the hell out of there as Oasis now decides to push through the cascade and more. Play off the active smoke, that small little wall that Savvy 8K is able to provide back into the roster, sub in for Drax. And I think that's something to keep an eye out here for the playoffs. This is the first time I believe we've seen Marky all series. Like all 3 maps, it has been Marky, it has been Drax filling in for that 6-man role instead. and perhaps a different active roster here for Oasis moving forward. Speaking of moving forward though, Exotic now over at yellow, committed position. He can get pinched easily here, but he's still able to find Georgie anyway. Doesn't care about the shot that coming his way, doesn't care about Wild Oreo also. Savvy 8K eventually making the kill happen, but damage has been done in the front line.
Savvy, he was the one missing player from that winning map number 1 that wasn't in play during map number 2. Now he's back into it as Nexi finds a kill on the V-Black there in the mid lurk. Buys him a bit more space. They're not too sure yet if this Oasis squad has rotated. They had time a while ago, but not anymore. It's going to be a quick push as this lockdown does expire in a sec. Try and take that space. They don't have the Viper anymore. They still have Sabby on the Harbor, but his High Tide, it's not off cooldown just yet. Now it is, just in time.
Yeah, they're finally going to be able to draw a wall and set themselves up to try and make the default happen. The plan's still not going down as of yet. Savvy 8K, he was tagged heavily, and eventually he'll be found by Hydra. The guessing game connecting the dots, paying off for him. Slide on the high ground too, and Abaddon Abyss, they just decide to cascade themselves towards yellow and get those takedowns.
He had the Cove and the High Tide in front of him and still could not get the plant down, so just goes to show how much more reliable a Sage could be sometimes. Abaddon Abyss, you saw that flash. He blinded the last 2 remaining members of Oasis there with Marky and Nexi on the flank as well, catching them off both as they thought they could have won that fight. Perfect timing on this defensive denial coming from Abaddon Abyss.
And couldn't even put the spike down for Oasis. Abaddon Abyss proving that they are always in this fight. They are not letting Oasis run away with the lead at the start. And a 2-2 scoreline has been very familiar territory all throughout the series. They have a hero rifle though in the hands of Nexi. They also will try to set up that plan with a Viper Spit if ever. But Oasis, we haven't found the confidence in them as of yet to win out these thrifty manners. And here we go yet again. They lose already the rifle. Sladom, priority target slain.
That's a 5v3 immediately, right? Not much hope in this round. Marky, no, he doesn't even get the kill. The Savvy's at least there to confirm it, but almost went wayward. Blades doing some good damage, though, on both of them. So, was able to choose a proper target. There's no way that Abaddon Abyss don't have the advantage here still, though. They know the push is coming. They know the plant's being set. And Slathem should have a free kill, but Georgie, perfect timing on this. The flank, though, too big to deal with. V-Black finds the one. And they're caught out in the open. Again. It's all on the Marky, who can't really do too much. And as you said, Attacks, he's there again. His flanks have been so influential throughout this entire series. And we see it win another round.
Every single time you think an angle is safe, V-Black is there just to say no. The absence of light, or in this case, the absence of hope for an escape for Oasis Gaming, thrown asunder by a Harbor. 7 takedowns already, the reckoning is there. And we've seen in all these games so far, V-Black has been very quick at getting those ultimates early on into the round cycles. That's something Abaddon Abyss has been able to rely on. Now they're going to have the reckoning. Now they're going to even have the null command. And Oasis Gaming, they're going to have the timeout, but they know there's still so many tricks that Abaddon Abyss can throw at them into their gun buy.
Man, this game is a case in point. You can never be too just complicit and just complacent, rather. Just underestimate the competition because Abaddon Abyss, who knew? Who would have thought? The 6th seed up against the 1st coming into this. They're the ones with the lead.
Are they the 1st seed?
They were the projected 1st seed.
Wait, aren't they? I'm trying to remember.
No, they're 2nd, I think. I think NAOS has more point win differential, but if you look at the head-to-head, then Oasis might.
Okay, well,
come on,
look at
that
man.
while you talk.
Come on, stats man. Show me the money. Show me the standings. But the standing here is Oasis Gaming is actually in a pretty precarious situation. Press regular season.
My bad.
They're number 1.
They are number 1.
They are number 1. And if they lose this, they will now be in number 1 in lower bracket.
Yes, number done.
Why do you mean lower bracket? There's a lower bracket. There's a lower bracket. You made me speak in my native tongue there suddenly, there, good sir. But out of nowhere, right? Oasis Gaming, they do have the rifle still in hand. They're still prepared anyway to try and make an execute happen. And of course, we can look at Georgie to try and make that push happen. Cascade though into play. We've seen how active Oasis has been with this. But honestly, this time around, they're not going to be pushing the envelope too far off. They just throw it out to give a bit of false intel They move over to where Nexi station instead. And perhaps they're trying to draw attention away towards that A site here.
That's what the Cascade gives you, right? Just per pressure towards that B-Long. There was no other agent that we saw commonly do that on towards B-Long here in Icebox. Maybe sometimes if you have a Cloudburst, maybe sometimes if you have the Cypher Cage it, or an Omen even if you have the second controller, but you'd never really see just active smoking in this way. And because of the utility he's using, look, he keeps 3 defenders here towards that B site. And now it's only going to be the Sova to try and repel them on Marky.
Just sure leave that Harbor for something later on. You still have a proper execute anyway, and the Owl Drone able to confirm that A site is ripe for the taking. Viper Spit now into play. Here we go though with the Reckoning and the Null Command. Oasis, they need to get the hell out of there and fast. Wilder is still providing cover. A big smog just to keep the retreat going. And Wild Oreo cornered there. Will find a takedown, make it a 1-for-1 at least as Hydra gets the refrag going. Next position though here for Oasis. They still have a chance of the post plant. They also have a lurk coming the way of Savvy 8K, and it's Savvy finding Exotic there to boot. Still though, pressure being applied. Rabaz playing as aggressively as possible, but Abaddon Abyss, the two here stuck in the middle. Just play a game of keep away for Oasis Gaming. They know they can just buy time. They don't need to fight. They are just gonna peek when they need to, and suddenly Savvy 8K, a backstab sure, and even towards the high ground. He finds the flicks and he finds the takedowns. 3-3 by Oasis.
That's what they needed, and they finally get it. And Marky, he's well on his way to getting that Hunter's Fury into this next round for the post plant that we've seen them struggle with holding against this Abaddon Abyss squad. But you see the push here in the hold within that Viper's pit. Oasis able to lock things down, using their power positions perfectly. Able to get the round.
That's what we need from Oasis Gaming. We saw a while ago Abaddon Abyss. They were outsmarting Oasis. They were taking towers on split. They were taking such good map control. And now it's Oasis who can play subterfuge.
Yeah.
They have manners here with the double control to bring someone to the backline. If it's not going to be Nexi, it can be Savvy. It can be Wild Oreo. And always something Abaddon Abyss now needs to keep an eye out for. Is this water real or fake? Will this be the Harbor trying to throw out these utility just to make sure that we're committing here on this fight? Or are they on the other side?
Well, manners maketh men. And if these men are trying to be the kings that they are, they have to play that disciplined, that prestigious that we saw in that round. Take the control away. That's how they're going to build their kingdom off, through conquering the rest of the competition. That's how they have to start things, how they have to keep things going in this attacking side. Round here by Abaddon Abyss, not the best, most comfortable buy. Exotic, no blades even on him to utilize in this round. They've got some rifles, but not the best buy. A Spectre for him coming in to round number 7.
Yeah. Go again though, tied scoreline, still the case. And you hear already, the blades are out for Oasis. Suppression though getting value. Intel here provided by Abaddon Abyss. They now have an inkling that it's not just the Harbor. There's someone else here nearby, and they're keeping up the pressure towards the middle as much as possible. V-Black though has to be careful now. Poison Cloud gonna be in the way. Abaddon Abyss keeping the middle peppered here and having someone stationed by Boiler. You hear though the Reckoning into play. The dash on in, but the right click gets no connections whatsoever. Georgie whiffs, but Nexi's there for the trade. Rabavs in the meantime finding out where Wild Oreo is just trying to be a snake in. And Abaddon Abyss, they catch out everyone from Oasis except Savvy 8K. A small chance made by the Harbor. It gets even tougher though with the lockdown into play.
They could have gone for a plant right then and there. Had enough time to back on out if it wasn't delayed. But now V-Black on the flank. They have to anticipate this. He sees the barrel off a Savvy. He knows the Phantom a bit too long. Actually, the Vandal. He gets a kill anyways on a Savvy. And now that mid-lurk presence once more coming into big fold.
30 seconds
Size
left.
does matter, especially there towards the Cubby. And from that point on, it's Marky versus the rest of Abaddon Abyss. He knows though V-Black is still here around, sees the high tide being drawn, and just because of that, it's Marky able to get that takedown. They clutch before year after year for Oasis. Can he do it yet again? Hunter's Fury going to be the call though, courtesy of Sladum. Time running out, and Marky flicks on the way, but still gets a takedown. Goes for the fake, has to go for the duel. Time running out, pushes, and cannot win. Runs out of bullets and runs out of chances. Abaddon Abyss at the brink take the lead.
He had 4 bullets in the mag for that final fight. And maybe if he had a 5th, things could have gone his way. Next bullet could have been it. But the loss, it's Abaddon Abyss who take the round. 4-3. That came way too close there. Exotic. He shuts down the opening push under the tube. But V Black Dex, how many times have we talked about his flank in this entire series being so influential in those rounds?
Change that book, man. It's not Where's Waldo anymore. It's Where's V Black. And you can
Yeah.
find him on the flank, ready to catch out Oasis Gaming. This has just been such a hunt by Abaddon Abyss. Such an impressive series already against Action PH. You could see how willing they were to fight against a powerhouse like Oasis, matching them and surpassing them in that last map, surpassing them now in the standing. It is a chance, really, for Abaddon Abyss to make wonders happen in this bracket. Can they finish the job off, though? We'll see in the long run. 2, make that 3 rifles here for Oasis Gaming.
He's a mole. They're going to have to whack somehow. Oasis, rather Abaddon Abyss, you see how they play their defense in this round, knowing that the heavy push could coming from Abaddon Abyss. They play further back, only really sending Exotic down that too, but everybody else completely giving up site control, knowing that they have the advantage in a retake. Even though they know the Hunter's Fury is online from Oasis, they can still make things happen on this retake. That's where they've been effective. They're committed to playing for that.
V Black, though, setting up the high tide. Does he know someone's here up top? Ness gets the spot and gets the take then towards Georgie. There was pressure, though, towards Rafters even. And well played by Abaddon Abyss, forcing Georgie to peek his head too early on. From that point on, though, they still need to get the job done. 5v4. Nano Swarm is going to get popped in the way yet again. Hydra juggling a few of those rifles, getting back into cover as Abaddon Abyss is trying to clear out the utility as much as possible. Oasis, though, on the other side. Hunter's Fury going to be the call. Abaddon Abyss getting halfway done with the defuse. A Savvy 8K will get 2, hiding in his cove for safety. 3v3 scenario, and Sladum just with a defuse and the takedowns anyway. Hydra on cleanup duty. Abaddon Abyss with a win.
Lovely coming here from Abaddon Abyss on the retake. Seen for a moment there that it was pretty firm in Oasis' grasp, but then the defuse just so difficult to deny if they aren't in position. The Hunter's Fury buying them some space to work with, yes, but just that defuse once more from the Cove. And this is part of the reason why, you know, when Harbor first came out and I saw that Cove, I was wondering, like, what is a one map you would see a wall in prevalently as well as a Sage? It's this, it's Icebox, and we see that now here coming on in. This is one of the first times, finally, in 2 darn years, we see an Icebox without a Sage.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Your voice was cracking there at the end.
Yes.
Is this a moment of glory for you?
It's an emotional moment for me, guys.
So Harbor is the new Sage. Yes. It's no longer his Sage. It's his Harbor.
His Harbor.
Oh,
no,
and
her Harbor.
No, his.
His Harbor, because the planter.
Yeah, because the Harbor is the E-girl now.
I've been seeing lots of them on Reyna's, though.
Yeah, well, that's just how it goes. So quick little tech pause after everything is said and done. But Abaddon Abyss, they're proving they're a true contender to the crown right now. The matchup we had prior to this for them, it was down to the wire. But right now we're seeing convincing and I'd say rounds. I'm saying convincing ways to win. Incredible thrifty manners, and let's not forget just the flanks and how they're able to play as sure as possible. We go back to V Black in that round. He was spamming the wall to start things off, expecting a dart. I also believe I saw perhaps Sladum. He played Generator. There was also someone juggling that rifle. They got in cover for 10. Everything was as super secure as possible. It's like they got backing tape and they also wrote down the word fragile on it. They made sure everything was as clean as possible, and that's how Abaddon Abyss has been trying to play all throughout the series.
And yet, if that was Oasis, then somehow someone still broke the darn trophy right inside. So Oasis right now pushing on forward. By the way, it's a special day, apparently, today. Because it would be very appropriate for Asteroid to do his classic shout out to the Queens.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Happy International Women's Day.
Yeah, happy.
Yeah.
Yes. Moving on.
I can't say the other line.
To the game.
It's a little too risky.
No. Not in this one. There's no ops anyways. So Oasis, as of the moment, they got the lockdown here. But he just got the blades.
They lose Georgie already.
Yeah. Slice and dice.
He is gone. He has been hit by a knife.
An exotic.
An exotic. You've been hit by. You've been struck by.
A smooth.
Exotic.
Yeah.
Ten.
Lockdown. Georgie, are you okay?
Great job. I'm glad we're both the king of pop here. But now we get the flash going, and Marky found the head of Exotic there by the tail end. So Oasis Gaming a chance right now to make it towards the site itself. The lockdown didn't get anything. The suppress though is value here for Hydra. And he sees Savvy AK trying to run on the way. But eventually Savvy just goes for the fadeaway shot and gets the takedown. Sladam on the board too. And the Reckoning now going to be into play. Here we go though with a push from Abaddon Abyss. Yet again, they're trying to draw those lines and trying to cross them as well. Oasis with the crossfire over onto the opposite side of this maze. But it's Savvy 8K, the only one left to fight. And he will die in the field of battle. Abaddon Abyss poking, prodding, and winning again.
Wow. Once more, Abaddon Abyss, the retake. They've been committed to try and hold on to this. Slavim, he's got like the rapier here. I don't see that knife too often, but I really like to call it out every time. I think it's pretty eloquent.
You know what they say in France?
What?
On guard.
On guard. You're right. You're actually not wrong.
You know what else they say in France?
What?
Croissant.
Croissant. I love me some. Actually. But yes, Abaddon Abyss.
I had no real follow-up with your sword comment, so I just went with that, okay?
On guard.
On guard. And speaking of on guard, we're back to the fights. Here we go again. Oasis, they're going to have to deal with Abaddon Abyss already applying pressure early on. This is a high tide courtesy of V-Black. And this might scare off Oasis, actually, but they already know that, okay, if they push, we fight. If not, we go for the side take. And this is the surety. This needs to be the security from Oasis, and especially that, the kill from Georgie. Good beginning here for Oasis. They now have to deal with the Reckoning, but Georgie has had enough of these Abaddon Abyss victories. He's found 2 first troubles. Make that a third. It seems like El Jorge is back on the field. A quad even. The blades are out, and there we go with a knife yet again. Trying to bring it back. Gets revenge on Exotic, and the ace comes Georgie's way to give Oasis the round.
There you go. A fiery round from Georgie himself. One of the biggest names you're going to see in the scene. And what a big round for him. That's exactly what they need to get back into this game. Off of that hype, off of that momentum. Just completely speedy into the round, into the site, taking every fight. And no bout he loses.
Last player standing.
He even went for the blades. Did he need to go for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, for style points. And also, again, for the fact that Exotic killed him last time around with, too.
Yeah, it's like Iron Mike versus George, in this case. Foreman. And that's Georgie.
I love boxing.
Yes.
I love MMA, and now we're going to be getting back into a grapple here. Georgie is still going. 6 kills over 2 rounds right now. Can he continue on the pressure? Dashing in towards forward send. Keep an eye on this guy, because he's trying to do it back to back. Spraying down the corpse of Hydra even. You can see for Oasis, they're fired up in different manners. Throw all the caution to the wind. Push as far as you can go. And in a 5v2, you know that this demon, it's still going to be V-Black making damage happen in the backline. 2 with the Sheriff, but Georgie gets 3 for his own. 6-5 Oasis in quick succession again.
They're going to have to keep their wits about that flank because you can still see how dangerous it is. But Georgie, he is hyped up. You see him, dashes into the site, gets the kills, dashes into the rafter there. And just when he's on that pace, there's no one as hot as he can be when it comes to just that fiery potential to explode.
8 kills over 2 rounds. That's a big bulk of his takedowns right now. He has awakened. He is ready. And for Oasis, that's the signal they need to keep on going. One more time, perhaps. Georgie trying to say towards middle this time, where it's V-Black who might be that threat. Cloudburst still protecting him too. You can see that Oasis is all ready for the aggression, and it's Savvy 8K with the takedown. Mid control here. It's a different pace for Oasis. They set up the Viper Spit. We've seen this before, as you mentioned, but historically now, Abaddon Abyss trying to fight against history and trying to fight against Oasis. Hydra finds 2, and Sladam wading into the sea of green to even get another takedown. You can see for Oasis, they've been stuck in their tracks. And here we go again. Abaddon Abyss ready to drop down towards Boiler. Wild Oreo will get that kill though in response. Only problem, the delivery of the spike. It's still in the hands of Wild Oreo. Next he found, next he spotted. Sladam will get the takedown. And in the middle, Wild Oreo, he tries to play that guessing game. Peeks out, wins out versus Exotic. But the reception, and of course the refrag for Abaddon Abyss, it was more prepared. At least now, Abaddon Abyss, they win that round and stem the flow of Oasis.
Yeah, that's a crucial round for Abaddon Abyss to win, because Oasis, they just, within 2 rounds, swung the pendulum so heavily towards their way. But then Abaddon Abyss able to stop that momentum moving into the final round of the half. And that's a big, big round once more in terms of what they're able to do.
Yeah, well, Abaddon Abyss, they have the lead, but can they keep it? Oasis Gaming A much needed pistol yet again as we continue on into this game. But who'da thunk it, in this series, in this set, Abaddon Abyss is the one in the lead after everything is said and done, black and blue. The odds have been against them, but they are trying to prove those odds wrong.
Well, let's face it, some of the teams coming from that open qualifier, people would have thought the meme, but not this one. They're a real team, Abaddon Abyss. They're showing that here right now. They're on the attacking side, the favored side on the icebox. We like the composition they're bringing on in. We like how they're playing. But can they continue that same performance from the first half? The defense here ready to repel this plant.
And Waldori, of course, the spearhead of this one this time around. The setup is going to be strong here for Oasis. Also, the retake, something to watch out for later because of that double control. But all Abaddon Abyss needs is one, Exotic. With the takedown to start things off towards Nexi. This allows him to push towards Orange even. Vie for that middle as much as possible. And what else? B-Black sure with the takedown. Nice lineup from Marky though, responding in kind. This allows the odds to be more equal now for Oasis. They have decided though to check towards middle, but they don't check the corner here. Exotic finds Georgie and even spots out Marky on the opposite end, but Marky with the taps with the 3K, and Savvy 8K is all alone now versus Rababs in this scenario. The Nano Swarm though, perfect for the stall. You can see the transition though, courtesy of Rababs, trying to play towards yellow instead. Savvy now on the defuse duty, but Rababs plays it perfectly on this instance. Abaddon Abyss, pistol made, and pistol won.
Nice try here from Oasis, but Abaddon Abyss, they take a pistol, and that was what I was talking about right at the end of the half. The fact that they won that round to stifle here the momentum of Oasis and not let it go 6-6, that gives them so much more confidence. So you can see that Abaddon Abyss, they're playing with confidence. You see there that V-Black, even though he was killed on those last 2 rounds before the end of the half on his mid pushes, he still doesn't shy away from taking aggressive angles and going for aggressive flanks. He wants to continue to press that pace. They are not dissuaded by a second from the run Oasis put up a while ago.
Isn't that the case right now? We've seen many a team fall at the Oasis powerhouse plays, especially when led by one of their stars. Abaddon Abyss though, they shrug it off. They're back now on the board yet again. And they have a very keen gun advantage moving forward. Nexi, though, all he needs is a classic to get the takedown, but not against that many members, that's for sure. Savvy 8K, pot shot after pot shot, just trying to play the guessing game, perhaps stop that nest plant. And actually, Georgie will participate and will find Hydra doing just that. The stall is strong here from Oasis. Abaddon Abyss now needs to try and reposition yet again. But keep an eye out here for Oasis. They set up the high type. They're ready to just entrap Abaddon Abyss if ever.
Yeah, Savvy's low though. Still 4v3. They have the man advantage, but not the firepower one. The swing on here actually gets a kill for Marky. Almost lost that one. Georgie gets another kill. Saw them in a 1v3. He does get the one, but not anymore. Batali's done. Abaddon Abyss can see the round, and Oasis convert a very crucial eco.
Yeah, they've been needing a thrifty round all throughout this series here, black and blue. And at the cusp, at the corner, they were finally able to get it done. Big kills again from Nexi as well as Georgie. Him stopping Hydra was the biggest bane of Abaddon Abyss's existence because it allowed Oasis to reform towards the middle, set up that high side even, courtesy Savvy 8K, and they just made an arena that Abaddon Abyss couldn't get the hell out of. You could see that Slalom was just cornered there at the very end. Committed positions was a problem for Abaddon Abyss in a few of those prior maps. It will be a problem again if it's forced by Oasis.
Well, Oasis, very delicate spot right now, down 2 rounds. They have the weapons advantage into this. See the wall towards mid, cutting down. Very curious kind of 2 push, and on top of the boiler as well, being placed here by the attacking side. Savvy finds a kill on the Hydra, trying to aggress towards his A site. Knowing they have the pick, they pull back.
That's a big one here for Oasis. Slow down Abaddon Abyss yet again. And without that KO, there isn't those suppresses. There isn't going to be any of those flashes too that Abaddon Abyss have been able to rely on. It's a sheriff round even. But then again, we've seen Abaddon Abyss make magic happen in these scenarios. I do like how Oasis is playing this though. They can play back for quite a while. They're going to have so much uptime with the smoke. We talked about a while ago that perhaps the Viper and the Harbor can stack it up as Georgie gets a takedown. But the Harbor alone he can just use his cascades, his coves, and the high tide yet again to just keep the flow of water going. Up close personal, Marky with the frags. They basically line up for him through the smoke even. He just sprays it down, and Oasis able to get another round.
The kill on Slathen was like with the last bullet in the bag too, I think. And Abaddon Abyss, your lead being cut into by Oasis. They're on the bonus here, but never mind. They got the op, so I don't even really know what to call this. A mixed buy at the very most. The Oasis, yeah, they're finally starting to get their wits about them. Really understanding how to make things happen here and what they need to do. They win their fights in that round, but can they do so once more here against the buy of Abaddon?
Yeah, Marky's the grand sponsor. He's the big spender for this round. Effectively, everyone else keeping up with their arsenal, but Georgie has been given such a big tool to help out Oasis in the pinch. Unfortunately for them, though, it's the other side that Abaddon Abyss is going for. Aldro now to begin the push. They also look to use their utility to clear things out. Fragment plus a Nano Swarm to absolutely where no one's home. Marky instead, though, again with the lineup. He's learned a lot from perhaps his former teammates, too. Hunter's Fury gonna be the call, and he's just trying to find or seek anyone else to take down. It's 4v5, though, and Abaddon Abyss playing back to go for the post plan.
No kills found with the Hunter's Fury. Does flush him out of the site for the most part. Also, Oasis, they have the advantage here, and they have so much uptime with these walls that they can utilize. They have the Harbor, they have the Viper wall as well, and they're both committed towards this A site, so there's so much concealment that they can utilize here on this post-plan retake. The half defuse secured. Marky finds one, next he finds another. It's down to a 2v5. They don't have much time to work with, and that's it. The round is done. They get the defuse, they have more than enough, and there was so much pressure applied there to Abaddon Abyss. As we talked about, Dax, the double wall uptime is just so much to deal with.
Did they have to make it that scary?
I know, right?
They changed who was defusing, right, midway?
I mean, there was time,
Yes.
luckily for that. But you're playing with fire.
You're playing with fire, and Abaddon Abyss is willing to burn you if ever that goes awry. But then again, Oasis, it was very convincing. You mentioned the walls being set on up. You're seeing also Abaddon Abyss, they're trying to use utility early on to clear out corners, and if Oasis isn't there, they have a strong retake. I think this is what works better for Oasis. A while ago on Split, the retake potential honestly wasn't as strong as you'd expect. They had more anchors. They were relying on something like the Cypher rather than something like a Killjoy that has dominated the meta. And you don't have those backup plans in terms of ultimates or utility, really, to try and make it happen. But you look back to Lotus, and they had things like Lockdown. They had things like Rolling Thunder. And in this case, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper, and if you just can chain it correctly and get a frag or two along the way, that's all you need to get the space that you wanted.
And especially being a bit more comfortable here for Nexi to be on that Killjoy, as we've come accustomed to. And now their fragging distribution a lot more equal to what we saw be of Abaddon Abysses during Split. Everybody chiming on in to the fight, to the bout. No words left unchecked. No one not given a voice. Abaddon Abyss attacking side. They've got blades to utilize. The operator coming out once more here from Georgie, who looks to go aggressive on this tube. I think supported by a recon, possibly with Marky. This could be where Oasis take a lead.
And that's why they play that Sova, to play aggressive with that Jet too. And now we hear the blades are out, courtesy of the Abaddon Abyss faithful. They do want to go for a bit of that 8
Look how Savvy uses that wall.
Which one?
Just the Harbor. Like
oh,
he just immediately denies Belt and the upper nest here of Abaddon Abyss.
We've seen V-Black do that too also against Oasis Gaming, and exactly why Abaddon Abyss is positioned towards pipes instead there with Rababs. They expect someone to actually go for the push from Oasis. No dice though. Oasis still holding back. They have the operator anyway. Wild Oreo, the one to hold down that B site. And I think for Oasis, they know it's an eco state here for Abaddon Abyss. They need to make sure that they don't fall into situations where they have to fight those pistols up close.
Yeah, they play back. Exactly. And that's what we saw a while ago as well during one of their other rounds in this half. They knew the eco was going to come on in. They play back instead, anticipating that. Blades removed, but luckily he's still got an op to fight with. The plant should go down really unchecked, but the flank catch, we saw Rababs do it once more. V-Black's usually the one on that bout. They send him back as he's been discovered.
Yeah, Oasis have given up a lot of space, but for good reason. Even the double updraft from Abaddon Abyss saw absolutely nothing. And now we're going to look to go for the kills now. Nexi, though, finds VBlack, and Abaddon Abyss playing towards green instead. Space created and made again here by Oasis. The operator playing the guessing game. He knows the aisle, and he knows it's an angle he can get a takedown with. Oasis now convincing on the shots. Someone needs to go for the defuse, though. The shorty brought out by Georgie. He's pushing, he's killing. It's Marky there to help him out in a pinch. And Oasis, they're fired up right now for more than one reason. And you can see even Georgie especially, he's bringing out more emotions now in this round.
You see that? 8 seconds left on the clock, Dax. That is one molly. It's one nano swarm away. Potentially a fragment plus maybe a nano swarm. And they could have won the round off of that. So Abaddon Abyss not able to burn enough time, but Oasis, they were taking their due time and due diligence to make sure that they don't leave anything undiscovered. Rightfully so. But the lockdown, as it was used, to initiate instead of to hold on in the end, that could have been the one that maybe bought them enough time to win the round eventually.
And they bought them the lead. Oasis is back in control here. But Abaddon Abyss, still a hand on that steering wheel. Rifles at the ready yet again. Oasis right now still playing as far as the eye can see. And really that distance right now for Oasis is what can separate them versus Abaddon Abyss. Those walls can go the distance, can go far for good reason. And Oasis right now just dissuading Abaddon Abyss from going for the commit early on.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way. They have to go the distance, be strong. But the Lurk, they don't have any idea that VBlack is here, and he's been so potent in these moments. Finds the one, a bit more trigger discipline, could have found him another. But even his Herculean efforts won't get him nowhere.
Yeah, at least here for Oasis, a bit of a buddy system there, having an inkling that there might be a threat nearby. And 4v4, Abaddon Abyss, with just that whole of the defense, they're able to make their way towards that A site. Again though, in terms of the post plants, they're ready to lob those shock darts as much as possible from Marky. Lockdown gonna be there, Reckoning 2, and Oasis Gaming throwing out the kitchen sink just to try and make this work. Hunter's Fury though breaking out the lockdown, and it's Hydra in such a commit position, playing aggressive. 2-for-1 trade though, Abaddon Abyss getting the advantage now. Marky trying to provide covering fire, Savvy now with the Cove, and they're looking for the frags instead. 2v2, but Slalom gets them both, and it's Abaddon Abyss who ties things up.
Oh, they line up. Statham certainly could have gone down in that fight, but they tied the game up, as you said, Dax. And unknowingly, Oasis, they actually just fortunately got something done there. With Marky's single shock dart, he removed both of those nano swarms on the spike. Otherwise, going to be a much more confirmed round here coming in from this Abaddon Abyss side. The retake here, not successful, not this time around coming from Oasis. A bit too much pressure applied there, even though they had that high tide in front of them. Just didn't come to pass as we start round number 19.
Yeah, just Abaddon Abyss also, if on the retreat they're still able to get the advantage on the numbers, you know that they're going to be willing to re-aggress if ever that will be the case. Even in the numbers disparity, even when they're dislodged from position, they're still trying to keep up the pressure, especially towards where they put that spike down. Again, Relentless has been a term we've been tossing out here in VCTPH, and Abaddon Abyss is just no exception, perhaps even the better example for it. Here we go though, Savvy 8K, he was trying to line them up, but he only finds one for his cubby position. Nexi now next on the list, but everyone's skipping him, and no one's prepared for Nexi! Nexi oh so smooth, and Sexy yet again, a 3K for him, as Abaddon Abyss just decide to wade through, and they will try to fight back now with VBlack. 2 for him, make it a 1v2 scenario. Spike also, it will be there. It's not actually planted as of yet though, Black and Blue actually.
Yep.
And VBlack needs to play his cards right if he wants to isolate these duels.
Apologies on the hood up top, but VBlack's got a bigger problem to deal with. He finds the one, and the trade doesn't come in from Wild Oreo. He doesn't really know, but now he does. Yes, he does. The time, 30 seconds left on the clock. So the announcer says he can fake this plant here. Does he know that Wild Oreo is going around him? He has
the timing!
They're right under each other. If they don't know, they're practically breathing on each other for a quick moment there.
A single bullet here, Black and Blue, and VBlack drops down just to die. Oasis Gaming! It got dicey yet again, but Nexi just going big and making sure Oasis isn't going home as of yet. A dangerous assumption there for Abaddon Abyss. They thought they cleared out that whole area just because they were able to clean out Cubby, and there was there for the refrag. But Nexi, he was just able to time things right. Awkward angles towards the top and the bottom of green. Really unfortunate for Sladam who's just trying to garner some intel, and Oasis, some Herculean efforts yet again to just keep this lead away from Abaddon Abyss.
Well, 9 to 10. Nexi coming in big. This Oasis squad studded with stars like a starry night. They have to continue to find the proper one to follow in this case. Oasis, they got the op on the marquee this time on the defensive side, not Georgie. Abaddon Abyss, not the best buy. They got the hero rifle here on the exotic. That's about it. We've seen their thrifties though be very effective. And this one has to be the most effective out of all.
Yeah, and they're getting ready, though, for the aggression from Oasis. They already have an inkling Georgie's nearby. But do they spot him in time? Georgie panicking, caught out by the ropes, and tied up by Hydra in the end. Abaddon Abyss, that's such a fruitful kill for them. They might be able to pick up the rifle, but I think it fell over the side of Ness, so they have to go for the wraparound if ever. Exotic already has made his way towards B. He's the one with the rifle, as you mentioned. Up still in the hands this time of Marky. Actually, and this kitchen position might be the make-or-break moment here for Abaddon Abyss.
Oh, plant denied. Great utility usage. Up ahead, they have the opening pick, and they have a lockdown as well for this post plant. Can drop it when they can feel it coming soon, and there it is. Going to burn even more time here from this Abaddon Abyss side, and V-Black, huge kill he finds.
Here he goes again, and especially if he's in such an advanced position, he's going to use the Reckoning to make even more space. There you have it, the Concussus forcing Oasis to keep being mobile, to keep navigating.
It's a save.
And this might actually be the save, as you mentioned. It's hard to retake with the Operator right now. They have this round to give. But here we go again, Abaddon Abyss, against all odds, against a better buy. They still will themselves for that win. Marky with the shot. Nexi, though, at least cleaning up the second floor here. They're just trying to prevent their guns from going to the wayside. What happened there, Marky? Couldn't hit the shot towards Exotic. And Abaddon Abyss again. A stellar victory on the Thrifty.
My goodness, Abaddon Abyss might just be one of the best teams here when it comes to playing these Thrifties in our tournament, in our scene. They're just so proficient at finding and landing these shots. The easy kills is what they search for, and those are given on a silver platter. Oasis call a timeout, rightfully so, as things are looking pretty dire.
I believe this is where we honestly bring out a few of these lapses for both teams.
Yeah.
We start on Abaddon Abyss. Question of endurance. Making it to map number 3 but faltering. They answered that versus Action PH here in the playoffs, but it was such a big problem in the regular season. And can they actually beat Oasis Gaming this time around? I won't forget that I remember this was a 2-1 standing for Oasis to win because of that dominance infraction. Abaddon Abyss, they banned it out first and foremost. On the other side, though, Black and Blue, Oasis Gaming, they've been a powerhouse. They've been such a super team. But so many games have gone 2-1. So many games have had that question mark map where, what is Oasis doing? What are they really looking like? And right now, the mistakes that Oasis have made all throughout the series, they're getting exploited here by Abaddon Abyss.
Not just so many game sacks, but too many games, I think, is the real thing here. We saw them lose, that series in the regular season versus Game Lab, and that was just a big head scratcher and how things went that way. It seems like this team, Oasis, they're probably one of the best, if not the best here in the VCTPH, but it always seems like they play to the competition, right? If you're going up against one of the higher tiered opponents, and now they play super well, if they're going up against one of the other teams who maybe don't have that same experience nor tenure nor just prestige, then you also play to that level. It just doesn't seem like they can always be themselves throughout their runs. In Oasis, those are the things that they have to try and rectify if they really want to make it further.
And you look at who their opponent will be. Either of these teams will face off against NAOS.
Yeah.
And this is where we can talk about whatever the future
if they lose, they're going up against Game Lab 2, who they lost in the regular season. So
oh, no.
The only team they lost to.
No, but this is my case right now. For either team, it's been gritty, it's been close, but you look at who's waiting ahead of them. Yeah. One of the most convincing squads we've seen all throughout VCTPH after they lost to Oasis.
And the very different point there is that, Oasis, they started off strong, but started faltering near the end of their run. And at least, that gave them a good start, but it just wavered maybe in the wrong moments when it comes to the playoffs. Unlike NAOS, who were the complete opposite. Started a bit slower, but then just completely ramped up in every single series we've seen them play after then. Yeah. And that's, sometimes it's about when you get hot. And right now is the perfect time to get hot when you're in the playoffs.
No, that's the thing. That's the perfect thing to say about Abaddon Abyss. They got hot when
In
they
the
needed to come out.
playoffs, yeah.
Not only that,
In the end.
that last match against Sky Empire, that one win they needed against the opponent they completely needed to beat, that was when they got hot. And they're just keeping up that upward trajectory right now. You said that they're black and blue. Strike when the iron is hot. And right now, Abaddon Abyss, their stonks are just going way high. If they beat Oasis Gaming, then they are just going to the moon in terms of potential. If Oasis is the one who's the victor, then it's pretty much the story that we all expected to make it to the upper bracket finals. In the end, though, it's looking exciting. We have gone the distance. We are in a 10-10 standing right now. And if you remember what Abaddon Abyss has played last time around, it did go OT against Action PH. It might be the same if we go even more so.
Yeah, Raph likes to talk about, that heat retention in Abaddon Abyss. They're a heat sink that just hasn't been quelled, not just yet. They're keeping up the spark that they've built earlier on. The coal engine still chugging on like a locomotive in Oasis. They could be the rope on the tracks. They could be in a very dangerous spot to go down to the lower bracket when everybody assumed they would have a straight run all the way to the tippy top. Abaddon Abyss are proving to be a worthwhile opponent, an even bigger possible hump in their path.
This Abaddon Abyss squad has impressed. This Abaddon Abyss squad has achieved more than that is expected. Can they do what needs to be done? They have, of course, a rotation that has been enabled by a few, I'd say, unfortunate circumstances here and there. And they've understood how to slot in Hydra, how to slot in Asta, how to really go for a comp that works for them and what looks familiar. And we can say the same case about Oasis Gaming. We're seeing Marky more now. We saw it was Savvy as well as Drax, who has had those rotations per map. It really feels like there's a plan for these two teams specifically. And it really just goes to show how much preparation they do to just become the best here in the Philippine scene. This is the biggest way to figure out who's on top. This is the official circuit. And while it doesn't get you, well, I'm not too sure, it doesn't really bring you the points to what comes after VCTPH. It's a lot of pride, a lot of money, and to be told, a lot of prestige on the line here, Black and Blue. And from that point on, it's just the fact that you can say that you're able to win VCTPH speaks volumes of what else your Valorant career can bring you. This is a series that will basically say that for one of these two teams here.
Well, intruder alert.
Well,
Yep.
it's us.
It's
That's
us.
not us.
Yeah.
Now it's us.
We're the intruders.
Hello, we are the intruder. It's
Yeah.
like we saw the Filipino side. Hello, we are back here on the English side.
Hello.
And hopefully we can get everything up and running because this series needs a conclusion to how incredible it has been. But so far, we've seen Oasis get hot. Abaddon Abyss though is back on their face. We've seen Oasis though be stalwart on the defense and Abaddon Abyss kind of floundering there on the attacking side. In the end, pros and cons, which one will outweigh the other?
Probably the pros.
Really?
Right?
Really?
You'd think.
You'd think. The positives are better than negative.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
such a half-glass full way
Yeah.
to look at things, man.
Of course. I mean, you always got to look at the positive side of things, right? The light instead of the dark. What gives you more?
What gives you wings?
Yeah, I would like wings. Like buffalo wings.
Buffalo
right
wings.
Now. I'm getting kind of hungry. This game's going on.
What's new?
Yep. I mean, I'd like for it to go to overtime, possibly, just for the sake of it, because like it
I
makes
mean,
sense.
we're already here.
You're already here at this point.
But of course, we'll be taking a break too, just to get everything up and running yet again. We'll see you guys on the other side. Game on, and we are back here, ladies and gentlemen. It has been such a ride so far, and this series between Oasis Gaming and Abaddon Abyss continues on with a 10-10 standing. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and man, I'm just honestly want to see the conclusion for this. We know that whoever wins this is going to move on to face off against NAOS. Whoever loses is going to be facing off against GameLab Alpha in the lower bracket. But truth be told, this series has been as close and as tense as can be.
And that's the right way to put it, Dax, right? The conclusion. I want this series to end, but I want it to end properly. And if we get an overtime, then even better, right? We're going to see a proper, real kind of just case to be made for Abaddon Abyss on why they're one of the teams to look out for, why they're probably one of the dark horses to potentially do an upset here if anything does come to pass. But we're still waiting for things to get back into shape. Obviously, we're in the final map of this series. We're in round number 20 to be exact. We're at 10-10. Scoreline equalized. But now, whoever wins this, they're going to take the lead in the match point, possibly after.
Yeah, and whatever tech issues happen, seems like everyone is back on board and back in the game. Hydra especially, someone to keep watch out for, because that null command getting value and putting Savvy 8K to the corner immediately. Cove, though, already shattering. Savvy 8K going to be able to get the takedown over V Black. That push from Oasis Gaming, giving them at least a bit of leverage now on the post plant. Numbers advantage, too, to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, they have that advantage. They used to suppress early on the null command, so you don't have much to utilize in this post plant retake now. They have rather the molly, but that's all they can to deny the plant from happening. Marky finds the one. Rababs on the second. Nexi on the trade immediately, but they do have that high ground advantage. Rababs on the good one, but Nexi's even better here on the Killjoy. And Oasis, after the timeout, they take a round.
Yeah, sometimes you have those long stalls and it can break your momentum, but Oasis Gaming come out of the gates oh so hot. And you can already expect that for Oasis, they're also going to be willing to push this as aggressively as possible. We touted this about Oasis, or rather Abaddon Abyss, but what did you see?
You didn't see the kill where he just swung there and got the frag here on the exotic. On the move. Phantom, first hit, insta-kill.
Dude, that's the Phantom for you. Yeah. That's why you play the Phantom over the Vandal. Who needs the one-tap from afar when you have that faster fire rate too?
That's precise.
Precision gunplay.
Yeah.
That's what Project A has always been guaranteeing you
for sure. Look at that. Wild Ori's got a lineup for the most basic right-click jump smoke you could throw on B-Long.
No, don't be a hater, because this is going to be even better for Georgie. Oasis loving it with a takedown like that. Abaddon Abyss, unfortunately, trying to warm up yet again. And we've seen this also be a test of endurance, that one has been a problem for Abaddon Abyss, but two has been something to watch out for between more recent teams versus veteran teams, right? Because after such a long lapse, can they get back up to the par that they've been playing for a while ago?
I'm wondering if the momentum here was a bit stifled, or at least just made not as effective after that timeout. Georgie gets a kill. That's a second for him this round. The operator coming in crucial when they need it the most. 3 kills away from securing match point.
Yeah, that Owl Drone also getting a lot of intel right now here, courtesy of Oasis Gaming. They know Abaddon Abyss is fully stacked up to move towards that A site here. And as of now, they're trying to go for the rotations, making sure no one's actually going to be pushing towards that B. Slow crawl here by Abaddon Abyss. But the noise now made, and the commit is secured. Shock darts yet again being flung. B-Black has learned his lesson and gets away from the lineups in time. The Hunter's Fury, though, and the Reckoning, the call. Marky from afar just getting freebie after freebie right now.
So 2v5. Difficult to hold on to this in the post line. B-Black finds one. Slatham, good for a second here. Holding on to as much as he can with the water gun. He gets spammed through as his barrel sticks out. The Nexi finds him. That's his second round now in a row. Nexi found the final kill, and we're going to match point.
That's such a good cascade, truth be told. It was in his face. But
of course you'd be a fan.
Can't do me like that, but it really was. That cascade shows off part of your body, but you can't see if you're on the receiving end. And those are just small manipulations a Harbor can do. Overall, though, for Oasis, it does get dicey, but they make sure that they have the numbers to throw at Abaddon Abyss. This is it, though. Will this be the conclusion here? Oasis on match point.
Look at the buy. Abaddon Abyss barely have got anything going to this Axe.
It's going to be crucial. They need to get close here. They need to make this execute happen and fast. And the one to watch out for right now is V-Black. Sure, he only has that Spectre, but if he can get that Reckoning, we've seen him push the limits and push the space of Oasis. Oasis, though, expecting this already. Georgie and Savvy 8 with a crossfire. They make a kill box, and they just throw Abaddon Abyss into the ditch. Oasis, as soon as we get back into the game, they are convincing, and they are victorious.
Sent back down to the Shadow Realm. Abaddon Abyss go down to the lower bracket. Oasis Gaming finally able to regain their footing after the break and straight into 3 rounds that there was no real response coming on in here for the Abaddon Abyss squad. What a game, ultimately enough. Abaddon Abyss, you have to wonder though, the question remains, like, would it have been different if this game continued on normally?
Yeah, if they only had that momentum, right? Always been the pressure of endurance, always been the pressure of doing the same thing over and over again correctly against such a top-heavy team. And in the end, if you cannot play to that standard, that is what you get from Oasis Gaming. They will just manhandle you. They will be a powerhouse, and the steamroll was absolutely through as soon as we got back. In a blink of an eye, from 10-10 to 10-13.
And that's what sets apart, you know, a team here like Oasis compared to, you know, maybe the less experienced teams like Abaddon Abyss, right? To be able to play under the pressure, play in suboptimal, you know, positions and suboptimal just moments and with other factors affecting the game. That's when Abaddon Abyss just show that they seemingly are just a hair short of being to the same level of a team like Oasis are, even though they gave us a great series.
It's a matter of experience right now, and Abaddon Abyss, this has just been already such a strong showing in their first season here in VCTPH, and they still have chances in the lower bracket. But Oasis, it has been foretold, it has been expected, and eventually they have gotten the victory that was necessary. It still did go 3 maps though, Black and Blue. It still was that close series, and it took a lot of guts and a lot of grit for Oasis Gaming just to effectively get that dub. And it really goes to show here for Oasis, they can will themselves out of bad situations if you give them the chance.
Yeah, especially when you have, you know, them finally showing up to the plate, knocking it out of the park. We see there, you know, that coming into this map, it seems like for Abaddon Abyss, they're finally able to regain and remain and continue what was working for them during Lotus. Having that multiple pronged attack, having the flank coming off a player like V-Black or Asta, having just multiple points of interest here that Oasis are going to have to worry about. They continue to apply that idea here in the Icebox and just kept Oasis super uncomfortable throughout every round.
Yeah. But in the end, Oasis, they were able to send the Heartbreaker there towards Abaddon Abyss. We have talked about grit being such a big part of this series, and well, Oasis, they were proving themselves again and again so many times there at the tail, and it was such a dominant show from Georgie in a few rounds there. It allowed players like Nexi, like Savvy AK to really catch up on the scoreboard, and we still touted that double wall setup to allow Oasis Gaming all the space that they needed to make. On the retake, on the take, it was effective.
And we see the benefit of it, right? The double wall, I think, is, by the way, one of the best ways to play this right now. But I think we've got something to look at for you guys, as delivering the win in the end was going to be Wild Oreo, and is Wild Oreo with Grab Unlimited. He was such an important player. We saw that his Viper really is complemented by that Harbor, and it just pays off tenfold.
Yeah, it's a better plan. Double duelist in the regular season. Scratch that. Double controller, double wall, and it has been the world standard for good reason. This now gives us the gauntlet truly over into the upper bracket finals. We get the money match there. NAOS versus Oasis Gaming.
There was no Sage. I just want to point that out. I'm so happy.
I'm so happy for you.
No more Sages.
You finally got rid of him in this day and age. But that's going to be, of course, another story to tell in the future.
Yeah.
In the end, this chapter closes with Oasis Gaming getting that dub over Abaddon Abyss. And of course, to break down everything that happened, all these 3 maps, all these close rounds, and of course, newer sites like Split and Lotus, it will be the panel to break that down. We're going to toss you over to the other side, where they're going to be explaining everything that happened between Oasis and Abaddon.
So ano nga ba yung totoo dun?
Taylor
Gabi?
is wrong.
Gabi?
I'm just gonna say Taylor's wrong. It's gabi. It's 2 syllables at the end, so yeah, you have to.
Mukhang wala ka nang uuwian ngayong gabi.
No. I mean, Vil is wrong.
Si Bill pala yung mali.
Maybe they didn't hear that.
They didn't hear it. They probably
Tingnan
didn't, you know.
Pero yan, welcome guys back to the panel. Kasama nyo pa rin, of course, Likeable, Asarai, at si Raph. At ibe-breakdown na natin yung nangyari na series na napahaba pa nga ng tuluyan, no? Ako, hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari dito sa Abaddon Abyss. Sayang, kasi ito na naman tayo yung test of endurance na patunayan nila na alam nyo, kaya pa namin, lalaban pa kami. Pero medyo kinapos pa nga sa dulo.
That is true, and I think it was Black and Blue and Dax who brought up a really nice point on what separates the more experienced teams and the teams that have been on top. And I would assume would remain on top is that how they can come back in suboptimal positions and how they can really basically grit their teeth and push through it.
I really love that Abaddon Abyss is one of the starting teams here, aside from NAOS, that has really employed itong Harbor pick. Not on all of the maps, but in most of them. V-Black has really come into his own with that particular agent, and I really would love to see it. Pero grabe talaga ang pinakita din ng Oasis. There were some times nga where you saw Oasis was lagging behind. They weren't really able to catch up with the pace. It looked like Abaddon Abyss was just unstoppable. And there was something that happened, especially on that Icebox map, that just halted yung round after round na push or ano tawag ito, yung tug of war ng mga teams natin.
Oo nga, yung tug of war talaga, nakita natin yan lalong-lalo na dyan sa Icebox. Pero mapabalik lang ako saglit dito sa Lotus ha. Kapansin-pansin kanina na ano pa rin, hirap pa rin talaga yung mga teams dito na mag-defend. And I think the main reason why is hindi pa nila fully na-figure out kung paano ba yung best retake dito. Yung mga moments na nananalo tong Oasis Gaming on their defense, it was when they were being proactive dun sa defense nila eh. So, yun na lang yung big question mark o sino kaya yung unang team dito na magpapakita sa atin ng solid retake sa map na to.
That is true. I mean, the fluidity that has been achieved on a lot of maps like Icebox is just not present on Lotus. And with that being said, right, I think Oasis, and I'm glad that you brought that up, when Oasis is proactive and when they play structured, instead of leaning back on that looser play call, that's when they really start achieving, because Abaddon, they really revel in that very chaotic, very gunfight-heavy style. We saw the merits of that.
I really do love that. But there were some chinks in the armor as well. You saw this. With this one, Abaddon Abyss, sometimes they just tend to forget to check that one particular
Diligence.
The diligence, exactly. And it does cost them, you know, these really important rounds that could have gone their way, pero it just got ripped off away from their hands.
And ito na nga, yung ating ang series MVP natin for this one, or match MVP rather, ay si Savvy 8K. Siya pa nga yung nag-rip away nung dreams ng Abaddon Abyss na manatili dito sa upper bracket. Pero the good news is, double elimination tayo dito, which I am very happy, and I'm sure you guys are both happy to see as well.
Oh, yeah.
Kasi nakikita na talaga natin yung true power nitong Abaddon Abyss, and I, honestly, would love to see more.
We all do, and I've said it many times in the past, they should really stay as a core, despite some of the imperfections in their playstyle now. We don't know their upper ceiling yet. It seems very high, and with the way that they've been really making a lot of our top teams struggle, it's just been a treat to watch, and again, just the excitement keeps adding up.
And honestly, I would not be remiss to mention din na, there is a huge possibility that we could be seeing Abaddon Abyss come from that lower bracket and bring it all the way back to the grand finals possibly. Kasi ang kalaban nila dito is, Game Up Alpha, SR Nacague, Action PH, very doable opponents para sa Abaddon Abyss, especially now that they're, in this new form, there's new phase of their team.
Eh, saan ba natin nakilala tong Abaddon Abyss? Di ba sila yung Cinderella run natin from our open qualifiers? What if idala na naman nila dito knowing na meron na naman tayong brackets dito na nagaganap, di ba? Hindi natin alam. Nothing is for certain. All I know is tayo na witness natin kung gaano kalaki yung improvement ng team na to. Imagine contesting Oasis Gaming. Isa sa mga teams na alam natin na very consistent, very structured. And I want to, kanina, Raf, pinoint out mo, di ba, na sometimes pag nag-shift or na ano yung mentality na itong Oasis Gaming, nasisira talaga yung momentum nila in the end. And as I say that, magkakaalaman nga kung ano nga ba yung mentality na nangyari dito sa team na to. As we go into our player interview, ipakilala na natin siya. Hi, Savvy! Can you hear us?
Hi, guys.
Congratulations on your win. So right now, I am with Asaray and Raf here on the panel. Meron kaming mga katanungan para sa'yo. Una sa lahat, ang big question ko dito, and you are free to not answer if in case something strategic talaga yung reasoning behind this. Pero gusto ko malaman, paano ba kayo nagde-decide kung sino yung mga players na maglalaro sa mga specific maps nyo? Kasi it's very particular. Sometimes ikaw, nasa-switch out ka from time to time. Sometimes it's Draxi.
I think for us, we're all on the same level. So for the flexes, we're 3 flexes in the team. So we saw about 2 maps each. It's not like who plays what better. It's more of so everyone can play. And it's a different play style if another player gets in. So it just helps the team.
Ay, parang may level of unpredictableness dito sa team na to because of the way they kind of project that. Pero ikaw, Asteray, meron ka rin katanungan, I'm sure, for Xavi.
Parang feel ko confidence check yung magiging tanong ko eh.
Wow.
Yeah, no,
Sige,
legit.
go nga.
Sabi, tingin mo ba kung sa second map kayo naglaro mananalo agad kayo 2-0 mo?
Why would he even say no? What?
Exactly, kaya confidence check eh, diba? I wanted to just ask him. Just a random question
This
lang.
guy, man.
Modest
we would
check.
have won?
Yeah, do you think na kung ikaw yung naglaro nung second map kanina, 2-0 na tong game na to?
No, of course not. I think
okay.
Abaddon was just played better that map, and we'll learn from our mistakes.
I love the answer.
Of course, you know.
Oh,
Look at me. Do I have a question for Xavi? I guess what is Fluffy02 your favorite coach? Blink twice if you need help.
All of them are my favorite coach.
But no, serious question. What surprised you the most about Abaddon? Because again, there really is a disparity between Abaddon and Oasis, with just statistics-wise. But of course, they've been playing so well. But what surprised you the most when playing against them?
I think I'm proud that a lot of other teams are improving, and Abaddon played good. They have good chemistry, but we were just the better team. And we beat them last time. Last time we beat them, they were tweeting that they ran out of stamina, but that was just the BO3. So imagine they play a BO5. They might tweet so many times about stamina. So, but they're pretty good. Respect to them. And
Facts
we were just
only.
better today.
Yeah. I love that your team is just having fun. Actually, I watched her interview and sabi nyo nga, di ba, very, very close tong team na to. And I love to see the chemistry there. One more thing before we close this interview, Xavi. Gusto ko malaman, medyo I would say nagiging shaky, not as convincing when you guys started in the regular season. So sa tingin mo, ano yung main thing na kailangan i-improve ng team right now?
Well, I think we changed their playstyle a bit. So maybe we're still getting used to it. And once we perfect that, I think we'll still be on top.
Ayun. Oh, baka may gustong ipa-shoutout yung team nyo dyan. Mukhang nag-e-enjoy na kayo
Yeah,
dyan.
hey, shall go? Join.
Ayan na,
Join
nagtawag na.
Join.
Join na. Baka meron rin
Join.
mga...
Nahiya tuloy. Drax, Georgie, Nexie, Mother, they want to say hi to the stream. Shout out to everyone supporting us. And thank you for watching us. We'll do better. We'll keep training. And see you guys in the finals.
Oh, see you guys in the finals. That is a statement. Let's go. Thank you so much, Xavi. That was a fun interview. And best of luck in your future matches. Oh, confidence check na ba yun para sa'yo? See you in the finals.
Okay. Kaya gusto ko yung itanong yun is I think we got really good answers. It's not just the confidence check. It's more of also the respect check then at that point, diba? Na they understood that they are the better team, but at the same time, it's fine.
Gusto mo lang sabihin ni Xavi na, kung andun ako, mananalo kami sa split. Yun lang naman talaga
Kaya nga,
instigator.
Exactly. A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. But you know what? This is why Xavi's the
Let
pro.
him
He
cook.
goes above and beyond sa answer niya.
That's
I
the
ain't
thing,
cooking,
right?
man. I ain't cooking.
You were cooking. That's why I was like, let's let him do it. But the thing is, before we jump into anything else, I think that was an exemplary also interview, right? Because you're a professional player, and he really did put the professional in players. So, that's a lot to learn for all you up-and-comings out there.
I don't know kung saan nanggagaling yung hugot ni Raf, pero alam ko kung saan tayo papunta ngayon, which is to the brackets. Tingnan na natin yung updated na brackets natin. Dahil mainit-init, meron na namang nailaglag sa ating lower bracket. At kung tutusin, medyo familiar faces to from ano ba tawag dito? Yung first upper bracket matches natin kahapon.
It's a mix now, diba? Kasi it's not going to be Abaddon Abyss versus Action PH. It's a mix-up. It's NCG versus APH. That's the Abaddon Abyss versus G-Lab. So we're gonna have a different flavor of matches then for these teams para bukas.
Well, I'm really looking at match number 8. That is the preview. I'm just so hyper fixated on that it's like, wow, what kind of fireworks are we going to see? Because it's actually been such a long minute since we've actually seen these teams go head-to-head. And as Xavi mentioned, there is still an adjustment period for them because there is a shift in their play style. And that is going to be such a big test.
All I'm gonna say is mainit. Pero in fairness, kasi 'di ba naging usap-usapin natin yan bago nagtapos yung regular season na yung seedings natin magfa-factor in talaga yan kung sino yung may highest points sa regular season natin. And pinapatunayan talaga ng NAOS and Oasis kung bakit sila yung top teams natin. They are consistent and they're still there. So abangan natin yan. But before we even get to that point, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung matches naman natin para bukas dahil tuloy-tuloy ang labanan, guys. It is gonna be Abaddon Abyss versus Game Lab Alpha and SR Nacague versus Action PH. Suray, alin dito sa dalawang to ang excited ka nang mapanood?
Honestly, because pwede ko sabihin na both kasi...
Isa lang.
Ang hirap. Bakit dito ka tumingin?
Bakit tumitingin ka kay Raf? Raf, anong tamang sagot? Raf, anong tamang sagot? Ikaw na nga lang muna.
Sige ako muna.
Sige.
Well, obviously, Abaddon versus Game Lab. Come on now, guys.
Okay, I'll take the other one. NCG versus Action.
Because you can't really go wrong with either
Exactly,
of those.
exactly.
So I'm defending him a little bit now.
Alright,
so
thank you.
It's all good.
I appreciate
Parang
it.
kaninang opening panel natin, nag-aaway na kayong dalawa.
Wala, it's the cycle of life.
Nagbuti na kami.
Okay, good to know. Ako na lang pala yung enemy number 1 netong dalawang to. Nanggugulo na si Raf sa akin kahit di nakikita. Pero ayun na nga guys, yan ang magiging schedule natin bukas. Kung kayo excited na kayo, i-cheer nyo na kung aling team yung susuportahan nyo bukas. Kasi maganda tong mga laban na to eh. And if anything, the excitement is also there kasi merong ma-eliminate na ng mga teams bukas. Ngayon, it only synced in as I said it. Ganun na pala ka-grave yung mga matches bukas. Just like that, day number 3 ng playoffs natin, meron na agad uuwi.
Yeah. It's rather unfortunate nga, but that's just how it is, diba?
It really is.
Ay, nako. Pero that is the way of life. And the way of the show is that pasasalamatan na natin ng ating sponsors. So maraming salamat sa Mineski Philippines as well as Riot Games for making this event possible.
And of course, thanks to our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food. Enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for free on your first month.
I'm so sorry. That was just the most heartbroken I've ever heard him. But it's right there, guys. Of course, this tournament's officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So a big thank you to everybody who made this possible.
Okay, Asarai, I'm gonna throw you a bone here.
Okay.
So before maging free yung ating Grab Unlimited, magkano siya dati?
It was 9 pesos.
Okay. Yeah. Nice to know. At least now it's free.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah.
Even better.
Ayan. Meron din tayong ongoing giveaway, guys, which ipapakita natin dito yung mechanics. Pwede kayong manalo ng 790 or 1,650 Valorant points powered by Grab Unlimited, of course. Just follow the instructions that you guys can see on your screen. It's plain and simple. Like and follow Valorant, Esports Philippines, and Grab Food PH Facebook pages. Share nyo tong live stream na to with, of course, the hashtag VCTPH, VALORANT Challengers PH, Grab Unlimited, at mag-comment kayo dito sa live stream kung aling teams yung yung pinapanood nyo or yung sinusuportahan nyo. Andito na rin kung kailan i-draw yung mga winners natin sa mga broadcast days natin. And not only that, guys, exciting kasi sa bawat araw ng playoffs natin, meron tayong papremyo dito. So siguraduhin yung araw-araw kayong nanonood dito sa VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Yan. So dahil dyan, I think we can wrap it up. Ayoko na nga. Hindi nakikisama yung mga anak ko dito eh.
Saan gan? Ay, wait. Ito pala.
What? Dude, you're so confused.
Thank you everyone for watching. This has been Likeable, Asarai, and Raf on the panel. We'll see you guys again tomorrow.